Welcome to the Iesf World Esports Championships Qualifiers. I am Waxen, joined by Black, bringing you the first of 3 days of Dota 2 actions. And Black, welcome to the stream. Are you excited for the first set of 3 best of 3s that we're gonna have planned for the people this week?
Actually, I think the first one is going to be the most exciting because one of my best friends is playing, Marino. He was one of my ex-teammates when I competed in South America. So hopefully they'll do well because obviously I would love to see him there.
Well, see them where, you might wonder if you're watching it from home. Well, this is the road to Riyadh. The teams of the Americas regions are fighting to qualify, of course, to the World Esports Championships later on this year in Riyadh. And how many slots do we have up for grabs this week, Black?
How many slots was there? Was it 4 this time around?
4
Per region? How many was it in the America region?
So I think it might be. I think Americas are split into 2.
So
So
I thought it was 2 each, right?
I don't think that doesn't sound quite right. I think we get 1 for South America and 1 for North America.
So 2 total. Okay.
No. 1 for South America, 2 for North America. So 3, I believe.
So 3 total. Okay. Actually, that makes sense. Honestly, I'm not quite sure who the favorite here is going to be. Brazil? I mean, Brazil is such a strong Dota nation, so it's very hard to go against them, obviously. As I said, Argentina, they have my heart. One of my best friends. I don't want them to lose. Although, beating Brazil sounds incredibly difficult.
Well, let's take a quick look at the schedule that we have for our viewers today. Obviously, we mentioned 3 best of 3s that will be popping up on your screen in just a moment, and it's gonna be the opener, the one that Black has been talking to you about, Argentina versus Brazil. At the same time, off stream, we will be having Chile versus Uruguay, second series of the day. We will be going up to the North American region, which I know it might be a bit confusing. Why are Costa Rica and Ecuador in North American region? But that's just the way the bracket works. And finally, for the third series of the day, it will be USA versus Guatemala. The top 3 games will be taking place on stream, but off stream, of course, you can follow Colombia, Panama, Mexico, and Venezuela.
I'm just taking a quick look through the players here. I'm actually very curious who is playing for the United States.
It's a very interesting squad, actually. I've been taking a look at some of their players. Arguably most experienced in Tier 2 Dota. I believe it's Monkeys Forever squad with a few young and old names alike. But let's actually start with this America's B region, you could call it, Black. Let's talk about Chile, Brazil, and Argentina. And which one of them 3 do you think will get the only slot for their group?
So I think if Brazil fielded like the absolute best team, they would probably be my favorite. I'm not entirely sure who's actually playing for them. But they have to be considered one of the top. I mean, Argentina is very strong as well. I don't know too much about Chile, actually. Do you know more about them?
So, looking at the rosters that we currently have fielded, I am familiar with 555, who plays for Lava Esports. Lava's been a team that I've been following quite a lot over the last 6 months or so, and he is a very, very strong player. Quite strange, he is written down as a position 2. If I'm not wrong, 555 plays 3 off lane when he plays for Lava, but maybe there's some change. I've seen him double as a support, so I don't know if he's going to play mid for his nation. So he's one player I would keep my eye out for. Brazil, I don't think they're going to fill their best 5 roster, although I hope to be proven wrong. And Argentina, they, alongside Mariano, essentially they are running a full stack. They have Hermit, Shifu, Runway, and Widge, and up recently, if I'm not wrong, this was a full lineup that used to play for SG Esports and then Team Alpha at the beginning of at the end of 2023. So they have some cohesion amongst each other. Also, just another bit of an asterisk, this is all very similar to the Argentinian lineup that played last year ISF World Championships, Black.
Yeah, and we know how important it is to be very well versed together, right? Like team play is so important when you're playing these national leagues, because we have seen players, really good players, like most notably at the Iesf finals last time. Like America was probably considered to be the favorite by most when it just comes to pure skill, but they had a stand-in. They couldn't play with the full roster, and they got pretty destroyed. They didn't even make top 3? I think they were top 6, maybe at most, and they had no chance.
Americas, I think I got 8th last year, actually.
Or 8th even, only, yeah. And on paper, right, they were so good.
So I gotta tell you a little about this Argentina roster, as we're gonna get them on our screen in just a moment. So I'm looking at a comparison side by side of what we had from them last year versus this year, right? Mariano is a new addition. He's replacing Runaway, but I think this is arguably an upgrade, right? You could say that. Shifu was
pretty good, yeah.
Shifu was there last year. Actually, no. Sorry, I didn't want to mislead you or our audience. Runaway is actually going to be flexed as a support. Last year he played safe lane, so Runaway is still on the roster. That's kind of intriguing. Widge was there, and so was Hermit. But Hermit couldn't make it. He only played in the qualifiers, which Argentina didn't win. They came short to Peru, but then Peru withdrew, and that's how Argentina qualified. So it's been a long journey for Argentina in the last couple of years, and they've never quite proven themselves. Because last year when they, snuck in because of Peru left, they still lost very ugly in the group stages. So they have a lot of stuff to, prove, as they have a single slot to play for. And look at the roster right now, Black. Tell us a bit more about your friend.
Mariano, I think he switched positions at this point, but he used to be an offline player, a very strong offline player. Then he went to support. He cycled through all the positions except carry, I believe, and he was, in his region at least, he was considered one of the best at many of them. Then he became a coach afterwards, then transitioned back to being a player. He has a very long history of being active in the professional scene over there, of course. But yeah, as I said, he was my teammate for roughly 3-4 months. We're gym bros. He's huge in going to the gym. It's basically his second home, even more than me, to be honest. Like, I do my workout 1.5 hours. And I'm like, let's go home. He's like, nah, I'll come in like 2 hours or something. I was like, all right, bro, do what you want. I'm out of here, But yeah, the guy's beast. I love him. He might not be the best Dota player, but he's a super nice teammate to have, which oftentimes is honestly better and more important than being super skillful. Like, he's just a natural, charismatic leader.
That's great. I mean, this is a nice breakdown for the Argentinian squad, as I believe we're going to get on our screen in just a moment the Brazilians. And, oh man, Black, I gotta say, I'm familiar with some of the Brazilians as well. More specifically, Donatello. He has also been one of these players that's been making more of a name for himself in the last couple of months. Playing with some rather experienced players. He's been a substitute for the Noping Esports squad, has had a few games alongside Michael and HFN, which are names that you might be familiar with. And very interestingly, he's also played on the same roster with Widge, which of course will be fielded on the Argentinian squad today. So I wonder, Black, how does that feel, right? You play for the same org, and then you go play for your nation, and you're fighting essentially versus one of your teammates. Is there a bit of an extra bragging rights in that?
Yeah, I think you definitely have a little bit more of a motivation. Like, if representing your country wasn't enough, you definitely want to edge out your teammate. Obviously, there won't be any bad blood or anything, but you want to have the bragging rights, as you said. You want to be able to make fun of them, at the dinner table. Like, well, I guess you're the new support now. And they're like,
Well, I'm very keen to see how this will unfold, especially as this is a 3-team group, right? It's kind of difficult. Is that safe to say? Kind of difficult to fight for it. You're playing 2 best-of-3s, and you're playing them all in. You're playing 1 best-of-3 a day. It's quite a very strange format, right? Argentina-Brazil has a game today. Then Chile will have a day tomorrow to prepare for what they see from Argentina. And then Brazil has a break between today and the final series. So I would argue that Brazil, looking at the order of the series, has the advantage because they play first and last. that means nobody knows what they're going to run, and they will have time to observe their opponent for the last series. Is that a safe assessment?
Yeah, no, I'd agree. Depending on what sort of preparation they do, because honestly, there's lots of different approaches out there. Like some players just freestyle on the spot, other players are super deep into preparation, picks, drafts, ward maps, all that. So depending on how seriously Brazil takes this, yeah, no, I'd agree. Big edge to go first and last.
Yeah, of course. I believe there's also the potential of tiebreakers in such a format, and I wonder what does Wikipedia say about this, because if every team wins in a 2-0 fashion or 2-1 fashion, the results are identical, apparently, according to Wikipedia, we would get head-to-head results between the tied teams. Obviously, you can't... Is that a way you could tie between two teams? Both teams win two... Can both teams win two games? No.
Well,
no.
Every team plays 2 matches.
Yes.
So if Team A beats B and we 2-0, no, I think no. Whichever team wins 2 games, they're in.
Yeah, one team wins 2 games, or they all win a game and it's a tiebreaker. So then apparently the format's just a best of 1 tiebreaker. But I think it's not going to be head to head. It's going to be first of all map differential, right? So winning in a 2-0 fashion is so valuable because you win 2-0, you lose 1-2 in your second series, and you're still pretty much guaranteed that single slot to Riyadh.
Yeah, as you said, it's a super short format. Well, not short necessarily, but you don't really play that much. So every win, every map win and loss just hurts that much more, Like it's super, super important to win every map that you can. Because as we said, 1 win literally already guarantees you a tiebreaker. 2 wins means you're instantly in.
Yeah. I mean, we could be looking at this point where Argentina wins today and tomorrow, and they're essentially qualified.
And then Brazil's like, what are we playing for, guys?
Yeah. That is always a possibility. But, we're only moments away from getting into this first series of the Americas B region. But let's talk a little bit about the Americas Group A, Black. That is a completely different format. There's way more teams. We have, I believe, 8 teams in 2 group stages. The top 2 from each group makes it to the playoffs. And then in the playoffs, you obviously have a qualifying match. You win that, and then you make it. How do you feel? How do you feel about that one? Is it something that you prefer to the single best of 3 teams?
I have always been a big fan myself of lots of games, because the more games you have, the less likely it is that, well, depending on what sort of position you think you're in. If you think you deserve to be there and you're one of the favorites, you want to play as many games as possible, which basically means there's the least amount of room for upsets, right? That's what you want if you are, for example, like USA, right? But if you're a lesser known team, maybe like Panama, I don't know too many of their players.
Wait, do you think USA is a favorite?
That's also a question. I'm just saying hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, the favorite always wants more games, and the dark horses want less games, because like they come in super confident. Usually dark horses, right? They're super confident, but nobody knows about them. So they want to have the least amount of games possible to reach the top.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit more about that Group A in the second series of the day, as we are now changing our focus for this matchup between Argentina and Brazil and the draft for the first game, which is now underway, Black. And it's been a couple of weeks since we last saw each other, and we covered a Dota 2 game. And I gotta say, this hasn't been many changes. Unless you want to take into consideration, of course, the S-tier tournaments that finished, and then lower ceiling teams started copying what Gaming Gladiators did.
Yeah, but it's always like that, right? Like a team does super well in like a tier 1 tournament, and then it trickles down to a tier 1.5 scene, and a tier 2 scene, and a tier 3 scene. It always happens like that. Like usually, why the top teams are the top teams, not only because they're better, but because they understand the game much better and they figure out things quicker. Of course, they also have more helping staff, coaches, analysts, all that, which aid them in that endeavor. But that basically means they figure out a strategy sooner, they figure out stronger heroes, they combine with other heroes sooner, and that's why it's always this trickle-down effect.
And Argentina is going to go for what I think it's very interesting to say, to put it nicely. It's a Dragon Knight first ban. Maybe they might know something about Brazil. The Dragon Knight is a very solid hero, and we've seen it played a lot as a carry lately with a cleave facet. But Brazil's sticking to what I would believe is slightly better. Shadow Fiend, Snapfire. Hopefully, though, my fingers are crossed, we're gonna see banning out of both the Dark Seer and the Snapfire. But I don't know. Am I wishful thinking?
I mean, we'll see. We have seen lots of bans, and not bans, throughout the entire qualifiers, cause honestly, obviously, these teams, they have their own approach to Dota. We don't know how well they know each other also. Maybe they're just banning, quote-unquote, like inner meta heroes. You know, like every region has their own meta, which we wouldn't know about. But so far, I think the bans look pretty cookie-cutter.
Beast has been taken out, so has Broodmother. I like what Brazil's doing. They're taking out the big stuff, but Argentina's gonna opt to continue by banning out the Hoodwink, and now they're gonna probably take the Sand King. Okay, not the Dark Seer yet. They went for the SK, which has seen a lot of success in mid lane and a lot of, well, unsuccess in the off lane.
Yeah, so hopefully it's in mid lane. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know, like... It just doesn't give you much in the offlane, to be honest. Like, nobody ever, well, don't say never, but nobody is gonna fall for this, you know, Caustic Finale, Stinger Bomb anymore. Like, that's so 2015, you know, when people did that and fell for that. It's never gonna happen. Just put in mid lane, sandstorm the creep wave, farm, stack, farm some more, scale into the mid late game, become the super annoying hero that you can be. No need to put a hero like that in the offlane where he actually doesn't shine at all. Especially against Ember Spirit, they put the tank in middle and crush him.
What's up with this Ember Black? I am slightly concerned about this choice from Brazil, but now with its Elder Titan that reduces some of the physical. I don't know, man. Still, Ember Spirit first pick.
Actually, this combo isn't super good. Like, it's not as good as like a Spellcaster and Elder Titan. It's not terrible, of course, but the Spirit only reduces the magic resistance, of course, which doesn't really matter to Ember, because Slight Spam is all physical. So, I'm not entirely sure why I picked Elder Titan together with Ember in the first two. You probably could have picked them even second or third phase if you wanted to. Now Jakiro Clockwork, man. Like, two S-tier supports, I'm already quite worried for Brazil.
So am I.
Elder Titan hates Clockwork so much.
They might be like trying to figure out something like one of their game plans that they've had, but it's not a good look. And starting off on your back foot when you're playing, like we said, a so crucial series, you can't really afford to make many mistakes. Yes, it's a best of 3, but if you drop even a single map, we said you could just be out on the basis of that.
Yeah, well, I hope they know where they're going with this, because if you start like this, it's very easy to, you know, get off track and then kind of get lost in the sauce. It's still obviously not terrible. Like, the heroes still synergize a little bit. You have a nice setup with Elder Titan and Ember. But yeah, Elder Titan really hates playing against Clockwork. You don't really have the best reach against Jakiro. I like Argentina's draft so far.
And we've seen Jakiro be so strong in the last few weeks, Black. It's actually one of these heroes that I kind of, I love as a support, but it's very annoying to play against. Whenever it's against you, he does so much magic damage. The Liquid Frost is very annoying, and they have a lot of spell damage coming in from both the Sand King Jakiro and even the Battery Assault of the Clockwork. Imagine you get a Clockwork with expanded armature, gets 1 or 2 heroes between the cogs, and then you get a Macropire on top of that, and that is incredible.
Yeah, I always love it when 2 supports can just kill as a combo. Like, if you don't need a core and you need a smoke, the game just becomes that much scarier for the enemy team. Rubik, of course, classic against Sand King as well as Jakiro. Nice spells to steal. We have seen Rubik pretty much in every game. Banned or picked. Well, mostly picked, honestly. It's pretty much never banned, surprisingly. But
Yeah, I think
it's
teams are
still-
prioritizing other heroes more than the Rubik for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Rubik is in every game. Alchemist.
Wow.
Okay. I think Ursa right now looks insane for Argentina, to be honest. Ursa, Jakiro, we already know that lane is insane. And Ursa eats Alchemist for breakfast. Eats all of the heroes for breakfast, actually.
Yeah, somehow going for the Alchemist before you ban the Ursa is not great. I guess you might think that, oh, you're trying to put them in a corner with too many melee heroes like melee Sanking Mid, melee Ursa, melee Clockwork, but you can't really punish it with anything at this current moment, and you don't have that much reliable stun for him other than the Concoction maybe, but the Ursa has the Enrage to just get out of that, or the Searing Chains, and they're gonna go for the Sven instead.
Okay. I mean, that's a great answer to Elder Titan and Alchemist, who of course love minus armor.
Yep.
Sven gives your entire team like plus 20 armor, which is kind of ridiculous. What's the duration with the talent? Like, I don't know why it's still in the
5-second
game, honestly.
It's a 5-second downtown, but I would say more often than not, when you're playing Sven Core, which I assume this is what it's gonna be, because you can't really play Clock or Jakiro Core, you go for the other facet, so the work rate is still good at dealing with the armor reduction, but not as strong as the support Svens we've been seeing.
Yeah, but still, you get how much armor? 15 armor for 15 seconds, dude. Holy nuts, that is crazy. And if you get the shot, it's an additional 6 armor. There's plus 21 armor. Like a minus armor strat like this gets completely negated by that. I don't know how that's not... How is it in the game? Plus 5 at level 10 is crazy.
I still think a Darkseer here would have been much better for Argentina. Like, imagine you have a Darkseer, Sven, Jakiro, Sanking, but they banned it themselves, which is quite strange to me. I'm really intrigued to see what their offlaner will be. Again, assuming the Sanking will be going mid, as both teams are looking to find... Wait, Argentina is banning the Troll. Do they think this is an Alc offlane?
Well... I guess so. Again, we don't really know what they're thinking. Dude, I've seen crazy things like support Ember and stuff, you know? So maybe they're thinking it's like a Rubik mid.
It could be an Elder Titan offlane. Elder Titan offlane could be it, actually. Elder Titan offlane is very, very good, and I don't think the Sven has a good time versus it.
Yeah, but Jakiro is generally pretty good against it because of their attack speed slow. But yeah.
But what about Alc for ET3? Then the acid spray on the ground and a couple of right clicks, Jakiro just dies, right?
I'm gonna say I love ET5, Alchemist 5 actually, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, Alchemist 5 plus 1 physical like damage dealer.
Yeah, and putting Rubik 5 would be quite hard. I think you're correct here.
Yeah.
Dire team pick.
Wow, man.
I've seen this hero be banned a little lately. And some pro players are running it in pubs, and I have yet to see it actually be played in a competitive match, not in a pub. So I'm quite intrigued to see how Argentina is going to make the Lycan work. But Lycan is very, very good versus this elusive, quite hard to connect with stuns, right? By the time the unstable concussion reaches the Lycan, he's been running away halfway across the map. He's going to... distract a lot of the damage, the right-click single target focus damage of the Brazilian squad, which is going to allow the Sven and the Sanking, even the supports, to do a lot of work in the team fights. I like the way Argentina's turned around with this draft.
I really like the Argentina draft as well. We'll have to see what Brazil last picks, but I feel like the entire draft has somewhat been countered. Like Sven, I think, counters the entire strategy pretty much by itself already. Okay, that's pretty damn good.
Timbersaw is very good. Timbersaw is great, but is it good enough versus a Lycan Sanking that just get out of there? What is there for them to really lock them? You've got Telekinesis, Stomp, Concoction?
Yeah, the question is, do we think that Timber can carry them by himself? I mean... The hero definitely has the potential to. You get the double chakra on level 6, there's so much damage coming out. It's a lot on his shoulders though. The lane should be pretty easy. So there's definite potential. I like the last pick, that actually kind of salvaged the draft for me. It's just obviously not nearly as easy to execute as Argentina's. But it looks good. I think that Timber actually gave him a fighting chance.
Is Mariano playing with the name of Gork?
No. Actually, I just saw in the lobby that Mariano is not playing, I think. I also don't have him. I mean, I have him on a friend list, but he's not in the game. So maybe he couldn't make it today. But that's the Mariano-less roster.
Okay. Well, this is going to be quite interesting. I'm trying to see. You might find this interesting. Gork has previously played with Argentina. This is 4 out of the 5 players that got second place in the qualifier last year for the Argentinian squad. And in that campaign last year, they defeated Brazil, and Brazil fielded a hell of a roster last year. It was the full infamous squad, and Argentina beat them with 4 of the 5 players. And as we have a few more unknown quantities for Brazil, this might tell us a little bit of what to expect in this game number 1.
And in regards to the last qualifier also, I think Peru is probably, at this point at least, the strongest quote-unquote region in South America. So like losing to Peru, there's really no shame in that. Like it's an insane Dota region. There's so much talent there, so much individual skill.
I mean, that roster was Lumiere, Alone, Elmisho, Gardic, Vitali. Like that was a hell of a lineup. So,
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, it could get even better. You know, like Peru. I kind of feel like Peru is like SEA. They have so much untapped potential. It's just their leadership throughout the years really fell flat. Like they didn't really have anyone that really, you know, came up and was like, hey guys, we have to do this at that moment. Like their plays are very instinctive, which makes them very scary. But at the same time, it also makes them more predictable. You know, of course, it has changed a little bit over the years. Peru's gotten better and better. SEA has gotten better and better with that. But still, we haven't seen like a PPD or anything like that out of their region. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you a little bit of a fun fact about the Brazilian squad, which is not the best one. They are a rather new roster together. 4 of their players are playing for random esports, and in the most recent tournament that I covered them in, of course with a different position 5, they went 2-8, and that's 2 maps and 8, 1 maps and 8 losses. They only won a single series 2-0 versus one of the better teams, but. Yeah, still very much ups and downs currently for this roster, but we'll see how they manage to deal with this pressure of playing for their national team.
Well, starting out pretty good for them. Instant D-ward, which means, of course, vision advantage, as well as a little bit of golden XP advantage. Nothing major, won't really impact anything, I think. And it is indeed a tanking middle. Nice, happy to see that. Should be a 2-2 split. Probably.
The battle begins.
Oh, Lycan versus Alch. Oh, it's actually 3. Yeah, 3 runes to the Dire. Obviously, when you have an Alchemist, that's exactly what you want.
Alchemist with what has now been an innate ability, that Grievous Greed, turns into an absolute machine. And Summer Kid will have a lot of lifting to do if he wants in this matchup, especially versus the Sven, who traditionally, even back in, 2015, when both of the heroes were like tier 1 carries, the Sven just pops God Strength and kills the Alchemist. So let's see how Summer Kid can deal with that.
Yeah, as we said, it's also insane in terms of just the armor it gives. But yeah, the lane is not the easiest against the Timbersaw, of course. It's gonna put a lot of pain into the Sven. Okay.
Well, how do you think are you expecting this mid matchup to go? Because we thought Sand King is going to be completely obliterating, but so far he's gotten his hands on a single creep in the first 2 waves.
Yeah, both the side lane is also struggling quite a bit with last hits, actually. I think it should be quite a good lane for Sand King, like almost any melee matchup is. So even though the initial lanes are a little, or the initial waves are a little tough, you're probably gonna get an advantage as you get higher levels.
I think this top lane is a lane with substantial kill potential for the Brazilians, and that's why we see Summerkid and Honey just getting involved with right clicks, throwing some nukes out, trying to spam. We see Honey using the Astral Spirit, sending bottom, tanking all the creeps, pulling him back in, and just using it to deny and harass the opponents. But bottom at the same time, for the same token, we've got Jakiro's Ven, which are very good at nuking down pretty much any opposition.
Yeah, that's an incredibly strong nuking lane. And the problem is for Sven, I mean, he'll still be farming, of course, but as Timbersaw gets higher and higher levels, it's just going to get harder and harder. And eventually you'll have to evacuate the lanes to the jungle. Oh, first part top, actually. That's the power of the Elder Titan, man.
That is the strength of the Elder Titan, you could even say. He punches you once, he hits like a truck. Mike Tyson in his prime, this ET. And the way Elder Titan has been played, well, a lot over the last few years, but most recently as well, it's very, very annoying because he just transitions into a core naturally.
Yeah, and once he does, like, he actually hits you for 300-400 pure damage, basically. Notice there's a Sven, though. Obviously, he gives you a ton of bonus armor. Ember Spirit is still doing incredibly well for himself. I'm a little bit concerned, because once Ember is 6, the rotations he can make happen, it's going to be very scary to get it with the Alchemist, especially. Like, he just comes top, one acid spray, a slide might be half health of the hero.
Tala is more than happy for his start, bro. He's got 8 last hits, essentially a tool of double waves ahead of Shifu. And of course, Shifu will be more than able to catch up in farm. He's a sanking, that's just the nature of the hero. But Tala, we were expecting him to be way more punished by this mid matchup. So far, he's showing us his prowess on the Spirit Brother.
Yeah, doing incredibly well. But it's a sanking. You can't really pressure sanking mid too much. As you said, it's just the nature of the hero. Sandstorm spam. Not much you can do about that.
Yeah, the more levels you get, the harder it will be for anyone to actually fight.
Yeah, Elder Titan actually with the rotation to the bot lane through the portal doesn't really lead to anything. Sven is a tough kill. When did they remove that great cleave gives strength again?
I reckon that's pretty wild.
Because it gave like 8 strength or something, nothing major, but
I feel like
it's always really weird, you know? There's like an ability, and then they buff it, and then they revert that exact buff to the old version again.
FTW, by the way, is just getting annihilated by this constant spam from Widge's Jakiro. Like I said, it's the life you have to you know, endure when you are laning up next to this hero.
Yeah, and of course the sad part is, well, not the sad part. Oh, initiation of Rubik.
Donatello, good turnaround with telekinesis, blood grenade, and he's gonna die most certainly, but Widge might follow him in the afterlife. FTW is actually gonna get the kill. It's gonna be Donatello indeed with the blood grenade overtime damage, and Gork doesn't want to overstep. What a play from Donatello, and I told you he is one of the Brazilian players that is currently still in that tier 2, tier 3 scene competing.
Yeah, definitely showing it there. I feel like just over the course of the qualifiers, of course I don't want to badmouth any core players here, but the amount of insane support players I've seen is quite high.
I think that's actually a very fair assessment, Black. No, actually, I was thinking about the same thing. I feel like supports are really on it, but cores slightly more underwhelming.
Yeah. Nice rotation by Donatello again. Always gonna be worth it. Yeah, you lost the Elder Titan, but killing a Sanking is big. How's our Lycan doing? I haven't seen Lycan in a while. Dominator's almost up. So you basically lost your timing to do much of it. He's actually top of the net worth. Damn. What do you think about his init?
I don't even know what it does. Let me just check it for a second. 2% damage neutral. I think that's a quite interesting way of helping him scale up, but is he going to be able to scale away from this? The Clockwork's there. He's Invest. He's going to come out with a battery assault. They're turning around. Hermit's still trying to get the damage onto Summer Kid, but Summer Kid, nice sidestep of the Cog's damage, run away, trying to run under the Alchemist, and he will manage to claim the kill onto the carry. Now Widge is there as well, and Hani wants to get a trade back, but he's not going to get anything other than a beating from the 3 players of the Radiant squad. Now the Ember Spirit's coming in for the assist. Finally, FTW with the TP on the Timbersaw as well. Hermit going left, going right, going south, and he will most likely fall to Tala's Sleight of Fist. To answer your question, I think it's a good way of helping the hero continue scaling into the late game.
But then again, what does it mean exactly? Is it just him or also his summons that did extra damage?
You know how this usually works with Beast and Lycan. It doesn't say it's for the summons, but it usually is.
Because if it is, that means...
That's broken.
It's broken, actually, yeah. Like having like some Dominator creep or some big Dominator creep.
Yeah, it doesn't say hero deals 2 extra damage or... But it's also not an aura. So I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's only him.
The wording would suggest that, but yeah.
Hopefully it's only him.
I mean, I'm just gonna say this Warpaint Raider kind of destroyed the other one, so... Sure. We have to see and investigate as he gets higher levels, so it should become more apparent.
With the Maroons were of course traded, Runaway and Donatello got 1 each, as we have a nice way. I've been seeing more and more of this over the last 4 or 5 months of players running Alchemist. Just the self-stun for the AoE damage is pretty very good, especially in helping you farm. As Witch down bottom, there's a lot of action happening actually. We see FTW trying to go for more. The Sven is very speedy though, so he will most likely be safe. Now, only the Jakiro to fall.
Still incredibly rich on the Lycan, even ahead of the Alchemist still. I really wonder how much of an impact he can have later on. Obviously he's going to go for the Helm of the Dominator, which he's almost going to have at like, what, 13 minutes maybe? 12, 13, it's an incredibly fast timing. And it can really take over games. You got like a big dragon, or golem, so much damage, so much survivability. But you're playing against Timbersaw.
I wonder what the build-up will be for this Timbersaw and the Alchemist, actually. Oh, he's going null tally. He has a null tally. Maybe he really struggles with mana before the Radiance. And now they're gonna jump up top. Honey has no chance. Look at the stun coming in from the Centaur. And now Donatello's here. He's got level 6 on the Rubik. He's very high in XP. And Clockwork will have nothing to say about this. Actually turning around. Nice damage dealt to Donatello. He's gonna fall to the neutrals. Meanwhile, we see Hermit running away, but the Timbersaw fell down bottom, and this is not a good engagement from the Brazilian squad.
Yeah, Lycan making perfect use of his facet, getting the plus 5 seconds per kill. Actually, 35 seconds of shapeshift sounds kind of insane. Jesus.
That was also a rotation from the Sanking bottom to allow Shifu get the kill onto FTW, and he didn't even use Epic Center. I don't even know if it was on cooldown or he didn't scale it yet, but he just got the kill. Well, enabled the Sven to get the kill without it.
Yeah, it's very important to keep this Timbersaw down to as little farm and experience as possible, because, as we said, he's the carry of the team, at least for a while. Alchemist is not that far away from Radiant.
Mid, we have the Epicenter coming in. Honey falls, and they're gonna get a trade kill onto Runway as Donatello continues his excellent game on this Rubik. They're gonna catch Shifu with the Searing Chains, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1, both supports falling. This Clockwork's having a rough game, man. Level 5, 2 kills and 4 assists, but he keeps on getting punished, not allowing him to get a hook shot.
Yeah, something, of course, Clockwork is all he needs. Yeah, careful there, Sand King.
Did you see that? That's incredible. Donatello spamming the stolen cogs with, of course, our maxed out expended armature, almost killing Shifu in the sandstorm. That would have been, I mean, it was a great play. It would have been even better. Look at it, they're just playing pinball.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting facet. But I do like it.
Curly, would you say? Yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's a fun facet.
And what do you think about Rubik? stealing all the facets as well. I feel like it's too many buffs for Rubik, no? Like he literally gets just more of everything.
I think they will get a point into a meta when Rubik will be absolutely S tier, when you will have to counter him by picking the worst facet, genuinely.
It might be very possible because the fact that he just steals every facet is kind of crazy.
They just spotted the massive stack in the Radiant Triangle Black, and okay, they're going for it. He has the dual Fire Breath. They have a lot of nuke the AoE damage, and they're gonna start farming these away. But Asian Golem is here from the Lycan to come and spot this attempt happening. Now the hookshot level 6! 3 players caught in the clockwork cogs, and now the macro fire ice path. This is what we predicted will happen, and that is prevailing right now. The Sven's here with the Stormhammer, gonna try to get on top of Hani, but no. Separation from the Ember and the Timbersaw, allowing the ET to get away, and despite what was a phenomenal combo for Argentina, Brazil manages to cut their losses easily.
Wasn't the most amount of follow-up damage, it was just a Clock and Jakiro, basically two supports. If Sanking was nearby, or maybe even had his Blink Dagger, that would have been an absolute massacre. Oh, I should be fine. Yeah, that's the problem with Clockwork Jakiro. It's just two supports, right? Like they can't really do too much as Sven isn't really ready to fight, and yeah, Lycan did surprisingly little there.
Ice Path stolen. Stomp. Wish most likely will die. Tala will claim the kill. There's no turnaround, and it's gonna be 10th on the board for Brazil.
Yeah, luckily it's only a level 1 Ice Path, so it's not as bad.
Oh, this might be bad. This might be real bad as they catching Gork. Gork, you don't have any way of escaping as Tala and FTW make easy work of his HP.
Yeah, it's extra bad because the Alchemist is still free farming throughout this entire time. Radiance is already up. He's very happy. We'll see what he goes for next. We've seen BKB, we've seen Blink Dagger. Some people just go AC as well.
No, they're continuing to farm. I think Brazil has definitely hit the tempo in this game, which I didn't think would favor them. I thought minute 10 to 20 would be on the side of Argentina, only because of the what I assumed would have been overwhelming nuke damage from the Sanking and his supports, and of course the Lycan running at you. But the Lycan hasn't really gotten involved, Black, other than a few initial kills on the lane.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem the hero has, in my opinion. Just getting involved seems rather difficult sometimes. Because you're obviously very shapeshift reliant, and then if the enemy team has a ton of movement speed or mobility, like Timber, Ember, Elder Titan, it's not easy to really hit heroes. He's very tanky though, 2.3k health, so I don't know if they can burst him. Ooh, that's a bad kill.
And now they're going to try to get on top of the Widge, and he will die without even using the Macro Pirate. They want to get on top of more, but look at the damage! Donatello's just melting to this Granite Golem and the Lycan Wolves. In the end, he will get away, and oh my god! Honey! Just completely right-clicking down that very beefy Granite Golem to kill him. What is Shifa doing?
Cutting wave. No clue. He should not be there, but he's fine. Should be fine. He's a Sanking.
I don't think he's fine.
Whoa, that ward. He's dead. Good night. Alright, they're getting outpaced and outplayed right now by Brazil quite heavily. Lycan has a Blade Mail queued up.
Does he?
2 observer wards. Nice. Yeah, he does.
Okay. Well, Argentina is definitely feeling the pressure of playing versus the Brazilian squad right now, and they're not really delivering at all. Ice Path to stop Tala, but there has a Shield Rune and a Flame Guard, which will most likely fall as the hookshot gets forced out to separate and save his Chikiro, but with a Fire Remnant in the triangle, Tala gets out. And now they're going to turn their focus on trying to claim this tier 1 tower. We have the dragon here, throwing some fire on the ground. And they're trying to defend, and I think they're doing it successfully.
Yeah, we really need to start seeing a little bit more pressure from the Radiant. Like, Alchemist is farming a little bit too freely right now. Blink Dagger already done. BKB queued up next. Now, the edge that they have is they still have a massive amount of minus armor through the Lycan. And they have a huge amount of bonus armor as well for themselves against all that minus armor. So, I think their draft will not really fall off. And the later it goes, the better it should be for the Radiant. In theory, at least.
Yeah, in theory, of course.
Sanking is getting destroyed, man.
Shifu is trying to get out of there, and he's actually going to be safer this time around. They even got the tower. Now they're popping the shapeshift, and they want to go for some kills. FTW seems to be the prime target that they want to collect, but look at that beautiful Searing Chains. It doesn't matter! Sanking is there with a perfect Borrow Strike, but the separation coming in from the Earth Splitter. Nobody's dying just yet, but FTW will fall first. Shifu, 1 HP, is going to get chased down by Tala. Both offlaners are down, and so is the Chikiro. Donatello still trying to juke, jive, and escape the neutrals, and he's alive.
Yeah, Donatello's actually outplaying them pretty heavily. Guy's playing insane Dota right now.
I told you, man. Donatello's a hell of a guy. He's a great player.
Oh, there's a wolf, though. No. No, don't feed them more goals. 250 per kill.
You're catching the clockwork bottom. Runway. You've definitely overstayed your welcome, as Summer Kid has a Blink Dagger. Blinks forward after a nice setup from Tala. And I really gotta highlight the play from this Ember Spirit. He's impeccable. He dominated the Sanking in lane. He has 0 death. He's setting up for his team. He's farming accordingly. He's 7-0-5. I'm very impressed.
Great item build too. Usually I'm not a big fan of Mage Slayer, but he's got it this early. It's great against Sanking, Jukiro. Makes perfect sense. As you said, he's playing an amazing game of Dota.
And paired up with Donatello's Rubik, who's also keeping up in the farm department, it's only 1200 gold behind the Sanking. It's not looking sensationally good for Argentina, as you mentioned, yeah, they have potentially the ultra late game in their favor, but they need to start doing something, which is not dying, which is what Shifu seems to be heading towards right now, with the Borrow Strike stolen after that reveal. He was playing under an Observer Sentry combo. Has no chance of surviving.
6k lead already, of course, it's going to snowball more and more. With the Alchemist especially.
I wonder what the winner is like.
You mean Dota Plus?
Yeah, okay. 56%.
Yeah, I still feel like the draft of the Raiders is actually quite a bit better.
Yeah, but they need to use it, which they haven't really done so yet, right? I mean, what has this Lycan achieved yet? He's farming, but I genuinely feel like he should be doing way more, right? Isn't that why you play a Lycan core?
It might be the item build too. Like, I feel like Orchid is good, but why Blade Mail?
Maybe like when ET gets on top of you? I don't know.
Like, I feel like what you want to do, Orchid is fine, I like Orchid. But then
yeah,
probably BKB and like a Harpoon. Like, you gotta stay on top of heroes.
I feel like if he didn't have the Blade Mail and he had the Orchid completed already, that would be much better. But, ooh, he's actually gonna go in for a sneaky Tormentor steal.
Oh, wow. Maybe, actually. The Tormentor is considered a neutral creep, right? So it's faster to work against it. How about Roshan?
Maybe that's why he built the Blade Mail for a lot of damage. I mean, does it even matter? Tal is godlike, bro. He's 9-0-5. He has another 2k in the bank. Like, he's level 15 on an Ember Spirit. Are you even gonna make it in the ultra late game versus this guy?
What the good thing about Lycan is, split push is always gonna be on your side, right? So they should be able to stall the game very, very long. Now I took the Radiant Tormentor, so both teams have the Tormentor.
Yeah, who got the shards? I believe...
Jukiro and Donatello.
Oh, these are some very valuable shards, actually. I think I would have probably preferred the Jetpack on the Clockwork to the Liquid Frost, but again, Liquid Frost is a hell of a spell, so who knows? Like I said, probably one of the... it is valued a lot in Tier 1 Dota. but I feel like for a lot of lower tiers in play, people don't really understand why the spell is so strong. So let's see how successful will it be in burning through the HP of some of these beefy strength heroes on the side of Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, Jetpack is just so OP because flying vision is insane. You know, always has been insane. That's why Bad Rider was in the meta for literally years.
For 15 years, yeah.
Yeah, like Bad Rider or any sort of flying vision. Do you remember the Harpy that was just a permanent ward?
The which one?
The Harpy, the neutral creep that had like the scout function.
I don't remember that. No. Wow.
So it had like an ability that just makes you fly, and you get flying vision, more as an observer ward, and the mana region of Dominator made it so the uptime is 100%.
Wow, that is broken.
Yeah, and also, of course, had the health of a Dominator creep, so you just couldn't kill it. It was so stupid, and it got changed, of course, within a couple of days.
The win probability seems to have really been favoring Argentina at the end of the laning phase, as our lovely observer was pointing out, but right now, definitely heading in Brazil's favor. And we talked about the Tormentor trade, Black, but now Brazil's actually going to get a tier 2 and a Wisdom rune as well for the troubles.
Alright, game resumes. Top tower is getting pressured. Self-stuns are being had.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 2, what's Lycan up to?
Full BKB on the Alchemist, by the way.
Yeah, he's rich. And he's going...
Radiant's top tower.
I mean, I've seen this a couple of times. Octarine Core plus the Mixologist means your stun uptime is insane.
It's almost permanent, isn't it?
Yeah. Same with the Berserk Potion. Actually, I'm pretty sure your Berserk Potion is permanent. Or pretty damn close to.
Well, Brazil's definitely been cooking something nice in the kitchen. And now, the reason they're here is because they want to go Roshan, but they're a bit late there, as the Lycan and Gork's Sven have completely melted that one. It wasn't even used, God Strength wasn't even used, because Hermit Strength, like we suspected, was enough for them to just kill the Roche.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. I do think Apex Predator works on Roshan, right? It's considered a neutral creep too. So, I mean, just casually dealing like 30% more damage is pretty insane.
And now Brazil's timing should, in theory, be halted a little bit. Because, of course, they don't have the Aegis, which is, of course, what they would have needed to potentially break or force a high ground fight. Oh, Ember Spirit gets Orchided up top. Ember, Slide of Fist is out, never mind. So a big victory for Argentina here, who's continuing to farm into their cores, but I'm really concerned about this Sanking. It's, what is it, like the 5th time we get a Sanking in the qualifiers that is not looking good, but he's gonna try to look good now as he's jumping in, and oh, they didn't catch anybody.
Yeah, Force Staff as well as Allied Telekinesis Lift. Pretty insane tools to save someone.
They're going for the turnaround now. Witch down to half HP, and look at the Ember Spirit coming in with the damage. The Maelstrom procs are coming around, melting to supports, but they're going for more. They want to Orchid, they want to kill the Ember, and they're not going to get him just yet, but Summer Kid's going in the front line, melting everybody. The Aegis is gone, and now it's the Lycan trying to find some of the supports, but he doesn't have vision. Donatello survives for a little while longer in the Sandstorm. 2 for none. 3 if you include the Aegis.
Yeah, Lycan can't really stick on anybody. I still don't quite agree with this item build. I do think you need any way to stick on top of a target. Whether it's initiate with the heroes or...
They desperately used everything on the Ember, including the Orchid. That's... I think that was the first mistake.
I mean, especially because it's an illusion rune, so it doesn't actually care about the Orchid.
I think you gotta kill Donatello, bro. I think he's been doing so much in these team fights. Just kill the Rubik. Like, focus him, kill him, and then I don't know.
I think he's been trying. But it's
Clearly
very hard.
hasn't. Come on.
No, it's really hard to actually kill because he has Force Staff and he can lift himself off. Like at this point, Rubik is no joke.
But itemization is also something that I'm not a big fan of on the side of the Radiant. You're going for this Helm of the Over... Like, you're playing Lycan, okay? Fine. I've seen a lot of Lycan actually played in pubs as a carry, not as an offlaner, because you need an offlaner to build these auras. This is the name of the game right now, Black. You gotta build auras, and your Sanking mid didn't go for auras either. He didn't even go for the Sanking mid build. He doesn't have the Bloodstone yet. I don't even know. He's playing offlane Sanking from 3 patches ago. If he didn't go for Bloodstone, I think he should have went for Greaves Pipe, Crimson Guard. They don't have that. Whereas the Timbersaw is doing what he should do. FTW has the Greaves. He's gonna get BKB. They've got the drums from the Elder Titan. And yes, there are drums on the Clockwork. But the Guardian Greaves is such a value item that you need to have every single game this patch.
Yeah, it's effectively just how much? 350 per target times 5. Quick math, 750 health. That you have that the enemy doesn't have. You know, it's absolutely crazy. Like, that's how aura metas always are. And truth be told, I kind of dislike aura metas because of that. It just kind of locks the meta game into a certain playstyle, which is something I really dislike. Like, to me, Dota was always a game of, you know, expressing your free will and your freedom with item choices, but obviously in the aura meta that's not really a thing. You don't build auras, you probably lose.
Really wondering what the game plan is gonna be here, Black, because I thought the Aegis might be a good turnaround point. Clearly it wasn't quite the case there, as they got completely obliterated and lost the Aegis. And now the Sven, I'm looking at him, and he has the Blink. He did go for the Blink. He feels like he needs to be the follow-up initiation, but level 16 only. The Vanquisher is very, very strong, but not as strong as it will be when he hits at level 20 for another 4 levels. Doesn't have a Crystallis quite yet. He's not yet the menacing power that he needs to be if they want to win some team fights.
Yeah, his damage, I feel like it's just like the Lycan right now. They have problems sticking on targets. Like, they're not initiating together, which just puts them at a huge disadvantage. Like, Sanking stuns and an Ice Path follow-up, but then what?
Like, I think the fact that Sanking stuns and dies is not a good thing. That's why we see either the auras or the Bloodstone build on the Sanking, so he can sustain himself long enough in team fights. Lycan? Hello? Lycan? No, okay. He doesn't have a BKB yet, and he doesn't have anything yet. He tried to turn around to deal some damage onto Honey, but just dies.
Well, as we could see there though, his damage is very significant. If we can actually hit targets. Brazil has been doing an amazing job this game at kiting the Sven and the Lycan. Game is slowing down a little bit. They're just waiting for some more core items, couple of pickups probably.
Yeah, but the BKBs on Brazil are gonna be here in a matter of seconds, Black, and I think that's gonna be when they're gonna say go. I don't think you're waiting for the next Roshan.
I think it depends on how you want to approach this game. Waiting for the next Roshan could be the play if Argentina is just playing very defensively. And we'll see what they want to do on the Argentinian side.
You know what I would love to see? If we do go past minute 40, 45, Alchemist pulling an Aghanim Scepter for the Elder Titan. Oh, speaking of Alchemist, just kills the Clockwork, but he's so under level that he'll be back in 30 seconds. Not that big of a problem. Summer Kid also very close to having his level 18. 3 points, then in his ultimate, which is of course the Chemical Rage.
Yeah, which with the Octarine core has very little downtime.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's going AC after this. Like I said, the Aura team. Oh, pops the concoction. Sees this, then just jumps in. Maybe trying to force out his BKB. Gork is getting body blocked by the creeps, but he's running away. He's fine. Shifu is actually kind of faking. The epicenter is going to go back. They're trying to get on the Ember Spirit, but the Ember does have a BKB, and now the turnaround. They're going for the Sven. The damage is there, and the Sven just melts. The BKB doesn't come through in time as he just dies to the right-click damage. Now Hermit tries to run away, but he's not speedy enough. He gets caught from behind. A double kill for Tala, who continues his godlike performance in this game.
Yeah, he's doing really well for himself, obviously. 11-0-8, part of almost every kill. As you said, great itemization, and they just have no chance on the Radiant. They've never really gotten any parts to combo. You know, there has been a lot of like individualistic play on the Radiant, whereas the Dire is really playing around each other.
Look at this setup.
Oh,
Searing
man.
Chains, Gleipnir, and the Chakram just doing so much damage. In the end, the Ember takes the final last hit, but it doesn't matter. First set of racks will fall. Even when the Sven respawns, he has no god strength for another 30 seconds or so. All you can do is look at this angry Brazilian players melting your buildings.
Yeah, especially with the AC that's gonna fly in soon. It's gonna be no problem about it. Just long range assassinated Jakiro. Doesn't have a 4-step yet. Vice back, there's gonna be one last fight for them. And we'll see if Brazil wants to take this actually. They can.
Rostrings up.
Wow, the Rubik finished the pipe. Jesus.
Oh my goodness. Shifu's pump faking the epicenter, but the blink out from the Alk. 3 of the 6 racks have fallen. The Jakiro gets caught again, and look at the magic damage just melts, but they're trying to go for more. They're going for the last hurrah play. Gork is getting kited. Everybody's running away from him. They need to get on top of a single target for him to deal some damage, but the supports are dying in the backline. The separation from the Earth Splitter, and Brazil is heading towards their first map victory in the tournament. There's not enough damage, but there's definitely sufficient there for Tala to get a triple kill, potentially an ultra. It's going to be Summer Kid with the last one. GG's gets cold, and Brazil takes game number 1 from Argentina.
In a pretty one-sided affair, unfortunately. I really like the draft that Argentina showed us, but they just couldn't really connect the pieces together. Like when you have heroes like Lycan and Sven, you need to make sure that when you initiate, they're ready to go, because they're your big damage. You could just see every time they jumped someone, they just did not have the damage. They survive for 5 seconds and then they're out. Lots of discussions to be had and lots of plays to be fixed for them. But Brazil, what can you say? The draft didn't look super good at the beginning, but well played to them.
Incredible play from them, and yeah, we questioned the fact that the draft looked slightly worse than the Argentinian one, but they clearly had a game plan, Black, and that actually shone through and through. It was the minus physical reduction with the acid spray, with the aura of the ET, Ember long range sleight of fist damage to melting these targets. We saw the supports of the Argentinian squad had no game at all. Sanking in the end couldn't quite get going in the same way that we've expected this hero to do in this patch. And the first pick, Ember Spirit, I really thought was a mistake, but after that performance, which I would argue was MVP worthy, I'm gonna ask you, do you think Argentina should just ban it outright next game since Brazil prioritizes it so well?
Might as well. Like, if you don't have an answer for it, make them a little more uncomfortable. Make sure they have to dig a little bit deeper into the toolbox, you know, to find what they want to do. Don't just give them the same thing again that they just completely dominated you with.
Oh man, we're going back to the early stages right here in this replay, and we saw great shades of the strength of Argentina, and this was the best I think Hermit ever looked in this game on the Lycan. Like I said, after this level 6 and his escape here, his escape attempt here, he never really quite got back on his shenanigans of going for the kills, which I think was a huge mistake. And this felt like could have been the turnaround point in the mid-game where Argentina should have actually completely killed 3 heroes there, but in the end the 1-for-1 was not enough, and yeah, it was all going down here as the kiting was perpetual, as we see Donatello left, right, and center, stealing Epic Center, stealing, Boros Strike, Sandstorm, Telekinesis. He was an absolute menace on the Rubik.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know, honestly, who to give the MVP to.
It's got to be him or the Ember, right?
Yeah, but I feel like we've just been giving it to supports. The Ember deserves it.
Yeah, for the first pick, Ember Spirit, I think so too.
Yeah, like they had so much opportunities to counter him. Maybe that's also a little bit on Argentina that they didn't prioritize countering him a little bit more. Because to be honest, what do they have for him? They have a Sand stun, and that's it.
Stun?
Yeah, but even his stun is not instant, so he probably just remnants out anyway.
And we talked about the Orchid that wasn't there for like second item.
Yeah, I think if you show first pick Ember like that, like you gotta get punished more. The fact that he was, well, I don't want to say allowed to have such a good game, but the fact that he had such a good game on Ember first pick is just incredible. In so many different ways.
32,000 damage on the Ember Spirit. Truly deserved MVP-worthy performance. Even the Rubik Donatello dealing more damage than the Timbersaw, which is incredible in itself. Stellar performance and showing from Brazil in their game 1. And right now, they are looking primed to head for that 2-0 victory unless Argentina can bounce back.
And it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Draft order is going to be reversed now. So maybe they have something nice up their sleeve, but yeah, it didn't look very promising in the first game at least. Like even the laning stage, they were losing out quite a bit. But just like Dota Plus, I actually agree with them. I thought their lineup had all the pieces necessary to fight Brazil, especially in the mid-late game portion, but they never really got there.
Well, that will be it for the first map, and right now going back to the drawing board, will be the Argentinian squad, which of course are playing with what we think it's a bit of a stand-in, right? Is that what we discussed, as Mariano is not on the roster, and the importance of every map has to come in their mind right now. They need to win at least one more to not be, completely on the shelf and dependent on the rest results in this tournament.
Yeah, as we said, 2-0, man. Like, you cannot allow yourself to lose 2-0. If you lose, which you obviously never want to, you at least gotta take the map to give yourself a chance for that head-to-head win in case of tiebreakers. But it's gonna be hard, honestly. Brazil looks so good. I underestimated them a little bit. Their draft, it was out there, but if you can make it work like that, it doesn't matter. We just spoke about how much freedom you have in Dota. So you draft something like this, you make it work, nobody's gonna complain. But if you draft something like this and you don't make it work, everyone's gonna flame you.
Well, let's see if anybody's gonna get flamed or if Argentina can bounce back in this series and take Brazil to a final game 3 after a short break. Short and sweet, the break, just as the game number 1 between Brazil and Argentina, as we are back straight into this one, Black. We've broken down what happened in the first one, and I gotta ask you, right now, Ember Spirit, our MVP, may be banning it, but what about the Rubik? Because you gotta decide, pick your poison, right? You can't ban all of the heroes that the Brazilian squad can run at you. And then you also gotta consider some of the other S-tier meta heroes, like the Beastmaster.
I think what they should focus on is not necessarily the bans. Okay. I think they could ban the heroes, yes, but what I want them to do is just simplify it a bit more. You know, more targeted stuns, make it easier on yourself. You know, because obviously there were some issues when it came to initiation, like they jumped in without being ready, or maybe the players weren't in the right position. So in that sense, just make it easier for yourself, pick heroes that aren't as reliant on positioning, potentially, heroes that can buy an earlier Blink Dagger, and try your luck that way. Because I really think the biggest issue in game 1 was just, not that they couldn't find engagements, I actually thought Sanking found quite a bit of nice ultimates, but there was just no follow-up. You know, so you really got to work on that. Maybe a little bit of a better communication, because ultimately I don't think it would have mattered what Argentina played. Like if they play like that, what Brazil would have played. Like if Argentina plays like that, very discombobulated and very individualistic, I don't think they can beat Brazil.
Neither do I. And then I'm gonna wonder, can the third team? So of course that's gonna be tomorrow. The match. Brazil and if I'm not wrong, Chile? Is Chile in the group with them? Yes, Chile. Brazil and Chile. Yeah. No, it's going to be Argentina and Chile. Okay. So Brazil, no matter what the result is today, of course, they will be having to wait a full day before their third and second and final matchup versus the Chilean squad. And that's going to be very curious to me, Black, because if tomorrow Argentina loses, what is the game plan for Brazil? Let's say they win 2-0 here, okay? What result do they want tomorrow for them to beat Chile in the final day?
I mean, they probably want Chile to lose. Because that way they're at least guaranteed. I mean, they're already guaranteed the tiebreaker if they beat Argentina.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I guess to them it wouldn't really matter who wins then, right? Maybe they actually want Argentina to win, so they win the head-to-head.
Yeah, but then they could lose to Chile, right?
Then they could lose to Chile, and it's a 3-way tiebreaker.
And that makes the tiebreaker, yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of... It's quite a spicy format to think about it. The more we think about it, the more Dota is being played, the closer and closer we get to some of those very potential spicy situations, as draft number 2 is now underway, and well, nothing really changed. We can see it. You can't see it at home just yet, but it's the same bans that they started with in game 1.
Let's see if it's the same picks as well. I mean, if you're Brazil, you don't really have to change anything. If you're Argentina, you probably have to change quite a bit. It's actually Darkseer ban really early now.
That's better. The hero was banned in the second phase last time.
Yeah, surprisingly not picked up by any team. I hope Beastmaster is probably going to get banned, but if Argentina can get the hand on a Beastmaster, that would be pretty insane. There's the Ember ban. Okay, might as well, you know, as you said, dig deep. They can dig deeper into the toolbox. What else you got, my friend? I just picked the Storm Spirit first, same result, 15-0.
Was he 15-0 actually that game?
I believe so. Wait, let me go back. Yeah, 15-0-10.
That is incredible. Impressive indeed.
Yeah, for first match.
First pick. A Weaver, actually, one of the heroes that's been overlooked. You gotta go for the Phoenix. I like this. Weaver ban into Phoenix pick, but the Snap's still there. Last game,
Snap is there.
They banned Snap instead of Darkseer.
Beast is also there. Like, Beast also hard counters Phoenix. True. Pick your poison. What do you want now? Do you want Beast or Snap? I personally think Beastmaster is just more valuable. Makes Dota much easier. Pick Beastmaster, please. I honestly never understand the rationale of not picking Beastmaster. I think it literally just offers everything in this current patch.
Do you think it's like more of a lack of confidence?
Well, I really hope that any offlaner right now knows how to play Beastmaster, because it here has been a meta for a long time, and it's just incredibly strong. Lycan first pick against Phoenix? That's not even that good. Like, Phoenix is good against Lycan. That's not a good sign.
Let them cook?
Let them cook.
I don't think it's the worst pick either. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think there's a world in which this Lycan can kill the Phoenix quite easily. Do we live in that world? I mean, I'm not for sure. I'm not sure about that. But I'm just saying, there's a world.
Yeah, I mean, you can get your Orchid. Like, if you snowball, you get a fast Orchid. You kill the Phoenix. Yeah, perfect world. But if the game is somewhat even, Phoenix is going to have a heal scepter-ish by the time you finish your Orchid. Every time you get hit by a Fire Spirit, your attack speed is basically 0. And you don't really have a good counterplay to that. You summon.
In our quick downtime while we were away, I actually took a look at the the Lycan stats over the last couple of weeks. And as an offlane, the hero is just not winning games. He has a positive win rate when played mid and safe lane, but his best win rate and the most matches, surprisingly, have been in mid. So that's...
What facet? Because honestly, I feel like both facets are pack leader. I mean, obviously the Spirit Wolves facet makes it so you can't control your wolves, but I mean, plus 400 health, plus 48 damage is no joke.
I can tell you that Spirit Wolves has a 30% win rate. It's both offlane and mid.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that you can't control them makes it, yeah, not very desirable. Because one of Lycan's biggest strengths obviously is scouting with it.
Well, we'll get the Jakiro again, which we've kind of theory-crafted a lot lately, that it's a good counter to the Phoenix, in the sense that, you know, get less attack damage, but you get double right-click for every single time you right-click an opponent. So it's a good way of dealing with the Phoenix Egg.
And you get attack range.
And you know what, Black, maybe this is exactly what you mentioned. You said you don't want Argentina to necessarily change it up. And they're going for the same draft. It's just they believe in what they're playing. Is they realize they got outplayed but not outdrafted, which is not a bad thing.
I agree. It's just... I feel like Lycan wouldn't have gotten banned or touched, really. Like, why not just pick something else? You know, like, why not just pick Beastmaster? Because now you have this problem.
Something else.
Chaos Knight destroys Lycan. Beastmaster doesn't have these weaknesses. You know, like, Beastmaster literally doesn't have these weaknesses. You would have already dealt with the Phoenix. Like, heroes like CK wouldn't even be an option against Beastmaster just because of the presence of a Beastmaster. Beastmaster Jakiro is insane together. Like, why does Lycan? It's not a bad hero, probably, but it's just so random compared to, you know, a powerhouse like Beastmaster.
At the same time, Brazil's also staying away from this Beastmaster, which I think could have been a great tool of dealing with Lycan. Mars, similar thought process behind it, and also a great setup for the Phoenix Egg outside of the Mars arena. But I still also think that Beast could have been a bit better. But let's stop talking about it, because Beast is not going to be making his appearance here unless Argentina's flexing Lycan mid. Like I said, highest win rate he has, as a mid laner. So if you want to run Lycan mid, Beast offlane, there's going to be a lot of summons on the map for you.
Hey, we've seen Beastmaster mid ran for a long time too. That's always an option, you know? Like, that low mana cost on the Axis makes it very obnoxious to play against. But as I said, probably not going to happen.
A lot of reserve time being ran through right now, below a full minute from Argentina for their third pick, and they're going to have to reveal both third and fourth here. Which is not the best, but they will have overall last, which is going to be feeling a bit nicer to them. I would like to see something maybe like a Storm. I mean, honestly, you mentioned the Storm for Brazil, but I wouldn't hate to see it for Argentina. Nope, it's the same draft, Black.
What are we missing? Clockwork?
And ET? No, ET
was Clock and
Brazil,
Thanking.
Yeah. They're both in the pool.
They're probably staying away from the Sand King after that last game, though.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Senking doesn't do too hot versus Phoenix and Mars either. CK, he's fine with CK. He can deal with him, but...
Alright, what else you got? You know what the real problem with Lycan is? The meta is so aggro that offlane Lycan just doesn't offer anything to you. You can't pressure the enemy carry. Enemy carry always free farms, basically.
Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, it makes sense that Lycan middle has a high win rate because the hero scales super well. It's just his laning phase doesn't. You farm. That's all you do. You know, Pangolier.
Oh, probably a bit better than the Sanking. I think a bit more of a safe pick, and everybody's been playing the hero for like the last 2.5 years, so everybody should be quite familiar with it. Also good at disrupting a lot of the team fight that you want to see from Mars. He's quite efficient at dealing with CK and the illusions. I don't hate this pick. It only makes me wonder, are we looking at 3 melee cores, or, since Argentina has overall last pick, a potential Sven support?
Sven support could be an option that I wouldn't be too against. Lycan carry, honestly, I think probably also works quite nicely. It's just the problem is this Chaos Knight right now, you don't have good tools against it. Like, Pangolier is okay, but you're countered by Puck, and Chaos Knight is going to build into an Orchid as well. And they got quite a lot of stuns too. Coil, of course, is the biggest Pango counter in the entire game. It's already not the greatest Pango game. I like that Puck pick a lot.
Yeah, it's great, and it's a great synergy when it comes to teamfight. You get Puck, Coil plus Mars, Spear, or Arena, Coil plus Egg, Reality Reef to be able to break the Coil. Brazil's definitely in their bag for this draft. And we can see that from Argentina, who's right now really struggling. They're burned out almost all of their reserve time, and they are very much on the back foot.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this time I'm going to give a big drafting edge to Brazil. It's quite tough for Argentina to win this game, I'd say. They have very similar problems to the last game, but this time around, I feel at least Brazil's lineup is much stronger than last game as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, who's going to initiate for you? You don't have anyone.
Seconds remaining.
Like, a Pango Roland is never going to do the job. You need somebody that goes in first. Who's that?
Radiant
It can't be Sven. Not until he gets, 2-3 items at least.
They're banning Rubik ET, and Brazil's banning out the Mirana. Mirana would have been a great way of dealing with the Phoenix and with her, what's it called? The solar facet, the solar flare. She does a lot of damage if they would have wanted to play Mirana core. It would be a nice way of dealing even with the illusions from the CK, because she loves building Mjolnir. It would be a range carry. But Brazil's gonna take it out of the draft. They're going to ban out the Ursa. So now Argentina's very limited in what they could pick if they want to flex this Sven to support, of course, which is not a guarantee yet.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they end up picking. Brazil, though, they've got the last pick first. Morphing against CK is pretty rough, too. Like, the reason why CK is such a strong hero is because he's one of the best anti-carries in the game. Like, most carries hate the matchup against Chaos Knight. Which again, Sven is a decent option. It's just, what happened to Tiny, by the way? Wasn't banned either game. No team is touching it. I think Tiny right now for Brazil could be pretty insane.
Another way of utilizing the coil. Yeah, no, I like that.
I mean, the problem is, as I said, Lycan, CK can practically 1v2 this lane. Lycan can't pressure the CK at all. You literally just stand there and farm. You don't need a great pos 5 to redo much. I think Tiny is a great hero. Then you can just put Tiny pos 5 even if you want. It's probably not really what you want, but it's an option. Grimstroke. Okay. I actually forgot about that hero. It's way better. It hard counters Pangolier.
Yeah, I don't know if it's way better, but it's exceptionally good here.
It's really annoying for Lycan too. Like, imagine Lycan and Pango get chained together, the fight is over.
And then you get double Chaos Bolt with the Soulbind, double Reality Rift, and Argentina is gonna stick to this Vent position 1 carry, and they're gonna go for the Disruptor, which, well, the name says it right. The plan for Argentina is to disrupt the colossal team fight from Brazil. That's why you want to use the Pango roll. That's why you want to use the Thunderstorm, and Static Storm, and you want to get pickoffs. It's a pickoff game of disrupting team fights versus a combo wombo from Brazil. Black, who do you have, and why?
I think Brazil. I think Argentina has the same problems as last game, but this time Brazil has a much better draft than the first game. So knowing that, I just don't see how Argentina is gonna... They have the heroes to win, of course.
Yep.
It's a lot more difficult than it is in game 1, but it's possible. Just from what I saw in game 1, Brazil looks to be a little bit too good, and now with a draft that's this good, I think they got this.
I'm going to say the fact that it's also much easier for Brazil to execute their game plan is going to be the reason I'm taking them. Right, you have the natural counters, as you mentioned, to the Pangolier. And Argentina has a very solid game plan, but I just think they haven't shown me enough yet to make me believe that they can execute it at such a high degree versus such a simple draft from Brazil. So I'm gonna also go with them. I know it's not gonna be too interesting for the viewers at home, but hey, if you support Argentina, let us know in the chat and on social media. And if you want to stay up to date to all of the Iesf results, don't forget to go to iesf.gg to see what has been happening in all of the Americas qualifiers, even before Dota 2. Now, Game 2, only mere moments away, and I would like to see this Pangolier have a good showing versus Puck in mid. That's my wish list for this game.
Well, there's good news for you then, because Pangolier usually lanes very well against Puck. It's just in the mid-late game where it becomes really difficult. Like, Puck is just... It's just such a bad laner nowadays. Like, they nerfed his damage, they nerfed his spells, they nerfed his attack range, they nerfed his phase shift. The heroes are so nerfed. Like, his laning phase is terrible, actually. Like, I don't actually can think of a hero. Let me just go through the list, I don't want to lie. But I feel like there's almost no hero that can lose to Puck. Maybe like a Winter Wyvern or something, you know, if you want to cook a bit. But a normal mid hero? No way. No way. Anyway, as I said,
What are your
Brazil,
thoughts on this Disruptor?
for me,
What are your thoughts on this Disruptor, Black?
I think it gives them exactly what they needed. Game 1, biggest problem, initiating on someone, right? Now, if they run away, just glimpse them back. That's what I always keep saying. Disruptor is the easiest hero to fix catch problems. Because you always have to glimpse. You know, glimpse is like the best catch spell in the entire game. Ooh, Tala. Ooh, they saw that. They should know there's a ward there. And they ping it out, and they're
just going back to their own way, yeah. But they're smoking after that. Okay, this might actually catch Argentina by surprise.
Yeah, see what they can get here. If the Disruptor walks up the hill, he's dead. But they should know better than this.
Everybody would die here, right? Anybody on the side of Argentina. Maybe the Pango has a slight chance, but Swashbuckle is level 1 is a bit of a bait when it comes to repositioning, not the best tool, so nobody will get caught. Although Brazil still sticking around the area. Summer Kid coming up the high ground, Donatello gonna steal the bounty, and now they're splitting up and they realize, no, Disruptor is a slow little boy, so we're just gonna kill him no matter what. Pushback or not, First Blood gets claimed by Summer Kid.
That's a problem, because CK was already gonna free farm, and I got First Blood as well. Good gold infusion, of course.
Yeah, the Leica's not gonna be a big fan of that. CK coming in with a bit of extra gold on lane. I guess they're trying to abuse Donatello up top right now. Very low in armor. Fire Spirits in cooldown because he used them for the First Bloods, and a lot of right clicks and nukes coming in from both Runway and Gork on the Sven.
Now let's see. Top lane should be free farm for both. Although lane against Phoenix is pretty annoying, so they might actually be able to pressure the Sven a bit later on.
Radiant's courier.
Bot lane, as I said, CK should just be free farming, no problem. What is the off lane Pango? Mid Lycan, nice. Mid Lycan destroys Puck, in theory.
Yeah.
Like,
This
he
is
just
kind of
can't
what
last
you
it.
wanted to see from them.
Yeah. Like, just look at how unfair it is. So every wolf has 46 damage right now. And your main hero has 73 damage. So you have a total of like 125 damage against Puck 60. It's just incredibly unfair. There's nothing you can do.
Teaching us a valuable lesson is Hermit, the fact that life's not fair.
So I
Do you
really
think
hope
life is
that
fair?
Puck gets nothing here. Like, Puck
Do you
should get
think life is fair
absolutely
black?
nothing. No. No.
No, exactly.
Life is the opposite of fair.
Unfair.
Exactly, as we all know.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Uh-huh.
the nice thing about the human brain. Like, selective memory makes it so that we remember all the bad times 100 times more than the good times. So in our head, life just sucks all the time, you know? And then you have one good moment, and you're like, wow. And then you have one bad moment, you're like, ah, everything is so bad, you know?
Wait, you guys have brains?
Wait, what is a brain?
I don't know.
How do you
Like
spell
for-
that?
Do you eat brains for breakfast?
Brainfest?
Interesting.
It must be new cereal.
So
Honestly,
far,
I think I'm onto something.
yeah, I think so too. Maybe it should be like a new brand. Oh, Wish, it's about to get branded with a couple of right clicks from Summer Kid and sent back to base once again, with it being cooled down, which is going to enable them to also get the Lotus from the Lotus pool. So far, so good for this CK Grimstroke lineup of the Radiant side.
Yeah, as we said, incredibly strong lane. Not sure how you stop him.
Shifu?
Oi, oi, oi.
Shifu? Shifu, more like,
Deadfu?
yeah. Oh man, that was rough.
Yeah, nobody had hoped to see, but that's the thing. I feel like Pangolier and Sand King are actually very, very similar. Like, they don't do much in the off lane, but the mid lane is incredibly good. So yeah, now you have this nice matchup for the Lycan, but is it worth the trade? Because your space maker, your playmaker, the Pangolier this game, is him being shut down worth it?
Donatello is baiting perfectly up top, and the glimpse is actually gonna not be sufficient to allow Gork survive. No, it will be 2 seconds until Spear of Mars. Huh. I thought Donatello played that nicely, but in the end he did get punished.
Yeah, if it survives just a little bit longer, then maybe they can even turn it around. But we already see 17 denies on the Lycan. It's pretty ridiculous.
Puck's not doing too bad compared to, well, he's doing way worse compared to how he played on the Ember Spirit in game number 1, where he was the one leading the charge, but only 8 last hits behind. Okay, Talat is a bit overzealous actually with that illusionary orb, jointing into it. Summer Kid's also under pressure down bottom, but I think the Puck is gonna fall mid. No, the Lycan turns with the tail between his legs, allowing the Puck to survive, but both the CK and Puck will need to heal back up.
Yeah, luckily he still had a flash for the CK, because he overestimated himself just a little bit. One Slack in the 6 has actually kill threat though in the mid lane, so we'll have to look out for that. Sven in trouble. And he's dead. And Runaway is also dead. And nobody gets the experience.
massive victory for Donatello and his offlaner. They're gonna be having a field day on that top lane, let's be honest. Punishing Argentina, who's having a very, very rough start. Yet again, actually, FTW is even top farming in the map. 34 last hits with 10 denies, and yes, Hermit is doing a lot of good job in mid with 20 denies in 33 last hits. But for a Mars offlane to have such a lead versus a Sven matchup, it's incredible from FTW.
Oh, he opted in. Shapeshift popped. There's no coil yet. I think two
Nice
more creeps
attempt at
should do it.
juking.
Oh, there's
He's
a coil.
fine. He's fine. He has a regen. He's healing. That's a
Good
basically
bait.
first shapeshift wasted.
Yeah, great bait with the regen rune running. He might actually get a counter kill soon. Like once shapeshift expires, get a teammate over for the coil. Like any moment now. All that being said, Summer Kid's actually aggressing bot lane.
Look how deep he is. They really wanted maybe to potentially pressure that Wisdom Rune, but in the end, the Argentinian squad well claimed theirs. It's going to be traded. Donatello already has one for the Phoenix, so not too complicated of a situation for them.
Yeah, and now Pangolier and CK actually sitting neck and neck, so Pango is doing a lot better than he actually should, I think. But I feel like nowadays the offlane is pretty much almost always guaranteed to do well. Why do you think that is?
Oh, that's a great question, Black. I actually think the offlane has just kind of turned into a full... It's just such a valuable lane. Offlane is no longer someone you sacrifice. The offlane is basically a position one so many times. It's so many times you sack your mid laner to have a good offlane.
Yeah, or you stack yourself lane. Well, you don't really stack yourself lane. It's just... Offlaners are so... stupid. They're so strong.
Okay, yeah.
Like, why is Mars so strong, you know? Like, his stats are crazy. His attack range is great. His attack speed is good. His damage. Like, he doesn't need all this stuff. So, as you said, oftentimes they actually do end up just crushing lane and top of the net worth, and then you snowball from there.
Well, we're back underway after that quick pause. And, I just wanted to ask, was it Shifu that played the Leica last game?
No, he was the Sanking.
Oh, so they swapped, they kept the player matchup, but they swapped lanes. Huh.
Summer Kid is burning a bit, but he should be fine. Also, what I wanted to say is, one item why all the offlanes are winning now. Bracer. They just build 2-3 bracers, and they have enough HP region for everything. Ooh, without shapeshift? Huh. Interesting.
I mean, rotating in when you're like 200 HP, it's never a smart thing. You wanted to help Tala get to the power rune, but Donatello was also there, and they're not even going to get it. It's going to be Hermit finding the shield rune bottom, which is very funny.
Yeah, Lycan is continuing to do considerably well. But of course, he's going for the Helm of the Overlord first, which means his Orchid is going to come out quite late. I am fully expecting Puck to have a Yules by then. Maybe even the Phoenix as well.
Pangolier does get caught. They're going to kill the Phantom's Embrace, but the Puck is there, so the Wording Rift will be more than enough to allow Tala to get the kill. With a swift rotate bottom, but when you rotate like this versus a Lycan, your tower is in very big trouble. And let's see, is Hermit gonna get it? But ooh, they're sending Mars mid and using the Fortify as well to stop any such shenanigans.
Summer Kid with another kill. Early game is looking pretty amazing already for Brazil. Only Puck has a little bit of a struggle going on. Easy here, they can recover quite nicely. So they're definitely very happy with the early game here.
Smoke up from bottom. Who are they gonna get? The Puck's not that healthy. As bottle's empty, he doesn't have a bounty rune to recharge it with, as Hermit denied it very nicely with the Wolves. Now the smoke gets broken by Runway, they're trying to get on the Pangolier, and they're gonna go ahead on top of him, and the Phoenix Supernova coming in at the right moment. They're trying to kill it, but it's a bit too late, as they're not gonna get it, as Hermit gets a kill in mid onto Hani. Now he's instantly down bottom, Rolling Thunder coming in. Talat has an illusory orb, but he doesn't have any HP, so the turnaround will not be happening from him. Can he get anything? Both ultimates have been invested. They really want to find at least one more kill. Even if it's a support, it will be better than nothing if they can also convert into a tower.
Finally waking up a little bit. Very nice rotation. As you said, getting the tower, getting 2 nice kills. Lycan is doing Lycan things. Very happy to see that.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
1k lead now. He's on his way to the Helm of the Overlord, which will be a big power spike for him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If they're losing their mid tower, though, it's not worth. They're probably not going to lose it, but it's going to take a lot of damage.
Mars is second in net worth, surprisingly, but I feel like he's still too far from the blink, because he did go for the double bracer build as you suggested, but that's going to slow down his blink timing. And now in mid runway, just going to completely annihilate Summer Kid, who has to step out of the Static Storm, walking towards the rest of the 4 teammates of the Disruptor, and that was such an easy kill
Dire's
for
top
Argentina.
tower is under attack.
I know that's what I mean with the power of the Disruptor, right? Like, he
Yeah.
knew he was dead if he runs away, so he tried to maybe look for a fight instead and fight back, but he was pretty much doomed. I hate that as a Dota player. Like, as soon as you get the Static Strike on you, the Thunder Strike, you already know you're dead.
Dire's structure.
Like, oh yeah, okay.
Disruptor, man, no, don't complain about my Disruptor, please. I beg
Yeah,
of
of course you love
don't-
it when you
don't-
play it.
Don't nerf the hero, please.
No, just rework him. Remove Glimpse. That ability is so
No!
broken. Yeah.
No!
Glimpse is so broken, man.
They already gave him like double. By the way, I actually think Kinetic Wall is actually quite poggers. I'm just gonna put this out there.
Dire are scanning.
It is very strong.
Anyway,
But
as we move
he
on from,
took the Thunderstorm instead, which helps you farm. But
yeah. Moving on from our Passion Heroes conversations, this puck is so far behind. Compared to the game Tala had in game 1, he's definitely found his match in this game. And you mentioned for puck, it's hard to lose a lane unless you go for some shenanigans, and the Swapperoonie with the Lycan in mid definitely punished him, as he is by far the most underfarmed core on the map.
Radiant are scanning.
yeah, as I said, it's like one of the most impossible lanes for Puck, I think. You can't harass Lycan. You can't last it against Lycan.
Is under attack.
There's just nothing you can do.
He's going Witchblade without boots.
Yeah, he feels like he needs some more damage. I'm a little bit
probably
inclined
does.
to agree, to be honest.
Yeah, he does need it, and it's gonna help him farm a bit faster, and of course some of the extra presence in team fights. The only problem is when you're gonna have a Pangolier rolling at you, a shapeshifted Lycan with Warcry chasing you down, your illusory orb is not gonna be sufficient, I don't think, to get you out of there.
No. Especially not without boots. Especially not without Blink Dagger.
Honey, man,
But it will help him
trying
farm
to-
too. So,
Yeah. Smoke up
pretty good
top.
item.
FTW has already revealed his Blink Dagger because he was killing some creeps in the lane. But let's see, can they find this massive Lycan target? And they're heading towards him. Smoke breaks. Hermit is at level 11. He's very tanky, but the Spear of Mars connects perfectly with the arena. And I think Donatello with a Supernova on top of him is going to be an easy kill for the trio of Brazil. And now the coil in mid. Onto the Jakiro. They want to get the second one, but run away with a turnaround. We have a beautiful Soulbind though, and the puck just dies under the tower. But the Mars is going for more, and he's gonna get M. As FTW continues to be the absolute highlight of Brazil in the second game. Gork is here, wants to go for the Phoenix, but Donatello is juking north, almost forcing out the Rolling Thunder. But Shifu says, maybe not. I'll just kill you with my Shield Crash instead.
Yeah, not a lot of juking to be done, unfortunately. As I said, Disruptor is the #1 most obnoxious heroes for almost every player in Dota. It's just not fun to play against. Just remove him from the game. Thank you.
Worse than Pangolier? Come on.
I mean, in a okay, there's. I don't know if you agree with this, but how long have you been playing Dota? Have you played Dota 1?
Not. I've played Dota 1 after Dota 2 was out for like a little bit, just to see how the game is. So no, I wouldn't consider myself a Dota 1 player. No.
Now, in Dota 1, and probably over the years too, you noticed this. Like Dota 1 was very fair. I would like to call it.
Okay.
You know, people were very honest. Heroes were very honest. You didn't have a lot of. Of course, there were some annoying heroes, but you could always play around it. You know. Now look at Dota now, dude. You have Beastmaster, you have Bad Rider, you have Venomancers, you have Disruptors, Pangoliers, Lycans. Like, the game has gotten so... What's a good word for it? Like, every hero is just so annoying to play against. You know what I mean? It's very hard to find, like, a very honest and just... Yeah, I'm okay to play against this hero kind of feeling. You know what I mean?
But doesn't this also kind of describe the way society has evolved since then, Black? Because you describe it like back, 15 years. Dota 1 was fair, but so was life. It felt much more fairer than it is now. So maybe Dota has just, evolved with the way the world has.
You might be very right with that. But I'm just saying, I'm not a fan.
Of society? I'm joking.
Like, I mean, I'm the same way. The way I play Dota, I think I told you this before.
Yeah.
I literally just play to annoy my opponents, and you win most of your games that way.
Would you describe yourself as the Nick Kyrgios of the Dota 2 scene? Do you know who that is?
I do not, actually.
It's the tennis player that basically does what you're describing in tennis.
Oh, but does he win?
Yeah, it's quite good.
Wait, is it a Greek guy?
Yeah. He's the one that goes for the underarm serves and all that.
Yeah, no, that.
Also, what is happening right now? There's a lot of spells being thrown left, right, and center, but FTW is on the receiving end of a beating from this god strength Sven, as Gork is here to play, and they want to go for more. Shifu connects with the swashbuckle, and now Rolling Thunder to get it, but Soulbind coming in, and the puck is actually getting annihilated by the Static Storm. Disruptor has had a hell of a performance for a far runway, completely running away with this game. Talat trying to get out there, but another set of Liquid Frost right clicks will get him below 150 HP. Still, he's alive, but at what cost when you lost both of your, well, considerably more farm cores?
Where was this Argentina in game 1? What happened?
I can tell you where the Lycan was. He was on the offlane, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, but even Gork, like, he's having such a good game. Like, he's always there when he needs to be. The supports are owning. The rotations are spot on.
It's a bit of a warm-up game, I guess, right?
Yeah, it looks like a completely different team. And I guess he also found it very funny.
Man, this Pangolier, man. I hate this hero, bro. I mean, it's such a fun hero to play and to watch and to cast. But realistically, when you are versus a Pangolier that knows what he's doing, which Shifu kind of has proven that he does that at this game, it's very hard to challenge. And I'm gonna say it right now, I will fault him if he does go for the Blink Shard instead of getting Garden Greaves. I feel like I've seen this offlane Pango go Echo Saber Greaves, and that's when he has most success.
Yeah, but he can't go for Greaves already because he committed to the threats. So, go ahead. Flame him right now.
Sell? Pretend you're a Doom and just sell? No? Okay.
You won't be doing that. Don't be silly. He's not gonna buy team items. What team? Oh, the roll's coming. Summer Kid is now dead.
Honey is also getting just a lot here, but it's just gonna be the CK being on the receiving end, and I think you would have much rather preferred to have Honey on the Grimstroke guy instead of your position 1 CK. And they don't have a game. Like the CK was and FTW's Mars were doing fine, but now they've been shut down. Puck is so far behind. The Roshan will get taken, and I feel like we're looking at a bit of a mirrored game one. But this time, like I said, it's mirrored, so it's Argentina up to the task.
Are scanning.
It's yeah, like day and night. Honestly, it's very strange how two games with the same teams can look so different, isn't it? Now, I've recently learned something. I want to know your thoughts on that. Okay. So in competition, I didn't really think about it too much, but now it makes sense, and it's also something that I possessed back then. Like, it doesn't matter how good your goods are. Like, let's say I'm a casual badminton player or a tennis player, right? I'm gonna have these moments of brilliance where I probably look like Djokovic or Federer in his prime for like 1 or 2 balls, right?
Yeah, okay.
But what really matters is how good your bads are, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
For consistency, right? If you want to be at the top always, your bads need to be good enough to still win.
The way I put this, slightly more simplified, I guess, is Black. What would you rather have? Someone that has 5 stellar points a game, but 20 bad ones, or someone that has 25 average points? What would you choose there?
Radiant's top tower is
5 great and 20 bad, or 25 average?
Now, okay, it also depends on the POV. If I'm a competitor, the average guy for sure.
Exactly.
But if I'm just a casual guy to feel good, definitely number 1. With the 5 grades. Because if you get those as a casual guy, you're like, haha.
Oh, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. Yeah. And this one is definitely a much greater one for Argentina, as Brazil's really struggling to even kill.
He's out of mana. Can't use supernova.
He has so much HP because they do have a mech, and now they're turning around. Summer Kid, hands off keyboard, hands off mouse. Puck, hands off everything, and he just gets turned into food for this Lycan. And you doubted it. You doubted the Lycan first pick. But, I mean, it's very simple. We doubted the Ember first pick game 1, and we've been proven wrong. So I love to see that the South American region is here with some spice, making it interesting. And I'm going to say it, Black. I think they should call game.
It's pretty OP, unfortunately. And this is one of the bigger reasons why we don't see Puck a lot. We see it sometimes, but
It's very situational.
Yeah, like you can't really pick it in a situation where you could get hard countered on lane. Because Puck needs at least an okay lane to have a good game. Yeah, in this game, I think the lane swap won them the game.
Does this mean we're going to get a Lycan ban next game, or is Brazil still going to take the risk?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's hard to say, honestly, because this kind of seems like a... It can't get much easier than laning against the Puck as Lycan, you know? So... Is it worth a ban? I don't know. It's a tough call, especially in BO3 if it's 1-1, right? If it's worth a ban. Because you beat it once, you lost to it once.
They're clearly not prioritizing the likes of these Master cards here anymore. I think Weaver got banned just was ignored in game 1. And Beastmaster had the chance to pick it in. No, sorry, Darkseer, they had a chance to pick in game 1. So they are aware of the existence of those heroes, but they're not prioritizing it on either squad. And clearly they have different, different points of contention in the form of the Lycan, the Ember. And I gotta say this, Sven Jakiro duo that they've ran twice now for Argentina.
Sven Jakiro, I have no doubts about. Super strong.
Look at the wraparound, Black. This might be the last hurrah.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. Do they have the damage to do anything? We'll see. Who they catch first. Jakiro would be a great pick-off. They're running into him first. It's not even a team fight.
They're gonna get an easy one. That's gonna be a good start for them. Now, they're not gonna use any of their big ultimates, so they could go for more. Arena Supernova. Yeah.
Oh, yo, ow.
They're on the low ground. Static Storm gets used only on the Puck, but now the Sven is completely separating the fight, and now there is no more Tala. The Arena comes on to 3. He does have a BKB on the Smart, but where's the follow-up? Where's the Phoenix? Finally, Supernova comes in, but is it not gonna be too late? They're almost killing the egg, and it's gonna pop in time. The Sven it loses the Aegis, and now Brazil are doing it for a little while longer. We do not have a God Strength on the respawn Sven, so he has to blink TP out, but the Lycan is still here, and he's still chasing down as he gets reality rifted onto the middle ground cliff, and Hermit will die in the end. It is a hold. I mean, not necessarily hold, but it's a bit of a dub for Brazil.
Yeah, especially if you're behind this far, any sort of trade is perfect for you. It looked quite good, actually. Like the Sven stun on 2, cleaving them. But yeah, nice mech coming out from the Grimstroke, who's of course realizing how important these auras are. Without that mech, they lose the fight. Oh, there's FTW though. No.
It doesn't have
Also,
the axe, but
they didn't focus the egg for some reason. It was only the Pango hitting it. The Sven with Beekeeper just completely ignored it.
Yeah, but the egg also was there, popped way too late. I don't know what Donatello was doing, and I don't know what he's doing here either. You just saw them about 5 seconds ago killing your offlane. Okay. You can't win a team fight like that and just give away 2 lives for free.
You see what I mean? What a hero, man.
How did he see him? Like, where was the vision?
Does it matter? It's a hacking hero.
Yeah.
No, it's a hacking hero.
Matter.
You always have vision. You always have vision. That's the thing with that hero. I don't know how he does it, but he has like double the vision of a normal hero.
It still matters.
Double the vision of a normal hero that hero has, man. 1800 glimpse range, what is that? Dude, I love the 25 talent, by the way. That's the only reason why I sometimes play Disruptor middle, to get to 25 and then just glimpse every 6 seconds. 4 with Octarine Core. That's super fun.
Don't do that in your pubs. Guys, don't listen to Black.
I mean, I'm not saying it's good. It's very annoying, though.
Okay. Thank God.
Yeah, it's very
Thank
annoying.
God.
So if people have a similar mindset like me...
Okay, we talked about the last
Wait, he's
hurrah
trying to
second
fight? Okay.
They're going for it. CK is a bit late in that engagement, and they're going for it. They're jumping in. The Static Storm is creating separation, but the Grimstroke will die without the Soulbind. He does have a buyback. He's not going to use it just yet. They're turning around. And CK just melts at the feet at Shifu and Gork, and now the arena, just to allow him to blink away. Is the Mars going to get out to safety? Doesn't seem to be the case. They lose 4 again, and the Alpha Wolf, indeed, Hermit in Argentina, looking primed to get this second game in their favor and take us to a game 3.
Yeah, which then I'm actually not sure at all who to take. Both teams stomped each other, which probably means they're very evenly matched. Yeah, very unsure. I didn't know Argentina had this kind of Dota in them. Very fast, very quick thinking, good optimization, nice initiation angles.
Radiant's top tower.
Counter-attack Brazil game 1, right?
They're so patient as well. Like, Gork didn't want to keep going. He hit bottom. He wants to push the waves. They could have knocked at the tier 3 doors, but they realized we're going to wait
no
for
BKB?
the
Nice. Good disengage.
He's so aware. No, Gork is having a phenomenal game too. Where was he in game 1? I don't know, but he's definitely big to play now.
And they find it. Oh.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, luckily Sven ult doesn't have a super long cooldown. 90 seconds on that, actually, 85, sorry. It's kind of short.
Farm a few more creeps, and he's gonna come. So it was a nice small victory.
Hey Vlad. What spell gives 25 armor for 15 seconds? How is this number in Dota? There's 2.5 plate mails for your whole team. And 22% movement speed. What is this? For 45 mana cost?
This is 736C Sven, that's what this is.
It's actually, man, you know, just thinking back about like to Dota 1.
Okay.
Dude, like, where have we gotten, man? Backpack items, free courier, free wards, neutral items, TP slot. 8-minute duration on everything.
What are we doing right now? We're just like reminiscing all the updates in the last 12 years. I'm very confused.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense.
You know, back then, you're a core player, you jump on a support, you kill them in like 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have 4 item slots with like 1 observer, 1 sentry, TP, and a magic wand. And then I go.
You know what? That sounds like it sucks.
Yeah, but at least there was support, you know? Now supports don't exist. Supports are like pseudo cores now.
Yeah, but doesn't that make it for like a more enjoyable play?
I don't know, I don't play support.
Well, I do. And I'm gonna say it does.
Although, you do have to admit, there's a lot of people actually that love this super, you know, sacrificial, no items sort of feeling, playstyle. That's the only reason why we have so many healers in MMOs, right?
Yeah.
Like for me, I would never be able to play a healer in an MMO. Like I'm the damage guy, always, obviously. You know, but there's so many people I know, they just love healing.
Maybe they're like real life nurses or doctors or stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe. Or they just like to chill. You know, because usually these roles, they're more chill.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't need to stress so much. Don't have to press so many buttons. It's kind of like me. Like, obviously you're a bit younger than me, but the older I get, the more I like to chill in video games. You know, I was super tryhard, like doing level 1 Elden Ring runs and stuff like that. But nowadays, I just want to chill. You know? You let me play Elden Ring, I'm gonna go full HP, take it easy, have a good time, you know?
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you can follow all these actions at Black Dota on twitch.tv/Black Dota every single day. Do you stream every day?
Whenever possible. Lately, though, I'm more on the educational side. I don't know if I told you before, but I am possibly, it's not confirmed yet.
Yes, you did tell me. Yes.
Yeah, to flight school soon. Which I'm studying for a lot.
Oh, are you? Okay. Do you study on stream?
I study on stream, yeah, because actually, I feel it helps me a lot because there's very smart people on Twitch, but it also helps them a lot because like they get to learn different experiences, different things, you know. Like not many people know about aviation or the rules, stuff like that. I think it's very nice to just, you know, converse with Twitch chat and everything like that.
So are you like a just chatting streamer nowadays?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Or just studying, I guess.
When's gonna be like the first bathtub study stream, Black?
Or jacuzzi? I'm not sure yet. With like that nice ebook reader, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think let him cook, guys. Let him cook. If not, at least do it on TikTok or something.
That sounds kind of funny, actually. Like, imagine my first day as a pilot. Instead of flying the damn airplane, I'm like, here I am, guys. Got my license, just like the puck. Ooh,
no, I think that's
like,
this is just like the Pango telling the puck, here I am. And Tala, I don't think you're gonna get out of here. As Disruptor's gonna get in range. Okay, no. He's not gonna get in range. I thought Disruptor might get another glimpse from across the map, but no.
Yeah, surprisingly not. That thing is always in range.
No, it's not. Shut up. Shifu's got the pipe, so he didn't go for the greaves as Jakiro has completed it already, but he went back for the pipe, which is respectable, commendable, worthy of winning game 2. That's what I would say about this.
Yeah.
Is there a comeback potential here for Brazil?
At this point, CK is so underfarmed that his illusion just get cleared instantly by the Sven. Well, I thought the game was over like 10 minutes ago, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, it's surprising the fact that he's still holding on to this. They even managed to get another Wisdom Rune. Roshan is up again, and I actually think it would be a good idea for Brazil to try contest this. But Argentina says, yeah, we are aware of the fact that they're strong, so let me just use my Sven and go aggressive, trying to catch a kill. Get someone's blood off the table first, but nope, they're not finding it. As Hermit and Shifu are just eating away at the second Roshan, which is also going to grant them cheese.
That lightning damage to Roshan is actually pretty insane. I still don't know if it applies to his creeps too or not. It's hard to tell.
I don't think it does.
I also don't think it does. But I feel like it should.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Like, why is it so balanced? Definitely in 1 year it will affect creeps too.
No, what? Why?
Because that's how Dota goes. The power creep.
No, it will get nerfed. It will get nerfed. Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see. Oh, Yuled. He Yuled himself to set... Huh. He kind of set himself up there for a Static Storm. I'm sure what I was thinking.
Honey's gonna fall as well.
Dire's middle
Kick W, no. It just TP'd out there.
Dire's
Oh, nice. BK BTP.
They're making space. They're doing their best. They're burning the time of the ages, but still another 4 minutes to go, and it's gonna be a full Daedalus coming in for Gork.
I don't know, I mean, you obviously know who that name reminds me of. And, I can't take it super seriously.
The American football player Gronk? Gronk?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the Greece tennis player. Boing. No more BKB now.
Okay, well, the tip came in from you last time. Oh my god, what just happened to that grip stroke? Okay, well...
What Grimstroke?
Yeah, pinball on top of the summer kid. Being sent to the summer school. Summer camp? Yeah, what as predicted, the tips are coming back in.
It was so obvious, right? This always
Famous.
happens.
OMG.
Wow. You know, when I read these kind of things, do you think there's a couple, like there's a little bit of, you know, bad blood, fiery,
Radiant's top
yeah,
tower is under
like from pub games, you know?
I don't, not necessarily like something bad, but they're feeling it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, do you think the Mars is feeling it right now?
I think he's feeling a hell of a beating right now. He has a BKB and uses the arena, but where is the follow-up? CK is out for 26. You're not going to have an arena. Soulbind coming in. And Phantom's Embrace, and... okay, what about... what's next? Puck just dies for another Blink Static Storm. There's no way for him to get out. Instant buyback from Honey. 3 versus 5, 8 seconds, no CK. There is no more God Strength, but you don't have any other tools to deal with them other than a measly supernova.
Yeah. One thing's probably never going to change, how quickly Lycan takes buildings, that is. Ooh, Sven, if that spear connects, he's dead. Well, he might still be dead.
Nice, coming, pick off from Summer Kid, but of course the Aegis was still in the position of Gork. And now Summer Kid's getting glimpsed back under the ice path. The damage is gonna be more than enough coming in from Hermit, and of course Shifu. No more CK for 70 seconds, and Brazil still fighting. They're still holding, they're trying, they're hoping, they're praying, but I don't think their prayers will be answered this game.
Nope. Buyback and died again. Dead for 70, dead for 50. That's megas. Like, I'm a big advocator of knowing when to leave a game, because I actually feel like the more you play these kind of games, the more it just hurts.
Nice arena again on 4, but there's no follow-up.
To what end, my friend?
I think this is the last couple of seconds of this game number 2 as the GGs gets called out, and Argentina brings this one to game 3 despite a questionable showing in game 1. Game 2 was a walk in the park as they finished 33-13. Incredible from this South American squad.
making it look a little bit too easy. Especially after that first game, I didn't think they had that in them. As I said before, very interesting how both teams just beat each other so easily. What does that mean? That it is completely evenly matched?
It means they're completely evenly matched. It might also mean that there is a bit potential of inconsistency in these teams. You obviously, they don't necessarily have the most experience as a 5-player unit, so that might be an issue. But like I said, Brazil does have 4 of their 5 regulars, so surprising to see them actually do so poorly in the second game. And I'm actually quite concerned about Talad's puck. Despite what was the best Ember Spirit performance we had all qualifier long, this game he got completely obliterated.
Yeah, it's very hard to fault him for that though. He has some questionable plays, of course. Like, he definitely didn't look like as the cool kids say, a puck main. But yeah, like you lane against the Lycan as a puck, I feel like a lot of pro players would look just like that. Like he had like 17 denies at like what, 3 minutes. It's such a tough matchup. Like as I said, level 1 you literally have a 70 damage disadvantage. It's ridiculous. And as I said, the spells just don't do any damage. 70 damage per orb? There's nothing. There's one like an auto attack.
As we see, like this was by far the best team fight from Brazil, which is the one that kept them in game for another 10-15 minutes longer. In the end, it was still the Argentinian show just a few seconds after that, as they were getting completely slain out of the map. And we gotta talk draft, Black, because they had Sven, Lycan, Jakiro 2 games in a row, and yes, the Lycan and Sven looked underwhelming in game 1, but definitely had a hell of a performance in game 2. Now with this Pango Disruptor addition to their draft, they were such a cohesive unit and they didn't allow for Brazil to hit their combo wombo ever. So what is going to be the solution for Brazil going into the deciding game 3, or what would you like to see from them?
Again, it's very hard to say, because you literally beat like that combination in game 1. You actually don't want to go out of your way and ban it, because they beat you quite handily in game 2. It's quite tough to justify like a Lycan first ban, for example, like because you crushed it in game 1 and then you crushed it in game 2. Now where does it leave you mentally? That's the real question.
So what would you pick to counter it, assuming Hermit wants to play it again and assuming he will go mid because he's had success with it mid? What would your answer be as a pick for Argentina?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you pick Lycan middle, like we went through this during the draft, I don't know too many heroes that actually can really pressure him out of the lane, in the mid lane. Like you get your helm, and then you have like 15 health regen, incredible amount of armor, you have your double wolves to farm with. I don't think mid Lycan really loses lane, which makes sense why his win rate is so high, So if they put it middle again, maybe that's just the real way to play it. Like offlane Lycan, as I said, just doesn't feel good, because
I'm telling you, the stats say mid is doing well. The stat says Lycan mid is the way to go this patch.
What's the win rate on that again?
54.5? That's quite high, I would say.
That's not bad at all, yeah. That's just how the hero works, right? Like just how the hero works. If you look at his abilities, it makes perfect sense for it to be mid laner, not an off laner, because he can't pressure anyone, and in the mid lane you don't need to pressure anyone. You can just trade farm, no problem. Once you're 6, you can either rotate, or you can pressure mid tower with the Helm of Dominator. Makes perfect sense. I like it as mid laner a lot more. It helps you take Roshan. So yeah, I think if you pick it, mid lane's the way to go.
Yeah, getting that early XP advantage that you get, of course, you don't have someone on your lane leeching that is great. As we almost had a 33.33 long game, but no, 32 seconds, and we see so much damage dealt from a lot of these heroes. We earlier had on the screen, I think, Sven with over 30,000 damage, and yeah, most kills. Is that how many kills did he have? Eliminations? Wait, am I blind? I can't. 12 kills on the Lycan? Really? Wow.
Yeah. He had lots of kills. Had a very good game on his Lycan. Completely different from game 1. Maybe he's also their main Lycan player because he's level 28 on the hero.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's clearly. I mean, he's played in both games, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
As right now, I think the momentum has definitely shifted, right? We always talk about riding the momentum, and we thought Brazil would do just that in this game too, but in the end, they got halted by Argentina. And the fact that Argentina has played on the international stage before might be, 4 out of 5 players might be one of their advantages. But I tell you one team that is very happy to see the way results look right now, and that is Chile. Because Chile, if the third match that you're not a part of goes 1-1, means that with a 2-0 victory against either of the opponents, you would look more than confirmed getting that single slot. So they are definitely grinning as they will have one more time the chance to see the final map between Argentina and Brazil to study their opponents, but they'll do that just as you will after a quick 5-minute break. Welcome back to the battle of the South American Titans. It's Brazil, it's Argentina in Dota 2 presented by Iesf. I'm Waxing, joined by Black. The deciding Game 3. Which one of these two colossal nations will make their countrymen proud by taking it over the finish line, Black? I'm going to ask you to give me the prediction before you see the draft, just because I want to spice up things a little bit.
Doesn't it kind of feel like a coin flip at this point?
Okay.
Cause like literally both teams beat each other just as easily. I don't know, to be honest. I feel like Argentina might have the momentum now. So yeah, I think they're gonna take it. If they play like they did in game 2. I really like how aggressive they were. They forced a lot of mistakes from Brazil. So, yeah, I hope. Well, I don't hope. I think they're going to do super well. In theory, they should. But again, Brazil beat them just as easily. So, maybe it goes the other way. Maybe game 3 is actually going to be a really even game for once. We have to wait and see.
Could be very even, or could be an absolute statement, and that would be what they would need, I think, especially as, like I said, Chile is more than happy to see the trades happening in the first 2 maps between these 2 squads, Black, as we are mere moments away of getting into this game 3. I'm very excited to see, hopefully, some change of drafts, because I really think that might have been a bit of a curious one for us, right? We thought the draft game 1 was better for Argentina, ended up losing. Game 2, we took Brazil, and they ended up losing. So maybe it's not them, maybe it's us.
Or you.
What? Why me?
I don't know. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be the reason they lose or win. Now, I'm completely objective. We have no influence whatsoever on the game or the draft. There's no caster's curse. It doesn't exist. We have no power. We're just some dudes. You know, as we said, life is unfair. They're in the spotlight. We're just some guys talking about it. Let's see.
We are not just some dudes, Black. We are the dudes.
Okay, you're right. Like, every time I wake up and I go in front of a mirror and ask who's the dudiest dude, it says you're the dudiest dude.
Fair enough. You know who's been also the dudiest dude in the last couple of days? He's very muscular, man. He changes his shirt from black to green. Summons the power of gods. I hope Brazil has the tools that needed to deal with Spain in this game too. Because last game, Torque himself, well, not Torque himself, Torque of Argentina completely took the game by storm. The draft is on the way, the bans are coming in, and I really gotta single out this Dragon Knight ban from Argentina for all the 3 games. Why do you think they prefer it? And do you think it's because it's a counter to their favorite hero of the Lycan?
It's very hard to play Lycan into DK, right? He just cleaves all your units. He has a stun, the percentage damage decrease. Okay. This is a sick answer though. Like, no matter where Lycan goes, Monkey King
follows.
Yeah, Monkey King is gonna take the Lycan and German suplex him. Now talking about German suplexing.
Is that what a boundless strike is? A German suplex?
No, but I feel like Monkey King should have that. Because, as I said before, previously I lived in China, of course. Wukong is a big mythical Chinese figure. He's basically a god. I think every god should have some wrestling moves. They just look super cool.
I mean, asking me personally, I've used to be a huge wrestling fan. I think so too. But what would Lycan's finisher be then?
That's the thing. As a werewolf, I mean, he should have some grapples, right? Werewolves, historically speaking, they have superhuman strength, right?
Okay.
So why doesn't he use any of that? He just becomes a wolf and he bites you. But in human form, he just grab you like a bear hug and then throw you up in the air, jump after you, and
seconds remaining.
Sure.
right? But you have to make sure
5 seconds
that
remaining.
you put some spin on, because the more you spin, the more it hurts.
Sort of like Rock Lee. Like
Yeah,
Gage
yeah,
one.
yeah, with the thing, yeah.
Yeah, that makes
right.
sense. Okay, I'm down. Do you think this is going to be a carry Monkey
Radiant
King Black?
team pick.
I think it's. I'm gonna go wherever Lycan goes, Monkey King. To be honest, I really truly believe Lycan cannot lane against Monkey King whatsoever.
So it could be a monkey mid to punish the Lycan. That would be cool. I'd like to see that. Also, the Enchantress, a very nice addition to the draft. A way of dealing with one of the wolves and the initial neutrals that the Lycan controls before he gets the Helm of the Overlord. Maybe slowing down his progress and, of course, his aggressive nature, trying to get those early pesky support kills early on. Quite hard to do versus the Untouchable. And Argentina says, you guys pick whatever you want. We don't care. We're going to go back for the Lycan Jakiro. And let me guess. The Sven?
Possibly. It would be very surprising if they didn't do it now. What I want to see, though, really, this
10
game,
seconds
I hope the
remaining.
Eng somehow gets an Axe Scepter and uses little friends on the Lycan. Or anyone next to Lycan. Just FYI, that thing has 1200 range. That's ridiculous.
And you're talking about my Disruptor being broken? I'm just saying, 1200 range on that, that's kind of unheard of.
I also have never seen it in any game ever.
Oh, Argentina's gonna get a Hoodwink. If I'm not wrong, they have been the ones banning the hero perpetually for the last couple of games, so now they're gonna get their hands on it instead.
Let's be honest though, is there any more broken post 4 in this current patch? Probably not.
I would argue Monkey King 4 is actually probably more broken than Hoodwink.
You think so? Because I feel like
It's up there.
I mean, they can kind of counter each other, I guess. Monkey King can find her, but if she finds Monkey King, she can get him off the trees as well. Both definitely very strong. I just hope this game is not a Monkey King support.
Team pick.
I want him to be core, and I want him to follow around the Lycan.
Brazil's gonna take the Pangolier for themselves now, which I'll be honest, I like a lot. I like that a lot, and I called for the Store Spirit last game. It's gonna come through this time around for Argentina, but Pango is a great way of dealing with the Lycan, or just getting away or disrupting him. At the same time, Storm Spirit is very good versus the Monkey King. And now that it's revealed, it's a monkey core. Storm just zips, zaps, and finds you in the trees. The Static Remnant is very good. Of course, you get extra vision on top of you. Hoodwink, a great way of finding the monkey. And, I mean, Argentina is not phased at all by this change up from Brazil.
Not in the draft at least, no. I really like that. Their lineup right now looks very strong. So does Brazil's, but the biggest problem they have is that they literally have no answer to Storm at all. They have a lift, and that's
10
it.
seconds remaining.
Once he gets Orchid, he can just kill whoever he wants to.
5 seconds remaining.
That's also why Lycan is such a nice addition to almost any draft. The fact that you just give enemies -8 armor whenever you want is gonna help Storm so much. But it only works in the nighttime still, right? Did they change that? No, right?
I don't think so.
Let me see. How... At night, Howl's armor and global. Okay, yeah. So it has to be night.
At night, how broken is it?
I can't believe the Howl is also not broken. Global. 40% attack damage reduction is crazy. Globally.
Dire team pick.
Oh, and you also have +3 whole armor reduction.
What are
Howl
these?
armor reduction. Wow.
What is this Terrorblades Naga Siren Bands, Black?
I mean, these heroes are insanely good against Lycan. I don't know.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't feel like T would have been that good. But
Gonna be the Gyro.
Proctor. Okay.
Was banned one of the games in second phase, so another good way of kind of dealing with the Monkey King. And if you have the Afterburner, he's very speedy. Just use the Rocket Barrage, and then you can jive the Pangolier. Rolling
10
Thunder,
seconds remaining.
the Flat Cannon can find the Monkey King if spotted in the tree line.
5 seconds.
I mean, I like this from them. I think Argentina has a lot of good tools of dealing with this. And now Brazil have the overall luxury of final last pick. What is their answer going to be?
It's tough now that they're kind of locked in with the Monkey King. Probably Pango middle. And offlane at least with these heroes. Man,
Okay, I got one.
what is that?
Pango off lane, Monkey mid, Sven safe lane.
If they pick a safe laner, I would prefer an Ursa, to be honest.
It's banned.
It is banned. They banned themselves, in fact.
Yeah.
Troll? Troll
No.
owns Lycan and Gyro. If you get the lucky and snare, you can kill Storm too.
I think he's a bit too one-dimensional for the draft. At least this Sven gives them a lot of, like, another stun. And the armor reduction, which is great. Like, the armor increase from the Warcry versus the Flat Cannon of the Gyro. That's why I was thinking Sven.
Sven would be a good pick, for sure. I just don't want to see Sven 3 times in a row. So I'm
But
trying
you
to
do
go
know
a
what
bit more out
destroys
there.
Storm Spirit mid?
What?
Rubik.
Yeah, it does. But then you have to find a different 4, which is possible.
Or a different...
Templar
You may
assassin.
now select your hero.
Alright,
Huh.
so
Offlane Pangolier, that's fine.
mid TA.
Safe lane TA. No, safe lane Summer Kids. Summer Kids, Monkey King, safe lane. Okay. TA versus Storm Spirit mid is pretty good matchup, I would say, for the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, but Storm historically is also not bad. Like,
He
he'll
doesn't
always be able to
lose.
get levels. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't lose, but he
It's
doesn't
5-5 at
get
least.
the kills. Yeah.
And then TA is pretty good against Storm in the mid game with the traps, of course. That's nice. But TA hates playing against Lycan.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But Lycan should, in theory, be shut down by the Monkey King, right? So,
In theory. And this pretty much is confirmed. Hermit will be going back to the offlane because I don't see a Storm Spirit side lane at any point in this, this year.
yeah, it's not happening. Which, honestly, I feel like they could think about putting the Jakiro top potentially. Because Jakiro is really good against Monkey.
Yeah, the Liquid Frost plus the Dual Fire Breath would be very annoying to play into for a melee core. Despite how not melee Jakiro is, he still needs to kind of get
Melee.
up close to the creeps. Yeah, so exciting stuff. As I would argue this is probably one of the more balanced drafts we had all series long, and considering the teams that had the worst draft won both games, this is going to make it very, very spicy for us Black, as Game 3, the deciding between Argentina and Brazil, is now underway.
Let's go. Double smoke up as well. Just to get us some vision. We shouldn't really see any first blood shenanigans.
There is nothing that can stop this man!
No. Yeah, there's an offering Lycan again, of course. Runaway and a Hoodwink. I really want to see how they end up laning this.
30
But
seconds
Hoodwink
to
isn't
go.
bad against the Monkey King. But I'm not... I don't think it's better than Jakiro. And Hoodwink in the safe lane together with Gyrocopter is just as strong, obviously. TA against Storm. 5-5 matchup. Shouldn't be any advantage to either team. Enchantress and Monkey King, huh?
The battle begins.
Enchantress, Monkey King is on paper an insanely strong lane. Lycan should suffer here a lot. Every time he walks up, it's very easy for Monkey King to get some stacks on him. which of course results into one Boundless Strike, killing all the wolves as well. It's a perfect counter pick. It has been a counter pick for many, many years as well. Perfectly paired up with the Enchantress.
And you know me, I like this Monkey King side lane. I think I told you this, I believe during the European qualifiers, I believe the strength in the hero is being able to support or carry, go through the Twin Gate and rotate to level 3, level 4, level 5, and enable the other lane. Where if you're in the mid lane, you can't do the same. You can't just sack a lane there. So let's see if that's what Shifu will be doing on this Monkey King. Sorry, Summer Kid, not Shifu. Shifu's on Argentina squad.
Indeed. We have to see how well he can perform in this monkey. We have seen in the other qualifiers as well, there's a pretty hit or miss hero. Can have an amazing game or not such a good game. That's historically true though for a hero like Monkey King, I'd say. Just because he doesn't really have the best farming ability. Well, Tree Dance is okay, but it's not insane. Unless
it's not
you actually
game-breaking.
farmed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because once you farm, it's actually pretty good.
This mid matchup is, like we said, most likely not gonna favor either of them too, as actually Tala has a slight XP advantage due to the creeps dying first, but I don't think anybody should die here unless we get some rotations from the Hoodwink or the Enchantress respectively.
Bottles come out, so now the mid lane becomes very boring. I'm never gonna look at it again. How is my boy Hermit doing? 9 CS compared to the 11. Not actually that bad. But of course, as the levels go up, Lycan gets sadder and sadder. Oh, run away! Gotta be careful. Caught a little bit out of position, but no problem. Top lane. Jukiri's actually zoning them out 1v2.
That's the strength of the hero, man. It's just frustrating. With a boy in FTW is not absolutely at all. Pangolier into double range. I'm surprised he even has 10 last hits, let's be real here.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised the last picked this TA hero. Like, picking TA for the mid lane especially is very risky. Because it's not a hero that can really rotate or anything. Oh yeah, especially if it goes like this. Oh, he doesn't have... I mean, even if he gets out, does it matter? Like, you have no way to get back into the lane. This game is looking rough already for the Radiant.
Yeah, and we talked about this momentum being completely, by Argentina continuing to ride this wave.
Monkey King is going to be their saving grace, hopefully. They need him to have an amazing game, which he does right now. He's pretty much free farming. And then convert him into a strong mid game. As I said before, the strong, or rather the weakness of TA middle is the fact that you can't rotate very well. Unless you get like a haste rune. The hero doesn't offer that much. He wants to farm, right? Which means to carry Monkey King has to get more active early on. Which can work, but as a Monkey King you really don't want to move too much until you get your first farming item. But you might be forced to in this game.
And this Templar Assassin is also having a hell of a time actually punishing Shifu. And has... well, after this upcoming creep wave, it's going to be 3 creep waves ahead of the Storm Spirit, which is what we called TA win the lane, but doesn't kill the Storm. But that means she will now be able to push the next creep wave under the tower and potentially go back and stack for herself.
Yeah, I kind of miss playing TA myself, to be honest. Like the trap stack shenanigans you can have with that. Super fun. Storm is getting pressure quite a bit now too, sitting at below 300. Has to be a bit careful he doesn't eat too many cleaves. Before level 6 there's a big danger, especially if you have a level advantage in the TA. He has half a level advantage. He's actually destroying middle, hard.
And now Donatello's about to get destroyed himself. Nice usage of the telekinesis, but Gork is even coming there. I don't think it was needed, as the Ice Path will connect. Donatello will die. It's actually going to be collected by the homing missile, so the gyro rotation, missing a few last hits in lane, is going to pay off nicely for him.
Yeah, that's the power of Monkey King down there. If you can't kill him, you are going to die. Lycan's lane is not very fun. Neither is Storm's lane. Like, if you look at both their net worths, it's no good. Lycan might even be dead now. Lycan is 100% dead.
Hermit turned into dust by the king of monkeys, and you know, you won with Lycan mid, which again statistically that's the better thing to do when you change it up again. Going back to the off lane, being punished by this first pick Monkey King.
I like this. I think, honestly, I really do, that if they put the Lycan middle, the monkey would have followed him there anyway, and it wouldn't look much different. It was a perfect response. One they definitely didn't expect. One I didn't expect either.
I don't know why though, because Monkey King is very much in the meta currently.
Yeah, but I guess it's just you don't really play against Monkey King too much in pub games, probably, as a core Lycan.
No, that is true.
So maybe he's like, oh yeah, what could possibly happen? Oh, Monkey King. Well, I guess I'm screwed.
This happens, yeah. What could possibly happen? You get destroyed. And right now it's got 22 last hits, even worse than the Pangolier, who's going to have 29 after getting a few last hits under his tower, who's playing into Gyro Jack. So that's not a sight you'd like to see if you're an Argentinian supporter here.
Yeah. The only saving grace so far is the Gyrocopter. He's doing very well. Donatello's probably going to be on the receiving end again. Good night to you. Further enhancing Gyrocopter's game.
Yeah, Runway just abandoned the Lycan bottom because there's nothing you can do here to help him. So if you can enable Gork to get more and more kills, that's perfect. And accelerate his progress in this game. But FTW has level 6, and Pangolier level 6 clearly has way more of an impact than a Lycan level 6 with no items.
Oh, you're completely right on that. And remember what I said? TA can't really rotate unless you find a haste rune. Of course he finds a haste rune. Why not? No, but that rune makes him very, very strong. So you gotta be careful. Lycan's actually switching up his build completely. Going for Echo Saber first item, not Dominator. Shouldn't he want to go Dominator against his heroes? It's super good against Monkey. It's super good against TA. Right?
Maybe afraid of the Enchantress? Enchant? I don't know.
But you can't take Ancients anymore. They removed that.
I think you're just afraid until you get the Overlord? I don't know.
Oh, interesting. But if you rush Overlord, usually it's like 14-15 minutes. Oh, he pulls. You might have to pop ult here. Nope. Ench didn't even bother trying to come over. He's like, nah. I'm hitting tower.
And they're pressuring the tower, which, I mean, they don't have that much tower damage. And they will do later on when the Templar Assassin gets a couple of big items, but so far, it's just a bit of chip damage, but he continues to do it, so I guess that's not bad.
That thing might be denied range if he doesn't stop. Storm to ping bot. That means goodbye, Ench.
But the Templar Assassin is coming, and she's hasted. So is the Rubik. Not hasted, but he's nearby, and we gotta get on top of the Storm Spirit, trying to get out of there. But Shifu is not gonna get out to safety. The tower does fall. All that chip damage was worth it. Now the Gyrocopter committing to the TP into the Wukong's command, and this is a hell of a team fight. Nice bushwhack, but it's not sufficient as the Radiant heroes are just melting through every single core on the Argentinian side. Brazil sacrificing FTW, but it wasn't for the win, it was for a core wipe.
I actually can't believe they hard committed into that. They perfectly lined up for the side blades with those TPs, into the Monkey King ult. That's pretty much exactly what they wanted. And they gave it to them for free. Brazil is very happy with this exchange, obviously. Got the tower, got the gyro kill, which was super important. Storm died. Look at Storm's net worth, man. He's kinda done.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now what we're looking at here for TA. Blink Dagger's almost done, so she's going for the more active approach, which I like a lot.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Because you already have a Monkey King who wants to farm. So you being a bit more active makes perfect sense. Rubik is very farmed as well. Well, not as farmed as in the first game, obviously. But having a pretty decent game as all the supports.
It's only minute 11.
Yeah.
There's still time for him to turn
Pop
into an
off.
absolute menace.
Yup. Maelstrom almost done on the Monkey.
Dire's top tower is under
Oh, honey. Runway. Okay. Support for support kill. As there's action continues actually in this dire jungle. Shifu will zap away from there. He goes for the Hasta Luego. Do you know what Hasta Luego means, Black?
scanning.
No.
What? It's literally translated there, Black. What do you mean?
Radiant's bottom
Oh, does it?
tower is
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
What about...
We're live on Twitch, not on other websites. I can't answer that question.
Ah, okay.
Or actually, we're not even live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our fabulous Dota 2 cast between Brazil and Argentina. And Tala said you want a rune. Let me welcome you to my arms with a couple of Psyblades to your face. And Shifu is very confident now, but how confident will you be in about 4, maybe 5 minutes when the Aghanim Shard will be purchased by this Templar Assassin? That's what I want to know.
Yep, that's the moment where you can get solo killed quite easily. Always gotta be careful with that. TA, blink done.
Dire's
Top tower should be taken very easily.
are scanning.
But the Dire can't really do anything other than catch up with farm. They're not strong enough to fight right now. And I still don't
Did you
understand
put
the
ketchup
lightning
on
build.
your farm?
Okay.
You put ketchup on your farm? What?
What?
Dire's top
You said they can't do anything other than ketchup on their farm.
Yeah.
bottom tower
Ketchup? No? Okay.
Ketchup? Oh, yeah. I get it.
That's in the
Hey, bro,
sauce.
it's,
Come
it's
on!
It's 4:30 a.m. What do you want? Yeah. I'm trying. But brain
you sleep
processing
today?
speed goes down. What?
Did you sleep today? Did you sleep today?
We don't talk about sleep. What is sleep?
We. Okay.
That's right. Okay, just a couple more hours to go. And then a
Poggers.
couple of PT sessions. And then sleep, maybe. I'm a busy man, what can I say? You know? We have a saying in German. I think if you translate it directly, it means something like sleep is for the dead.
Oh, we have a saying that says we'll sleep when we'll get plenty of rest when we're dead. So that sounds relatable.
Yeah. Thoughts on that, by the way? I like to sleep,
there-
man.
I don't. I mean, I would like to sleep. I'm just always very, very excited, Black. I'm always,
Oh.
always, you know, on the edge. I don't know. I don't even drink coffee, man. I'm always up. You know.
Are you a light sleeper?
I guess so. No. I'm quite a deep sleeper, I think.
Because I'm a super light sleeper. Literally. You know how quiet cats are, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Even if he just jumps into his shelf super quietly, I suddenly just wake up and like, what was that? And oh, it's just my cat. Okay. I go
Oh,
back
that
to
is
sleep.
awful. That is awful, by the way.
I hate that.
want it.
Yeah, I hate that so much.
FTW.
There we go.
Bish Bash Bosh, Sharpshooter connects, just wanted to keep himself healthy for another split second before he falls in the end to Hermit, who claims the kill after using the shapeshift, and they're going to convert now into the tier 1 bottom. Sadly for them, they're not even going to get the Roshan because Rosh is going to move up top and the shapeshift will expire in a matter of moments now. But they could still go for a play up top as we have mass TPs actually But who's going onto who? They're jumping onto the Enchantress, but the Templar's going in the front line trying to get the Hoodwink. Everybody's going left, right, and center, but the Wukong's command comes in, covers too. Shifu just zaps out, and it's going to be the Disruptor, sorry, the Jakiro to fall first as a trade. Tala gives his life away and run away, does just what his name says. That is not a good jump in from the Templar Assassin.
I think the original jump in was actually just fine, but then he chased for like a good 10 seconds, putting him completely out of position, whereas the rest of the team was busy fighting on the bottom half of the screen. You really have to be very careful as TA. Like, if you don't have a BKB, obviously your survivability is very, very limited. And also, if you don't have a Desolator, your burst damage is very, very limited, which is why oftentimes we don't see this Blink Dagger first. It doesn't give you survivability or damage, obviously. So, yeah. This time it didn't pay off for him. Well, he's a support kill for the Storm again. And
6 Galvanized stacks already. He's starting to rack him up, slowly but surely.
yeah, and it's starting to look like an actual competitive game. You know, no stomping in game 1 or 2.
That's what we wanted in Game 3. We've been talking about the importance of this series. Very many things at stake here for the teams. Also, how is this Enchantress so high level, Black? He's level 9, just 1 level behind the Pangolier.
He has been farming a lot, so it makes sense. They have a Gleipnir as well already. Against
On the
Storm's
Enchantress? Oh my
No.
god, I thought you meant on the Enchantress.
I wish, man. I wish it was that rich. But yeah, he has an illusion rune on Storm, so they don't have any way to kill him.
Harpoon, fully done for Hermit. He played the offlane Lycan game 1, he played the mid lane Lycan game 2, and now he's playing offlane carry like Lycan in the deciding game 3, showing us that he can play all of the builds that exist on this hero.
Radiant's middle tower
I mean, his damage is nasty. Hidden for 250 like that? With 1 item? That's pretty nasty. Do you have a better word for that?
No, I like that. Nasty. It's good.
Look at how he's just knocking the tower down in seconds. Well, they're trying to sneak a Roche here. The Roche is obviously quite fast. Can they sniff it out? Doesn't look like they can.
Well, they sent out the wolves,
Oh, the
and the wolves are
wolves are
definitely
there,
going to
yeah,
reveal
yeah,
that,
but
but
they don't
Storm's
have
not
time
there.
anymore.
Nobody's there, but they're pressuring mid tower, and they're pushing the wave down bottom, so at least they're taking control a bit back on the map. They would have loved if they could have converted into at least a tower, but it doesn't seem to be the case, and this is a way slower Roshan than the ones we've been used to seeing, because it's usually Argentina in the pit with the Lycans in both game 1 and 2 getting the first Roche kill. So Brazil, realizing that might have been a bit of a hiccup on their side, this time will not allow Herbert to do it.
I really like that adjustment a lot. And the game is now pretty much back to even completely. How's Tia looking? Still 1k away from the Deso. And you're dead, Donatello.
Yeah, that's the perks you have on this Lycan build. We praised Donatello's performance in game 1 under Rubik. He's not gonna have any showing this game as long as this Hermit Lycan will be alive with Shapeshift available.
Yeah, I wanted him to go Harpoon in game 1 already. So now that he did in this game, it just looks good. It looks very good.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, and it feels like he's feeling a bit more comfortable with this build, and obviously the one that he had in game 2, that in game 1. So sometimes, yeah, it might not just be the meta one. I keep on talking about the auras, but that's why you pick a Jakiro. Which, what do you want to build? A 4-staff? You don't need it. Get a Greaves. And that seems to be the name of the game.
I like it a lot. Like, if you don't have the opportunity to do it in the offlane, you gotta switch it up, because as we know, if you have Greaves and the enemy doesn't, you're far ahead. But right now the enemy has Greaves and you don't, so you gotta be extra careful.
They don't have Greaves, do they?
The Pango has.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, Greaves first.
Gleipnir, Wukong's Boundless, Primal Spring, Bish, Bash, Bosch, Hermit does not have the Shapeshift, and that's going to be a massive kill for the Brazilians. Okay, they're using the Rolling Thunder just for extra safety. Harpoon to pull himself closer to the afterlife.
And we've got 3 minutes left on Aegis still.
There is nothing that can stop this man.
How's our boy Tier looking? Kessel's trying out now. Ooh, that's a huge kill. If he doesn't die now for it, or the shield rule is massive, without
He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. I say that he's very cautious with the bolt lightning, but he will use it again, and he's now gonna go for Black. It's been about 2.5 months since we last saw this together. A Meteor Hammer Storm. If you remember, it was the African qualifiers just when 736 came in, when this was in the meta. But since then, I haven't really had the chance of seeing Storm Spear and Meteor be played at all.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, wait,
He's going
killing
in.
on the edge potentially. She's tanky, man.
Did he even pop the Meteor Hammer on top of her? I don't think he did, but look at the harpoon. That looked like a pudge hook for a split second.
Well, who needs that? You know, fun fact, 99% of storms just build Meteor Hammer to have the mana regen. They don't actually ever use the active.
Yeah, but it's not as good as it used to be. That's what I'm saying. That's why we haven't seen it since the African qualifiers, because it got nerfed. Like, the mana regen on the Meteor Hammer is just like half. It's been half since it first became a thing.
Yeah, but why don't they use the Meteor Hammer anyway? It's a good tool.
Yeah,
you know,
you gotta
to
set up
force
for it. We saw
reposition.
it right now. We saw it right now. Vortex into Meteor Hammer. Like, that's the way Thompson would do it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, the stun duration, of course, doesn't line up quite perfectly. Well, level 4 Vortex does.
Well,
Yeah, especially against the
this
TA.
Aegis
Very good
Templar
paper.
Assassin, 1 minute left, and she's knocking down the mid tier 2 tower. She's got 1,000 gold in the bank, starting to build towards her BKB, but she does have the full shard purchased after the Deso, and that's concerning for the Storm Spirit, because he didn't go for the Yules, he didn't go for, well, for any Dispel items, to be fair. So if he gets caught, he just probably dies to the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, luckily he storms, so he has quite high init armor. But yeah, if he gets caught,
Gyro? 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 Gorg survives. Can't say the same thing about Talat, but the Aegis was running low anyway, so it doesn't matter. Now let's see, the Bushwhack, is it going to be pitch perfect? It's not going to, but the Telekinesis instead is not that hard to hit, and the Storm Spirit gets melted, but not fully, as the Templar Assassin without the BKB or Aegis is the first to fall, and look at Hermit. The Lycan eating away at every single core on the Brazilian side, and now the Rolling Thunder is way too late. 4 players have fallen from Brazil, and Argentina not just hold on to their high ground, but they get 5 kills essentially.
yeah, it's looking very good now for Argentina. Tier with his item build falls off very easily. With Tier, you always want to be top 1 net worth, but Gyrocopter is comfortably sitting in that spot. Lycan is becoming massive. We spoke about the Lycan and Gyrocopter combo. The -7 armor on everyone is crazy good. Yeah, game is going to get very tough now for the Radiant.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
7k lead now. Griefs are done on Jakiro as well, so that advantage is also, or disadvantage is also nullified. Monkey King is building into a Crystallis. Ooh, that's a huge kill though.
Nothing that can stop this man.
Walking up the hill. The classic way of dying in Dota. Penguin picked up his Blink Dagger, almost shot done as well, to assist him with more survivability.
I'm concerned that we're starting to see the shortcomings of a Monkey King into a Gyrocopter matchup. That's actually one of the things I'm quite afraid for Brazil, because this Monkey King right now is a great hero if he gets to be the one on top of the targets, but you can't really get on top of the Gyro, right? It's I thought he's going to go for the afterburner, but he went for a secondary strikes cooldown, which is just a strange, fast choice anyway. But this monkey, he should have the lead in gold. I mean, Gleipnir BKB into Crystallis is not the best item, I would say. Item order.
I'm not sure why it's getting Crystallis even, to be honest.
Not very much. It's like some sort of like interaction that I'm unfamiliar with.
I mean, it is probably gold for gold the best damage item in the game. It just doesn't scale super well with Monkey King in particular.
I mean, if you had an Orchid, right? I mean, that's not even the build-up for Bloodthorn anyway. No, it's not. It used to be Orchid, Crystallis, and then Bloodthorn, but now you need a Javelin and a Blitz Knuckles or whatever you need. So that doesn't make sense either. Because then if you get Monkey Orchid versus Storm Spirit, that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. Lycanroc popped again, each with some support maybe.
Tra-la-la. As the Templar Assassin is gone, they're trying to get on top of the Lycan, but they don't have sufficient damage, they don't have sufficient lock. The Rolling Thunder runs out. Summer Kid turned into a bit of an ice cream at the feet of the sun, tries to turn around. Nice boundless strike. It's only gonna get the kill onto the Hoodwink. He's trying to get away, but the Gork is on top of him, pops the homing missile, and the Enchantress is trying to create enough separation to allow his carry to get out there 1-for-1, but at what cost? And they're going for more. Storm Spirit going forward, and the Boundless Strike coming in, full heal, but it doesn't matter. Pangolier has fallen. Monkey just need to get out of there. Honey will fall. BKB on Gork gets used, and they are so full of HP. They could be going for more, but they're trying to find a monkey in the trees.
Yeah, obviously finding him in the trees when he just has 0 seconds cooldown is incredibly difficult. He's showing a lane now, but he can't really solo kill him.
Yeah,
he could make him scared though.
On the bright side, at least Brazil had a good first, 10 to 20 minutes, so they didn't lose any tier 2 tower. Now they had the luxury of using the first tier 2 fortify. As you can see right now on the graph, we went for 50-50 to only a measly 14% win rate probability for the Brazilian side.
Which isn't too surprising.
Black.
Yeah, what happened?
You know, I've been talking about this facet of the gyro. No surprise he doesn't go for any points in Rocket Barrage if he didn't go for the Afterburner.
Yeah, no, I agree. It makes perfect sense what he did. What's the secondary strikes and a call down? Very interesting carry facet choice. Ui, careful the Jakiro there. No BKB on Storm. Oh, he just got him Jakiro actually.
I think they're just baiting here. I think, okay, they're playing 4 versus 5, but as soon as the Rolling Thunder runs out, I suspect we might see a turnaround point here. Nice silence coming in, but they're going for more, and they want to get on top of the Hoodwink, but the Gyro is there. Gork turns around with the BKB, and the Templar Assassin just melts at Hermit's Fit. The damage from both the Lycan and the Gyro is so much. Summer Kid gets Hurricane piked outside of the Wukong's command, and that means the bonus armor will be nullified. He tries to hop in and out. He will get himself to safety, but I can't say the same thing about Donatello. Like the Ninja Turtles fall. And now the Roshan has spawned. It's gonna be instantly discovered by the Hoodwink, and look at Gork turning around. They're gonna claim it.
Yeah. Well, are they gonna claim it? 1 minute should be enough time.
Of course they are. No doubt.
No Daedalus there, especially with the Lycan there. I forgot how fast the new Lycan actually eats Roshan. Well, not new Lycan, but facet Lycan. And there's almost an AC down on him as well. An additional -5 armor. That's -15 armor for Gyrocopter. Had some synergy right there. Cheese as well.
9K. I feel like they are so further down behind the network, but surprisingly only 9-10,000. They're doing very good at, keeping themselves with the farm on the line, but a TA that's dominated the Storm Spirit and she's 1K behind him is not a good look. Only two charges in the Desolator. Those stacks, I guess.
Oh, use the cheese, but not the BKB. Oh, no.
Massive pickoff.
Very well done. Nice chain silence. And nice Pango roll connections too, of course.
I mean, honestly, I think it's probably more valuable if you use the BKB and not the cheese and die there than the other way around. But, okay. I was just talking TA 1K behind the storm. They said, wait a minute, I still have something to say about this. And they do that very nicely. As getting a kill on the cheese carrying mid laner when you're playing into an Aegis, just the type of tactical you want to have if you want to spread out the map, spread around. Find Hermit here. Low half HP, the Gleipnir comes through. Another nice hit, bringing him below 1000 HP, but there is no way you can catch up to this. Like, it's such a fast
pool as well. 27 armor. He's incredibly tanky.
Wow.
He hits for like 340 damage per hit. It's kind of silly. Level 18 now online as well. I mean, Lycan is looking good, to be honest.
I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised, sorry. I'm curious to see if we're gonna get more Lycan picks in this American Dota 2 qualifiers for Iesf, because Hermit, despite a questionable start to his best of 3, has definitely turned me into a believer of the hero as well.
Yeah, it didn't look like he felt comfortable in the hero in game 1, but then in game 2 and 3, he has been absolutely owning. Must be those protein shakes.
Does Hermit do protein shakes?
I don't know. Maybe
Exactly.
we get a chance to ask him.
That is a good point. We'll see if they are gonna be on the receiving end not receiving end, on the victorious side at the end of this game 3, as surprisingly, their gold lead has been halved since they claimed their Aegis. And yes, a big part of that was Shifu falling and, wasting the cheese. But still, Brazil is doing very well to cut their losses. Right now, they're splitting up the map, they're pressuring mid, they're pushing top, they're buying as much time as possible. In the end, Argentina will claim their final outer tier 2 tower. But I'm gonna go on a limb and say that Templar Assassin pushes slightly faster than Storm Gyro.
They have no glyph. They know this. The tower's gone. No one's in position.
They're gonna force the Dire Glyph themselves. Work doesn't care. The Lycan is back though, and so is the Jakiro. This might be the game plan from Tala, trying to spread it out and maybe then find a pick-off on one isolated target. And they're gonna do mass TPs bottom. The Gyro is TPing, his TPs get cancelled. They managed to stop it with the Rolling Thunder, I believe, and they're trying to chain stun, kill this Gyro. Remember, he still has the Aegis and the BKB as soon as he respawns. The Storm is nearby, but they are lining up around him, and this approach was flawless. BKB coming in, but Gork cannot survive the physical damage from all of the Radiant heroes. And now Brazil, another great tactical approach to this. Black, I'm speechless.
Well, as you saw with the many tips, that was definitely a big mistake by Gork here, being out of position like that. But this also paves the comeback very nicely for the Radiant side, who are now smoked up, looking for another kill. If they can kill Storm as well.
Templar Assassin is not with them for the silence, but the telekinesis has come through, and now we have a boundless strike available. Storm Spirit just dies. It doesn't even matter. Argentina, a couple of too many mistakes. Yeah. They had the Aegis cheese and they felt overconfident. Now they lost Storm twice and Gyro. Well, that's it. Storm 3 times if you count the cheese, and Gyro twice with the Aegis in the span of the last 4 minutes. Brazil, this is a sign of a team that has played a lot of Dota together.
Certainly looks that way, and they're on a very nice way to make a comeback happen. No glyph now on the Dire as well, of course. Ooh, they got runaway too.
And now their Fortify was used earlier when they were pressuring top, and with the Templar Assassin Monkey King here, the damage on the buildings is actually something else. The Daedalus we were talking about, the crystals that range racks, wasn't even standing for a second and a half. As we see the Grand Magus Ball Lightning Remnant on top of the Raxes, and another 30 seconds no Hoodwink. Lycan's trying to split push bottom, but
Has fallen.
are you fast enough? The answer seems to be no. He's gonna TP back, but he will claim at least one range Rax in exchange.
The repair is what is Storm doing here? So he level 19.
Trying to catch someone.
Oh, he's going in, he's going in. Just an Enchantress though. Not the
Honey,
biggest kill.
Honey is fine. The lowest net worth hero on the Radiant side.
Shapeshift expanded for that as well. How is our monkey looking? Daedalus done. So there's a lot of physical damage. Butterfly next. I quite like the damage build up. Especially against a hero like Gyrocopter, where you really just need pure damage to kill him. Like him too, I suppose. Game is basically completely even now again. Popping more traps around. Not really being too worried about anything.
Oh, nice zap in, but I think it might just be a bit of an overstep as Shifu gets blown out of water, and now the team's trying to cut their losses. Jakiro, which will get claimed by a double kill from the Templar Assassin of Tala. It's in the name, T-A-L-A, coming for your base real soon.
They don't have a buyback. If they buyback on Storm, they're gonna be so far behind. So yeah, they shouldn't really need it. They're not going high ground. Taking it very slow and easy. Double Daedalus. One on the TA. And one on the Monkey King, of course. Who also has his butterfly flying out, I believe. No. Still needs half the claymore. Once the butterfly is online, I don't really know how to kill him. They don't have any piercing. They don't have a Maelstrom. They don't have MKB. No Bloodthorn, I think. Nope. It's gonna be tough.
He's really trying to like be annoying here by taking this, forcing Summer Kid or someone from the Radiant side to keep coming back black, but it's not gonna claim that Rax. You're not a Templar Assassin. By the way, we've hit the post 35-minute point in the game, which means every single time we're gonna get the Howl used by the Lycan, we're gonna get a few frame drops, because that's... we're in beta, ladies and gentlemen.
That's how it works. If you want to get it fixed, write a message to Gaben and buy a couple of compendiums. Smoke action. Are they gonna catch anyone unsmoked? Nope.
The Roshan, they were trying to find Roshan top, but it has a slightly longer respawn timer, so that's why they smoked out outside of the pit. As right now, this is gonna be the chance for Argentina to take it yet again. Also, I forgot to mention this. Brazil is now leading the network chart, and if we can take a quick look at the overall trajectory of the graphics for this game, they've been very much up and down, a slope and then a climb after that.
And now it's going to be the big Roshan. I can't believe they went so far away. They knew Roshan was about to spawn and now it was gone. That's a massive mistake. That's a free Aghanim Scepter for the Storm. Arguably one of the best axe carriers in the entire game.
Radiant are standing.
That's
Wait, that's not what we say. We usually say the best Aegis carriers in the game. Come on, Black.
Yeah, but he's a multi-talented person. Just like you.
Is Storm a person even? What is Storm? He's a spirit, right?
Yeah,
Are spirits people?
Entity? I mean, I guess they have their own spirit kingdom, probably.
I guess he used to be a person.
And then he got struck by lightning?
No, then he passed away and became a spirit, right? No, that's not how it works.
I don't know, I'm very spiritual.
Well, Storm definitely is, and Shifu should be quite spiritual if he somehow ends up winning this game after, I would say, at least 4 or 5 big blunders he's made on the Storm Spirit. They're wrapping around in the smoke. They have the upper hand. They have the Aegis. And I don't even know what Brazil's doing here, as they're going to get caught from the backline. Donatello's going to be the first target, and he holds himself in the air as the Pangolier throws the Rolling Thunder. The Rubik buys a little bit more time, but he will fall, allowing actually the Enchantress, Monkey King, and Templar Assassin to get out of there safely, and so will the Pangolier. Okay. In the end, it wasn't that bad of a play from Brazil.
Yeah, making the best out of the situation like that. Still though, it is looking
Radiant are scared.
quite rough. We got the blue hole online now. Together with Gyrocopter, that's one of the strongest combinations in the game probably. And you can Ice Path on top of it as well. Yeah, this is looking real rough for the Radiant now.
Oh,
There you go.
my God.
And
Oh,
one more.
For our viewers at home, you might be wondering, wait, you guys, what is happening, Gyro? And Hermit's here as well, they're buying back. Storm is coming, and so is Runway on the Hoodwink. Summer Kid has the Amplified Damage Rune, turns the Wukong Commander around and tries to hold ground, but look at jumping in from Shifu on the backline on the Templar Assassin. Now the Ice Path on top of the Monkey King, and Summer Kid will fall. Try to boundless strike himself out of it with a shard, but it will not be successful. And now FTW creating a bit more space for himself and the rest of the squad. Donatello with a Yule Scepter gonna put... Okay, he's gonna stop Hermit from the pursuit as FTW tries to cut the wave, but does he have the tools needed to get out? The homing missile's gonna connect, and he doesn't have a wave escaping. He's getting caught, he's getting killed, and he's getting eaten alive by the two bought back heroes from the Dire side.
And there's no buyback on the Monkey King. There is one on the Pango, he might have to use it. If he doesn't. Even if he uses it, doesn't change anything. So they're going Throne and then they're not. Nice buyback deterrent. Question is how much do I need to care?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
30 seconds, no Monkey King. This is not looking good. This Enchantress is doing pretty good damage here, Black. The Fortify will still get used no matter that. And look at the Ancient Guardian as well for Gork. He is hitting for about 400 apiece if he gets a good proc going. And second set full of Rax falls, level 25 on the Gyrocopter. Yo, use your impetus for damage. Thanks. There we go, honey.
Almost has the Titanic up. Whoa, don't just die like that. The BKB isn't in yet.
Rolling Thunder coming in, FTW coming in, perfect, trying to change time, but the double Force Staff's coming in now, the BKB turn around. But Gork wants to get out of there, and I think he might just do so slowly as we have a nice perfect jump in from the Storm Spirit and the Bushwhack onto two targets. But can they kill anybody? Yes, they can. It's gonna be Shifu on the receiving end of the damage from both Tala and Summer Kid. Now they're getting out of there as that was a dieback from the Storm Spirit, and Brazil manage to hold
Once more, yeah. And gold is becoming less and less significant and important. So the 7k lead might as well be nothing. It's maybe like one support item. Although all of them are sitting pretty neck and neck. Like can also finish the butterfly.
They need to get something now. They know there's no Storm Spirit for 1 minute. They would love to find at least another kill. The Hoodwink would be great for because no buyback either. But even Jakiro would still be good to allow themselves a bit more space. But Summer Kid will reveal himself.
Oh, that smoke play could have been game winning.
They're going for the racks. There is a Fortify though. The tree is moving. You know that's not the way the map works. Hold down gets used. Instantly stolen. Hani's taking his time on the high ground to throw impetus shots at Gork. And now perfect Ice Path. Donatello's doing such a good job. Stole cooldown. Stole the Ice Path. He's separating the team fight. He's forcing Argentina back. The Wukong's command comes in on top of the Lycan. Hermit, can you get chased down enough? But no, yes! The answer might just be enough, but no. Ice Path comes in a bit too late back from Donatello, and now Storm back in 2 seconds. Brazil will have to leave as the creeps are hitting away the tier 4 towers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this game is finally the one that we've been looking for. Very back and forth, very close. Honestly, I think they could have probably gotten the Rex if they played it a little bit better. But now it's just equalization between both teams' Rexes, and hopefully we get a close, nice balanced game from here on out as well.
The Rubik stole so many spells in that fight, Black, that I thought he has an Aghanim Scepter. He does not.
Yeah, I mean, he is an expert Rubik player. As you
The
can
Grand
see there.
Magus.
Is he level 30?
No, I mean, that's the, Rubik is the Grand Magus. No? Okay.
He is?
They're trying to steal a Tormentor here? Wait. They're not trying. They
were so fast.
What?
They just killed it instantly. Oh, the Jakiro, he's important. He can't just die like that.
Rolling Thunder comes in for the separation. Donatello's also trying to keep himself alive. The damage of the runways enough. Batala! The Templar Assassin's gone! No buyback for 600 gold, and now you're playing in a 4 versus 5, but they're getting on top of Gork. And Gork, Satanic available, tries to heal himself up. Another stolen Ice Bat, and he will be another casualty for the Dire. Turnaround from Shifu, buyback from the Gyrocopter. The TA is still not back in the game. Summer Kid trying to get his procs up, but he doesn't manage to get it in time, and he falls as well. Now, you gotta run away. You gotta buy some time. 60 seconds, no TA. The monkey can come back into this game, but you are looking at a 3, maximum 4 versus 5 hold.
Not the easiest thing, but I don't know how confident they are. Well, I say that they're obviously just running forward right now.
They're very confident, Black.
Yeah.
He greets as well.
No glyph.
Long Roshan spawn timer. Monkey with the buyback, but they are not gonna stop. Unless telekinesis, impetus shots work very below 80 HP, 80% HP, but look at the zip, and it's only onto Donatello. Hani is actually coming in a bit too close. He's actually going to eat a lot of damage, but instant buyback from the Enchantress. Another Ice Path from Donatello. He's trying his best to stop it, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to lose the final set of racks. They're going to get runway in exchange, and that is the dieback on the Hoodwink. Now they will be the ones to have the player advantage for the foreseeable 100 seconds.
Yeah, losing supports like that in the late game is always super, super scary. Roshan's having 2 minutes, so at least they won't have to fight there without the Hoodwink. But now the problem is you have to be not super defensively, but you have to make sure that you don't lose another hero, because otherwise you are gonna have another man down, and it's gonna take another 2 minutes, and you really need to contest the next Roshan number 4. Also, Lycan looking okay. Yeah, that thing definitely works on Tormentors.
What's his next item? Okay, a BKB, of course. He also have an Aviana's Feather, so if you get on top of Hermit while he's shapeshifted, my man, this will be a flying wolf. Have you heard of the expression of flying pigs? Yeah, just that's basically an upgraded version of that.
They're camping Roche now.
Monkey is gonna be the one to take it. I don't even know who takes it. I guess Monkey has to take it, right? Templar Assassin got her buyback now.
Yeah, no Monkey, no life.
Yeah.
He's definitely gonna be very, very important.
Speaking of monkeys, we got a Monkey King bar on the Gyrocopter. That means he's also fully invested, but of course he bought back in that previous team fight. So we are now only looking at TA being the sole core with a buyback available on the server.
Indeed. At least they have the, not the best anti-push probably, but very good anti-push. And she also finished the Hex quite a while back. This is going to be great initiation. They can probably even burst the Gyrocopter if they catch him off guard. They're setting up for Roshan.
Are they going to know the Storm doesn't have buyback? Because if they have the timer, Storm should have a buyback. He just doesn't have the money. What did he fully purchase? I know he had Parasma for a hot minute. An Aeon Disc? Is that what he bought?
Radiant are scanning.
An Aeon Disc on who, sorry?
Storm?
I think he did, yes. And it makes perfect sense because his job right now is just get a couple of good vortexes in.
Yeah, but is Aeon Disc more valuable than buyback at this point?
I mean, for Storm at least, it's kind of like a second life, right? Because you get the Heart the spell, and then you ult away instantly.
You gotta TP back to your base because you might have taken Roshan, but your tier 4 is, yes, that's correct, single. It's a single tier 4 still standing, and look at the smoke from Argentina. They know there's no fortify. They might want to go for all Hail Mary play and just end the game. Storm zipping in on top of the Monkey King, as we can't have it on our screen right now. Tala has to TP back to help the Monkey King, and they just killed him. There's no buyback. There's no Monkey King. There's no Aegis. He doesn't even have it. Why did the Templar Assassin get the Aegis? We don't know. It doesn't matter, as Argentina goes straight for the jugular, and they win this phenomenal 2-1 matchup versus Brazil.
Yeah, as we predicted, the momentum wins. After all, the early game looked so rough for them, but they made a nice comeback, especially the Storm and Lycan. Well, Chile is definitely gonna ban and the Lycan tomorrow. I hope.
We're definitely just talking about the fact that TA has buyback, Monkey doesn't, Mikey takes the Aegis there.
A little questionable decision, yeah. Maybe they didn't communicate it through very well, I'm not sure. But let's be real, even if he does have Aegis, the game looked pretty bleak. Like fighting into mega creeps against a hero like Storm it's a recipe for disaster. He's level 30 Storm, by the way, I just realized. Grandmaster. Actually, what comes after 25?
30?
Yeah, but I still... Is 25 Grandmaster already?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just a completed Grandmaster as is. But yeah, 25 is Grandmaster, level 30 is
just a different emblem.
Yeah, it's maxed out. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well,
we're taking a look at the replays from this series, and it was a lot of back and forth. It was way closer than the first 2 games, which is what we wanted. But at the same time, there were a lot more mistakes from both sides, Black, which is that you're Chile, you've watched this game, and that's something you should be able to exploit come your series tomorrow and the day after.
Yeah, they definitely have all the time in the world right now to do some replay analysis, some draft analysis. There's a lot of information to be had in those 3 games, for sure. Although, in the 3rd game you could see, I don't know what it was. It shouldn't be fatigue, because like 1BO3 isn't that much to play, but way more mistakes than in game 1 and 2. Although, can we even say that? Because game 1 and 2 were kind of stompy, so I guess there were a lot of mistakes there too. Yeah, but it was a much more even game, much more fun game to watch. Back and forth, as we said, and ultimately the better late game draft won the late game.
And Argentina right now has the ball in their court. If tomorrow they can win in any fashion versus Chile, 2-0, 2-1, it doesn't even matter. They will be guaranteed the first slot and only slot for this America's Group B qualifier for Riyadh, which, like we highlighted in the previous pregame, this is what they wanted. Last game, they made it on a bit of a hiccup because Peru couldn't show up. They got second in the qualifier and then got annihilated in Yash. This would be a great confidence boost for this national team, as you know they love representing their country, and I think it's safe to say that they've done proud a lot of the Argentinians today, especially with this game 3.
Yeah, I'd say so. Even without my friend being here, they managed to pull through. I don't know if he is gonna play the next match. If he just wasn't available today, or
text him.
Like, hey, where are you, man? What are you doing, bro? But yeah, well played by them. The draft, I like how they have like sort of a core of the draft, and then they just build around that. But we have yet to see what happens if, for example, Lycan is banned, right?
They played Lycan Jakiro every single game.
Exactly. So, like, what is their fallback if it doesn't work?
Also, I'm not really sure if that was a bit of a scuffed statistic that we had, but Templar Assassin only dealing 22,000 damage, 23,000. That is very little for a TA. And yes, the Storm didn't do better at all at 21k, but Templar Assassin that had such a strong start as Tala did should have definitely been able to, step on it way more.
Yeah, I agree. His game fell off quite harshly in the mid game, right? It's probably also because of the itemization. As I said, he went for Blink first, which is something you don't really see a lot. It doesn't give you the survivability. It doesn't give you the damage. Most of the time, you go for Teso just to build up faster into your next item. Without that, yeah, it's very difficult. Very, very difficult. And he got punished for it quite heavily.
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this Group B unfolds and to see if Chile is going to upset Argentina. I think that's what I would like to see, Black. I'll be honest, to have all the cards on the table in the third and final day, potentially go for some tiebreakers. That's what, would be my dream to see. But for now, that is going to be the end of America's B for today. As for the rest of the day, the following 2 best-of-3 series, we will be turning our heads over in America's A. And I'm very, very excited for that one. But we will come and break down all of it after just a quick break. And we have returned with America's A for Dota 2 qualifiers, and it's gonna be a hell of a second series of the day. We gotta get Ecuador versus Costa Rica, Black, 2 of the nations that don't always make a statement on the international Dota 2 stage, but we are ready to see them make their debut on stream today.
Yeah, and see what they got to offer, because I'm not going to be completely honest, I don't know too much about them.
Well, I don't know anything about Costa Rican squad.
Yeah, pretty much. We're pretty much in the same boat there. Same with Ecuador, though. I'm not too sure how good they are, what sort of play styles they have, what kind of drafting styles they have.
Well,
No idea.
I can tell you a little bit.
Okay. I'm ready to hear it. Wait.
I'm gonna go
Okay.
on a limb and actually argue the fact that Ecuador is one of the favorites of this qualifier. I would even risk it and say that they're probably some of their players, maybe let's not put them all on blast, some of the players are probably better than the United States squad. I think Ecuador has at least two players that are incredible in Sebas and Slade. I've had the pleasure of covering them a little bit. Dynamo, not so much. I believe I've seen one of his games, but Sebas and Slade are unbelievable players for both the respective squads. I don't know anything about ZP Epi. I don't know anything about Reason. So there's only so much you can do, right? We saw in the European qualifiers, Mind Control doing his best, but Bulgaria didn't manage to qualify in the end. So if the other three pieces alongside Sebas and Slade are remotely half as good as these two, I think Ecuador has a huge chance of taking one of the top two slots.
So you're telling me, are Sebas and Sladin the supports?
I believe Slade is a position 4, if I'm not wrong. And Slade is also a support, yes.
So,
But they're
of course.
incredible.
Supports
No, what
again.
am I talking? No, Sebas is a mid laner. No. Sebas is definitely a mid laner.
Oh, Sebas a mid laner? Okay, I was going to say, are we just going to have insane supports again?
No, Sebas is mid. Sebas played mid at least for a couple of months since spring. That's when I've covered his games, and he's been solidly, constantly good. He played in a team with HFN, Oscar, Demon, the Peruvian Demon, and in the end he got replaced, I believe, by 4DR. They're going for a more Brazilian roster over no ping, but he was not an issue in that squad. I'm just gonna say that much.
Okay, let's see what they got to offer then. So in your book, Ecuador is going to take it?
I think it should be a walk in the park. I'm gonna go. I'm saying I think Ecuador could get first place in this qualifier. For me, it's between them and Mexico. Genuinely.
Right, so you don't even think the United States are in the top 2?
I would like to be proven wrong because United States have a lot of what would you call them? Experienced players. Of course, Monkeys Forever has been playing Dota for a long time. Albino Zebra, I'm a big fan of him. I just haven't seen Double King RCY, maybe even Flea, perform to a tier 2, tier 3 level in recent memory. Whereas for Ecuador, like I said, they've got 2 players in that realm. Mexico, 9 plays for San King Gomez, who is a very inconsistent team, but when they're consistent, they're playing very, very well. And Mexico's been playing a lot better Dota, I would say, over the last year and a half. Their local scene has had a bit of a resurgence, or not even a resurgence, a surgence, because I don't think we've ever had Mexico on the international Dota 2 stage either. So yeah, I'm saying United States could get one of the top 2 slots, but I'm personally favoring Mexico and Ecuador.
Okay, I wasn't sure really where to go with my prediction, but I'm just gonna trust you because you seem to know quite a bit more about these players and teams than I do.
I'm gonna put it out there. The only question mark for Mexico, I believe their captain has had a hiatus from Dota for about 4 years. So that is a big asterisk. His captain, not the coach. So he's in the team. That's one of the things how good is he after such a long break?
Who's that?
I believe that is Frit or Ifrit.
Oh, wait. I definitely... No, wow, it's the same guy? I played with him in pubs back when I was in South America for sure. Yeah, I know him.
Yeah. So he used to be pretty good at Dota, But again, a 3.5-4 year hiatus is nothing that you can easily overlook, right? That's a big thing. We saw Bone 7 for the Romanian squad in the European qualifier play 2 games and then got swapped out for a different player because he wasn't quite gelling with the new blood. In the end, Romania didn't do anything either. So maybe Mexico with him can be a bit more successful than that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see who the top 2 are going to be. Obviously, it's a bigger group, so lots more games to be played there. I wonder if they're going to stray away from the meta at all, or if the great trickling is also happening here or not.
Well, we have yet to get a Darkseer or a Beastmaster in either of our games.
I'm so surprised. Why is nobody first picking Beastmaster?
Yeah,
I think it's literally the strongest hero in Dota.
They've been banning it a little bit, but not as much as I believe the hero should be banned. So that's something to be quite concerned. And, you know, Costa Rica, man, I'm looking at, like, their players, and I'm so confused. There's nobody I recognize, but I can tell you that at least one of their players is top 1,000 on Americas.
Okay, and the rest is below that?
Okay, I'm not ChatGPT. Give me a second. I'm looking it up, bro.
All right, I'm sorry.
I'm
expecting performance here.
Okay. You are the color caster.
That's right.
Shiri is doing better. So they've got one of the players is 700, one is 422. That's pretty good. I know NA MMR is a bit different than European one, and their support is 1500. So they have at least 3 players which are decently high in MMR.
Okay, now Ecuador.
I've talked to you about Ecuador. I told you about their players.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to know the ranking.
Okay, bro. MMR is just a number. Come on.
That is true. I mean, even Danny said so. And I said so too. Alright, Beastmaster is not banned yet. We're gonna
Neither is
first pick it.
Darkseer. Neither
That's
is
right.
Darkseer. But I like the tiny ban. At least someone didn't forget about the tiny. We were wondering why is nobody.
They didn't even pick it in 3 games.
Not picked
Same
up
as
banned.
the Beastmaster.
Yeah. At least
Pick
the beast got
Beastmaster,
banned.
please. Alright, okay. Honestly, Jakiro, I can kind of get behind that. Yeah, those 2 supports are kind of crazy.
For back-to-back hero games, that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about this hero right now. I don't know what else would, as he is.
10
We
seconds
can't
remaining.
do everything today. That is my question right now.
It kind of feels like a Rubik where you don't want to ban it, and it just feels good to pick. So we're probably going to see it every game.
Yeah, I don't
And
expect anybody to ban it.
And who'd want to ban Jakiro? I mean, they banned like 2 or 3 supports on Ecuador's side.
13 back.
So
Now, Ember Spirit, Phoenix, bans from Ecuador and Costa Rica. They will be the ones to have the first ban into the second phase black.
10 seconds
And,
remaining.
Beast and Darkseer are still there. You ban one, you take one. I think at this point, maybe banning Beast and taking Seer makes more sense. You get Vacuum into Bushwhack. Please?
could work, but then again, Beastmaster is just a free roar. The lane is insane as well.
There's instead.
The Beastmaster. I mean, that's an indicator they want to pick Beastmaster because Ursa's very good against Beast.
True. Deals quite well with it. Brewmaster's also good, but they banned it themselves, so that's not going to be one of the options available here.
10 seconds remaining.
Tick
No monkey.
tock.
5 seconds remaining.
Time is ticking. I don't know why I don't see any Beastmaster. Come on. Now, if they don't want to go for Beastmaster, what else is there? I mean, Hoodwink lanes well with anything, really. Venomancer this early? Jeez. I want to see Storm for Ecuador.
Why Venom, though?
Don't know. It doesn't really counter anything yet. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see what these teams got to offer, you know, in terms of draft and metagame.
5 seconds
Because
remaining.
Let's be real, this is very out there.
I mean, Venom is being played a little bit, but would I prioritize it as much? I don't. I wouldn't say so.
Radiant team pick.
Going for a Venom so early was when there's again all of the other options still available that we've mentioned 75 times already.
Is your favorite number 75?
No, I don't think so. Why?
Remaining.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, it's just it's a pretty random number to say.
5 seconds remaining.
I like it though.
Thank you. Pangolier, though, that's a much safer pick from Ecuador than that Venomancer, and also Pango is like such a great hero of killing these squishy heroes such as the Hoodwink and Venomancer, especially with the new Echo Saber build. You just die to him. I mean, there's not much else you can say about that. And now the Snapfire, another nice addition, one of these A+ tier heroes in the meta that teams both Argentina and Brazil stayed away from.
Yeah,
looking
and now
pretty
you
good.
pick Patch Omni Knight.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, for Costa Rica.
5
Yeah,
seconds
and then you have Venom
remaining.
Patch Omni Knight, and you're like, why did we pick that? And then they start winning, and you're like, oh, that's why.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. Pudge is a Snapfire counter. Just saying. Pudge is a Snapfire counter.
Dire team pick.
Ah. Okay, so
He's still Underlord.
this draft is so out there, man. I like it though. I mean, Venom 5 is strong. Hoodwink Underlord is strong. So the
But
draft
they
is coming
still
together.
have Beast Force here.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Like I like the fact that he's an aura builder, which
5
No.
seconds remaining.
go. Like
Radiant
what does
team pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Acting with it or more?
Well, I'm not sure. Honestly, I mean, Underlord is pretty good against Pangolier though. The pit can be annoying.
10 seconds remaining.
Wind Ranger is also pretty disrespectful here. Just
Yeah.
focus
5
fire
seconds
keeps
remaining.
while he's thundering away. And I assume this is very high. There's highly probability this might be a position 1 Wind Ranger, and we might see a overall last pick mid lane from Costa Rica. But Ecuador can do a lot of things here. They could flex Pango off lane, snap mid. They can go Pango mid, snap off. They could go Pango off, something else mid, and snap support.
Radiant team back.
Yeah, lots of options there. Chaos Knight, and the hero basically counters the entire draft of Costa Rica.
Really? You think CK versus Wind Ranger works out fine?
Yeah, it's not bad, especially now with the build up into Orchid
True.
and
No,
then
that makes sense.
Bloodthorn
10
after.
seconds remaining.
The lane could be tough though against
5
Underlord
seconds
Hoodwink.
remaining. Dire team back.
Yeah, it's not an easy one. Even if you put Hoodwink 5 for some reason and you have Veno Underlord, it's still very annoying to harass the CK out of the lane. Ooh. I mean, this is going to be very out there, Black. But what about a Costa Rica Wind Ranger mid and a Terrorblade safe lane?
5 seconds remaining.
Terrorblade.
It's very out there, I know.
Yeah, I mean it could be an option.
Dire team
But against
back.
CK, I want them to pick a hero that really counters the CK. An
You don't think
illusion
TB does that?
clearer,
Okay, so you want a Gyro or a Sven-like hero, right?
something
Radiant
like that,
team
yeah.
back.
Or if they decide to put the Wind Ranger carry, mid heroes that can work.
What about the DK with the cleave? We saw it banned first every single game in the first series of the day right now, uncontested. A DK cleave?
I think it can work, yeah.
You get Dragon Tail on the Pangolier, you stop the Snapfire, you deal with the CK illusions, now the Gyro's eliminated.
I'm never gonna say no to Dragon
Dire
Knight
team.
if anybody suggests that.
Face the light.
Whoa!
Oh,
Insta-lose hero? Poggers?
Dawnbreaker.
Black. Beastmaster was still available.
Yeah,
10 seconds
but
remaining.
doesn't have a hammer.
He's got 2 axes. Who
5
cares?
seconds remaining.
Doesn't have the nice shiny hair though.
I don't know what this is. I genuinely don't. Dawnbreaker and now Timbersaw.
Hero.
It's a pretty good pick. I assume Timbersaw mid,
Wait,
most likely
wait.
for Ryu.
It's gotta be, right?
Yeah. 4-3-3 will play the safe lane Wind Ranger. That's fine. That's a good draft from Costa Rica, honestly. This is not bad at all. Sebas on the Pangolier will have to take over the game, but can you do that when you're versus a Timbersaw? Big question marks there for me, actually.
The lane shouldn't be hard for Pango. I think they both just free farm. But then who makes the better rotations is really the question that's left to be answered. Oh no, of course, I know Sladin. Yeah. Of course I know him. Didn't know about Sebas though. It's a pretty badass name. I like it.
That's a great name. I agree. I don't know what this Dawnbreaker pick is. If it wasn't for the Dawnbreaker, I would have said Ecuador all the way. It's just we've had very few Dawnbreaker games since the hero, well, since the 736 patch. And every single time we had her, we're like, oh yeah, in theory, you get vision during the day. It should be fine. The hero never does anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, oftentimes it doesn't. But I really feel like it's because people refuse to build BKB.
Okay.
Like, they go to Desolator and Echo Saber and then Shard and then AC. Where is the damn BKB? Because that's the item that actually enables you to stay in fights and hit people. Like, your third spell, the heal, is ridiculous. And the sustain you give to yourself and your teammates can be insane. So I really hope we just see a BKB. That's all we need. BKB.
A Black King Bar. It's in the name of your caster, guys. We got black here. We build the Black King Bar. I'm not big. I don't know. I'm still fine. I'm taking Ecuador. Well, what about you, Black?
What do you mean you take an Ecuador? As if you were ever gonna go the other way. Yeah, me too.
I mean, it's a Dawnbreaker, bro. I'm just saying this hero hasn't been winning at all, and I don't really...
No. It's a Dawnbreaker that will be BKB.
Yeah,
So
but like there's a counter to Dawnbreaker, right? You're trying to go global, and then you instantly get a Fiend's Gate there to stop it. That's why I just don't really understand why we've seen this as the last pick.
Boom. Oi. Well, they're getting wrecked right now.
Dynamo is going to be the first to fall, and Slade will follow as. Will fall
30 seconds to go.
starting to zero snap Tango. Why are you going for a level 1 contest? I don't know. It's a question for someone that's not me.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and Pangolier wasn't even going there. Sebas probably was like, what are you guys doing there? That's a terrible call, guys. And then he just didn't come.
You know what? I would love to be proven wrong, and Costa Rica is actually the strongest team in the qualifier. This is the first without losing the game.
That would be pretty epic.
I would love that. I think Costa Rica is a country that definitely deserves some love. And with the representative of the World Esports Championships, I think it might just be what the future grassroots of esports for this country might need.
I agree with that. On a side note, though, what is that Pango in it? What does random item and ability effects of enemies near Pangolier have a reduced chance to affect him mean?
Oh, the innate ability, you mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know what you were asking me.
That's right. So if you orchid him, there's a 40% chance it doesn't orchid him, or what?
Has a reduced chance.
What does that mean? If somebody has a 10% chance to Like bash you, then it's only
Yeah.
6% chance to bash you?
Basically, yeah.
Ah, okay.
I'm gonna tell you something for this as Chuleta just dies. There is a phenomenal Pangolier support build,
Okay.
and that is the other facet. The other facet is wait, what? Is it even true? Wait, what is it? You know what? I'll actually look about this later, and I'll tell you before the second map, because I think it might have been changed, and my support build is no longer available.
Okay. I'll be eagerly awaiting your revised comment.
Oh,
As Shuleta goes down again, which means no TP for you for a good minute.
back to that death in a romance, man. I'm gonna say it, and it's not the worst thing. You're a Venom. You're a walking, talking Gale. You show up to lane, you kill someone, you die, you reset, you do the same. It's not that costly. As long as this Wind Ranger is gonna have a good lane and farm, that's fine.
I think we spotted the Venom hater here.
No, I'm a Venom player. That's what I do.
Do you actually like the hero?
Yeah, I don't think I'm very good at it. But, you know, you can't.
Is that
be
why you
good at
say
it.
you are a walking Gale?
Yeah, no, I'm realistic. I'm a pretty realistic person.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm trying my best to do good with Venom, but it's not the hero. Speaking of hero, I don't know why Thor just doesn't turn around and whack Dynamo, because I think he would have won that exchange, but maybe didn't want to tank too much of the creep wave. The healing loaders will be in the fight with Hero, as I'm curious how the last like.
Pretty
weird.
good for the Dire. But yeah, we already know Sebas is probably the best player on the server, right?
I don't want to jinx it. You know, me and Caster Cursing are like yin and yang.
Well, as I said, I believe you. I trust you.
But I'd say so. I'd argue that probably Sebas is, yeah. Although Ryu does ring a bell to me, it's just, if it's the Ryu that I know, he's also very, very good. I just never thought that Ryu is Costa Rican. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
Again, it's a nation, it's a country that I haven't heard a lot about, at least in a Dota context. So
Like I
we
definitely
will
know,
have to see what they can bring to the table with this Venomancer.
like I definitely know a player that is named Ryu. I just don't think it's him. Could be.
Do I know one? I'd have to think a bit more about it. No, I don't think I do. I'm a bit scared already for the Venomancer.
No, the Ryu I know is Peruvian, so it's not the same, unless.
Alright, fair.
Anyhow, we have a bit of a break here, you know, putting the feet off the gas for a second. Very curiously, the most networked is actually ZPP on the Dawnbreaker. And what is the build-up you think we're going to see on him as he disconnects, as we talk about him? Are we going to go for the auras, which is what he's currently queuing, or is he going to go for the slightly greedier build?
I hope auras, just cause Dawnbreaker, as I said, it's kind of a trap building him into like a DPS sort of offlaner, because it's generally not your job as an offlaner anyway. You're supposed to tank, you're supposed to empower your teammates, you're supposed to help them sustain themselves. You're not, the carry. I feel like a lot of offlaners just go for a carry build on the hero and they completely forget their role. So I really like this, what I see queued up right now.
Yeah. Same here.
In mid lane, as I said before, we have to wait until we see level 6. Then we also have to see who does the better rotation. It could be Pangoli as well. TPing in timely, bursting hero too. Could net him a big early advantage. But generally, it's much easier to rotate as a Pangolier.
I'm wondering if we're gonna get these. Lately, the problem has been that Pangos mid just don't win as much as Pangos offlane. Even last series, we had a Pangolier offlane that actually won. So I'm curious to see how he's gonna fare this time around in mid. Of course, it's Sebas. It's the one that we expect to put up great numbers, but maybe that's what's gonna be, at his detriment. Maybe Costa Rica is aware of that, and they might be going for, prioritizing and trying to put a lot of pressure on him, apply, squeeze him out of his comfort positions.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially in a BO3 with limited information. Probably things are going to change in game 2 for both teams. I don't think we're going to see Venomancer anymore.
I don't think so.
Probably. It's 0-3 already. He's not having a great time. I say, look at Jakiro, he's having an even a worse time.
Well, there's a reason why he's having a bad time, and that reason is because he is playing versus Fudui, which is very annoying. He harasses the living hell out of everybody. And then, it's a Underlord. When you go next to him to throw a Dual Breath on top of him, it happens exactly what we see right now. It's the Firestorm dropping from the skies on top of you, so you just get equally traded damage, but your support then needs to reinvest heals.
Dire's turret has been killed.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. How's our boy Sebas doing?
Reason is definitely overstepping. I just said that he's doing bad because he knows how hard this lane is, but he was gonna get confident enough to go sacrifice himself, but at least get the kill onto the opponent offlaner. So Reason stepping up.
Yeah, nice little gameplay there. How is our Chaos Knight doing? Going threats first. Wow, no armlet even? Straight into the Orchid, huh? I would be very surprised if he goes through with this quick buy.
Maybe feels like he really needs to get it early. Oh, what a hit of Malefice. Very good. Shiri tries to create some separation, but I think Dynamo will get on top of him most certainly. Maybe the evasion is not gonna help him actually as the crit comes in. And Reason is getting away. Thorai very slow. Slade falls to Shuleta, finally getting something on the Venomancer up top, but Dynamo continues with this perpetual harassment. Another crit on top of Thorai, but the Reality Rift is on cooldown for another 12 seconds, and Dynamo will fall back. Finally.
Now he's taking a lot of damage though. Turn his health, no recovery anymore. Here's a Tango, or Sladen is coming in.
Dynamo with the continuous pump faking of Reality Rift. One of my duos, actually, one of my best friends, he plays CK and loves spamming Reality Rift. Slade, great rotation here. It's gonna be a 1-for-1, but again, support for offlane. Favorable trade for Ecuador. And this is, Slade died top to the Venomancer, but said, no, never mind. I'm just gonna go bottom and enable my safe lane even better.
Yeah, it's really, really important to give CK
Radiant's middle
a good
tower
time
is
in
under
this game.
attack.
He actually missed the scatter blast. Interesting. Made up for it though. Good mana calculation.
Sebas got the Invis rune just from under the nose of Ryu. And now Ryu is gonna go up and actually get the bounty rune to fill up his bottle. So both mid laners more than happy with what is ensuing at minute 6. Power rune. ZPP since Snap left the lane. To Took a bit of damage, but with the raindrops and double bracer, should be more than tanky to survive any potential attempts from 4-3-3.
Yeah, Wind Ranger, I mean, doesn't really deal a lot of damage anyway, right? Until you get your Maelstrom. Has threats now, so there's a decent amount of damage output, but nothing to write home about.
Oh, look at Shuleta. Shuleta's also fighting ZPP for the Wisdom Rune, but it's gonna be success.
Sebas, man.
Success for both of the Ecuadorian attempts right now, as we're still following the top left action while Sebas is cleaning house up on the Pangolier.
Okay. Yeah, he's making it look easy. Sebas is owning. Nice
Twisted
ability,
Chakram.
by the way. Yeah. I've
for
no
one.
clue why this is even a facet.
Yeah, I feel
Getting
like it
free
should be like a
access
shard.
6.
I feel like it should be a shard or something.
I mean, it used to be the Aghanim's.
Well, it
And
was
then
a
it used to be
controlled.
25.
It used to be a controlled chakram, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I just feel like getting it for free at level 6 is a little too strong.
Yeah, I think shard. I think shard should be fine. Because you don't play support Timbersaw, so you're never gonna get it from the Tormentor anyway, right? So it will be like one of those decision making you have to do. You know, you gotta commit 1400 gold to get it at minute 15, but that might slow out the timing of your either items.
Yeah, you say that, but people actually really like the flamethrower. So
Yeah,
do
maybe
you
make
want to remove that?
flamethrower. Maybe flamethrower level 15 talent or 20.
That would be fun, for sure.
Like level
What
20
about-
talent, you get Twisted Chakram cooldown reduction or enable flamethrower.
At level 20?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
I think level 15 would be a bit too soon, right?
Radiant structures
Yeah, I mean,
are
just don't give him a double chakram that early. And I'm happy already. I feel like being allowed to double the damage output for free is crazy.
ZPP, wait, don't worry guys, he's got a surge. Oh, he doesn't, he's a Dawnbreaker. Augurs. Anyway, Sebas coming in for the trade kills with the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, down bottom, Dynamo is pressuring the tower, but there's double TPs coming for it. Can they get on top of the CK? No, they can't. Hit of Malice. Hit of Malice. Okay, Chakra coming in. Phantasm. Bushwhack connects pitch perfect, and in the end, favorable kills for Costa Rica.
Yeah, still no network fleet though. Thanks to Sebas.
Nice turnaround from Slade. Oh, the damage is there, but they're not connecting with every single one of them. And now Sharpshooter long range. On top of Slade, he does have the kisses though. They just need a bit of stun. And that is one aspect of this Ecuadorian lineup that kind of lacks. Dawnbreaker doesn't have any reliable stun. And they will probably kill Shuleta here, but it's a Venomancer. Like I said, it's not the biggest loss for CRC.
Yeah, fight is going on. Shiri's taking a lot of damage. He is also out.
Ryu is very nice trying to get out of there, but it's not gonna be enough. He did his best. It looked kind of flashy, but you know, Pangolier just sucks as a hero, so it ruins all the fun in the game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Says the disruptor player.
Are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Touche.
Dire's middle tower is under
You know, support some of the most annoying heroes in all of Dota. I think support players have no right to complain.
What do you mean? You're an anti-mage player, bro. Stop.
Wow, I thought I was getting. Well, that's too tanky off there.
Guys? I don't know what that was. Okay, Ryu probably called that because he felt like he was strong enough and they will get one in exchange, but Thorai, back to back deaths for the offlane Underlord is gonna halt his progress considerably. As Costa Rica feel like they're doing 2 good steps and then a couple missteps, and it's kind of consistent with that inconsistency from them.
Well, at least the Wind Ranger is having a great game, right? She's the big damage
Absolutely.
they have. So Maelstrom is up already.
She even has a higher level than the Timbersaw Black. That is that is kind of impressive because Rio has had a really good game.
Yeah, well, she got the first 2 kills, the first blood and another kill, so her
that
early game
is
was
true.
perfect.
That is true.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, they look for runes. Sebastian, to be careful he doesn't die here. He's very tanky though. 1750 health. And an amplified damage rune. That's gonna be very scary.
Bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
The Dawnbreaker's going full aura. I like that a lot. Jakiro is also going support, not Aghanim Scepter, like we see a lot in pop games. I really like what I'm seeing from Ecuador. I gotta say, I'm very surprised that Costa Rica is actually, keeping pace. I thought it would be very one-sided.
I don't know what the Finskit's been here about up top, but they've used it.
Interesting. Yeah, just teleport around a bit.
There's a smoke up, and it's gonna be the Pangolier. It's Slade and Sebas trying to find something, and they're gonna find Shiri. That's not the biggest kill that they could get, but there's gonna be a good one nonetheless. Shiri has an ATOS, and now it's gonna create enough separation with the Sharpshooter to jump to the low ground. And the amplified damage rotate from the Pangolier might not be enough. Beautiful kisses coming in. Those are not kisses, those are meteors flying in as 433 most likely get caught by Dynamo, Rolling Thunder, and yes, the Hoodwink survived, but at what cost? The biggest of costs.
The biggest of course indeed. The Wind Ranger really needs that BKB. On here at Wind Ranger, every death hurts so much because you don't have any flash farm abilities. If he's not careful, or Underdog might just get completely blown up here.
The damage is there, the supports are nearby, but the Dawnbreaker flying in, coming on top of Thorai, which is gonna grant him a 5th death in this first 14 minutes of game number 1, Black. And yeah, this Underlord doesn't have a game yet.
Yeah, we've seen and said that about many Underlords, unfortunately. Always kind of the same story. You lose lane, or don't do so well in lane, and they try to catch back up, but you keep dying, because you don't really offer a whole lot, at least this early on. So it's gonna be tough for them to get back into the game.
When are you gonna get your pilot license? Are you gonna get like a picture of Gyrocopter next to you while you ride the plane, Black?
Well, I hope I'm not gonna be as crazy as Gyrocopter on that thing. Some barrel rolls. No, but you know what the plan is?
What's the plan? Other than flying me out.
Yeah, I kind of wanna. I don't know how many people, maybe 5, 6. Some of the Dota talents, which take like a little cruise tour. That sounds super fun.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, and of course you guys all have to trust me with your lives. I don't know how amazing that sounds, but.
I would trust you. Like, we talked about this, 100%.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm a very trustworthy person, too. Like, if I say something, that's definitely, what happens.
Yeah, what is the last time what German was a pilot?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Neither do I. I don't know.
Does Germany have pilots?
I don't study history, bro.
Same. And even then, in Germany, they would just teach you German history.
That is what then does that means you should anyway. Anyhow, Shiri has had this ATOS for the Hoodwink for a hot minute now. We saw it earlier in his escape attempt, but the Wind Ranger just not managing to get any kills involvement since she has the Maelstrom has actually kind of been awful for them. And now look at the sentry, where Scout's not a sentry, but it's not going to be in range of the Observer. It's just the very edge of the river. So great placement from the supports of Ecuador. And now we have TPs. They want to maybe fight? No, it's only Slade there. It's fine. No, Sebas is here as well. Blink in. He's going for it. He needs some follow-up. Where is the rest of the team? Timbersaw's coming a bit onto Reason. the heal from the Solar Guardian. There's a lot of back and forth in this team fight, and I think Thorite might be on the receiving end of all the damage that's being split up. 1-for-1 again. No, what? Why is... Okay, no. I was about to say, why is the Venom there? Maybe he can save the Underlord. In the end, it ended up being Shuleta just dying for no reason.
Yeah, Pangolier is slapping real hard with the damage. And the armor reduction is also no joke. Sebas is playing really, really well. And it's starting to look more and more one-sided 4K lead now. It's not the biggest lead, of course, but they're steadily expanding on it. Can Timbersaw solo carry this game? This time, actually, I would say no.
Yeah, I don't think so either. You get Chaos Bolt, Reality Rift, Ice Path, and you're done. So I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of damage, a lot of magical, physical reduction as well from the Ecuadorian side, and in a really strange way, Shiri on the Hoodwink is kind of the potential saving grace that could kite Ecuador long enough if you can get the Gleipnir in the next 5 minutes or so. You know, Hoodwink, just play it as a rat, cut the wave, farm, try to allow for your Wind Ranger to get some pickoffs around the map. It's very hard.
Yeah, very difficult indeed. The lineup is very flimsy, as we said in the draft. And you can't really afford too many mistakes. This next smoke up here, if it doesn't result into anything good. Oh, you gotta be careful. Oh,
nice toss. Oh, the Timbersaw Hoodwink interaction doesn't look best, but Shuleta still dies in the river. He was rotating up top without the smoke of the team, so he will be on the receiving end of a trade from Ecuador, but still, big kill on ZPP.
Indeed. I'm surprised he wasn't a little bit more tanky, to be honest, but Dawnbreaker innately is not crazy tanky to begin with. The stats gained actually isn't bad, 3.4 strength, but it's not like it's insane like Centaur. We see the smoke from Sebas again. He has a harpoon already.
Wait, what are you saying? The Dawnbreaker is not a good hero? Wow. Blink, it's only gonna be a Hoodwink. He's gonna get pulled in. It's gonna allow Dynamo to actually get the kill. Still a lot of stuff invested there, including the Rolling Thunder, so that's gonna be a minute and a half, potentially a minute when Hoodwink gets back from Costa Rica, that they could maybe go for a sneak Roche play or a pickoff. As I say that, it's gonna actually kill Torai again.
Make it look very easy. I feel bad for the Underlord.
So do I.
Just doesn't have any game, and how does he come back into the game? Almost has a pipe completed at least, but
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, you give your teammates some mitigation at least. And you yourself just look like an absolute non-factor.
And now the rotation back to mid, pitch perfect, catching two heroes. The focus fire will kill the Jakiro, but at what cost? Because it might just be everybody else in your team. 4-3-3, no focus fire, has to use the BKB, tries to run away. Shuleta will follow in the afterlife, and now Shackle, power shot, there's obnoxious blade damage, but that's it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's about the extent of the draft, right? They don't have too many options. Like, after Timber's dead, where's the damage gonna come from? Wind Ranger, yeah, okay. But you're playing into so many problems, like ATOS kite you, CK kite you. There's random ice paths that will kite you. Let's not even talk about Pangolier. It's not an easy Wind Ranger game. Go for Lincoln's next, actually.
Dire's top tower.
Very interesting. I'm not entirely sure why he's gonna go to Lincoln's. I think I'd like
For the
either more
Pango?
damage. No, the Wind Ranger.
Oh, it's the Reality Rift. It's probably the main way of them getting on top of her. Or the Orchid, I guess. And you know, Lincoln's, you get ultimate orb, and that's a lot of stats. She's a universal hero. It will give her some extra damage, but yeah, Costa Rica, they are not looking in a good position right now, as I think they should be the ones having the network lead at this moment in time if they want a chance to win this game. And when you're 8k behind almost, playing into an Aegis and an amplified damage on a very fed Pangolier, it's gonna be a rough one. Sebas is 9-0-8, by the way.
And he's gonna stay 9-0-8 for a long time. Maybe, you know, upgrade
No, I
his
don't
score
think
a
he
little
will.
bit.
Yeah, I think he'll go like 12-0-10 or something, not 9-0-8, I don't know.
Yeah.
got
Imagine
the
if he
script,
had that
like-
amplified damage during the team fight though. He would just like 2-tap the Venom.
Yeah, this Veno and this Underlord have definitely not been the heroes that Costa Rica would have wanted for them up until this moment in time, but there's still a while to play. A little bit more things, maybe a couple more teamfights attempts from their side to, you know, showcase what they had in mind with these two heroes.
Yeah, doesn't really look like it at all. They're supposed to be in a good position now, have quite a bit of a lead,
Tower is under attack.
because they really shine in the early and early mid game. In this late game scenario, CKS is going to be way too strong for you.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sebas is dead, bro. He's dead.
Oh, what's he doing up there?
Well, I actually have a different question. Why did CK take the Aegis and not the Pangolier?
Not sure.
But, you know, that is a mistake that they get punished for, which I think is good for Costa Rica. You see an opportunity, why not take it, right?
Yeah, just overall, they haven't been playing poorly at all. Just Ecuador seems to be a little bit ahead. I could definitely see Costa Rica even being a contender in this group. They're playing a lot better than I thought.
It's the Veno Underlord. It's like two heroes that have done basically nothing. Other than that Pit of Malice just now, which allowed perfect chain stun on Sebas. This Underlord hasn't provided anything thus far. And the Veno maybe even less.
Yeah, you're not wrong, unfortunately.
And it's not necessarily a player thing, it's just the nature of the heroes. Like, Underlord needs a lot to keep himself up in the game. And then Veno is, like I said, it's a walking noxious plague, like the Gale.
Yeah, not the best heroes. I mean, they are not being picked a lot for a reason, right?
And the reason being, they're just not that good. Where's our Beastmasters?
I don't know.
Radiant's bottom
For some
tower
reason, they
is
picked
under
both
attack.
Dawnbreaker and Underlord without the Beast. I mean,
Yeah.
blasphemy. That's how I describe this. Blasphemous.
That is kind of silly, isn't it? Why make
Well-
everything so hard? If you could just make it easy.
Well, Dynamo right now is knocking at tier 2 top. He has another 2 minutes of the Aegis. Shuleta's trying to get his level 10.
Radiant's middle
Then one of these heroes that doesn't need any items, he just needs levels. The more he gets, the better. Level 12 would be a great upgrade for the Noxious Plague, but that feels quite a way off for him as he's not even 10 just yet. But the Hoodwink has the tools. He's got the Shard, he's got the Gleipnir, he's building a Crystal, is not that far from it. And if Shiri can stay alive in team fights, especially as he's going to get level 15 with a couple more Acorn shots, bounces, it's going to look pretty solid for him. But we now have a Solar Guardian in mid, and who are they going to catch? They're not going to catch anybody as the Shackle Shot. It's pitch perfect, and they're just melting. So Sebas is trying to roll away. The BKB runs out, and the damage from the Windranger is not going to come in time. She does get chain stun and killed as Sebas still up to the task. There's a full team wipe for Ecuador that put up the dot on the eye. That was a nice attempt. Nice attempt from Costa Rica, but it might just be too late. They're playing from too far behind already.
Yeah, five kills like that is probably too much to handle at this point.
Dire's middle
It's
tower is under
it's a little bit of a shame because the early game actually looked really nice, especially that first blood. Makes you wonder though, how would the game have gone if that didn't happen, right? They start with 4 kills. Because that's a big impact of gold.
True.
They started the game with 1k advantage, I believe.
Did you see how Sebas played that, by the way, at the very edge of the hero? I thought he was dead like 3 times there, but he knows the limits of his hero so well that he went in, around again, and then back in to complete that team fight. That was very nice. Ended up not dying at all, actually.
What do you think is somewhat of like a comeback run to the game? Timbersaw is really the only damage now.
You gotta kill Dawnbreaker. I know how silly that sounds, but the Shackle Shot damage from Timbersaw combo there was perfect. They could have killed Sebas and I believe even the Slade on the Snapfire, but the Solar Guardian came in, and then La Heal plus the Greaves were more than enough to turn the teamfight around. If you can do the same thing, but maybe catch Jakiro plus ZPP and then kill them, that might be a good one. Again, I'm just gonna say, this Hoodwink does a lot of damage, and you'll see now, him with the Timbersaw break as well, if it connects with the Sharpshooter, the pipe is there, but they don't have enough lock right now. I said you need the Windranger for the Shackle Shot for that. Right, so you need your 2 damage dealers, so the Timber and the Hoodwink, and the Windranger for the setup, and Thorai just does Thorai things, which is die.
Well, at least he's trying to push our lane still and trying to be active, trying to defend, but how much do you have left in the tank? He has AC on tank to finish already well. Full right click. Haven't seen that in forever.
Gleipnir, Bushwhack, Acorn Shot, nice. Getting Dynamo to below half HP. He does not have the Aegis of Immortality. And that's going to be enough to deter them from continuing the push.
Time to go back, time to leave some life, then we'll see if they try to stick around the area or just forfeit it. But you probably want to use that ward to find another couple of kills if possible.
I'm gonna be honest, when did Windranger die? She just respawned. She just respawned.
Good question, I didn't even catch it either.
Huh. Well, the smoke
maybe
criminals from Ecuador.
Wind, you know?
Yeah, oh, that's funny. That is funny. Sebas is about 2,000 gold away from having the full Aghanim Scepter completed. He is blinking on top of the very high ground in the Dire Triangle with a shield rune. He doesn't care. Knows there's no way they can get on top of him and kill him before he rolls out of there. As they're actually melting through Ryu. So the main damage dealer just gets completely annihilated by Dynamo and Slade. 36 to 16, 20 kill difference. And now they call the Dawnbreaker. That's what I've been wanting to see. But can they get her before she uses Solar Guardian? Yes, they can.
Think you're special or something?
Wow, I didn't expect to have enough damage there. But of course, Windranger is one of the strongest single target DPSs. Losing a Rexford though.
They're trying to fight. They're popping Noxious Plague. The BKB gets used for 4-3-3, but Thorai dies yet again. And this Pangolier is just chilling, man. They see him rolling, they hating, and now he's not rolling anymore. But what's the follow-up to kill Sebas? There isn't any.
There's none. And Dawnbreaker is back to him.
Oh, buyback from Thorai. Pops the Fiend Gates, wants to go behind and catch someone, but those are only Phantasm Illusions. They're gonna get the Jakiro with the Pit of Malice. Reason, the sole casualty to fall in this buyback attempt from Costa Rica. Ryu keeps on chasing Dynamo, has yet to find an Aegis from the Roshan, and I think Dynamo, nice dodge of the Sharpshooter, turns around, wants to heal himself up. Kisses are coming in for the extra bit of damage. Nice Armlet Toggle and Lotus, and he stays alive. He gets out of there. What about Sebas? He's hasted. He can hide left, right, and center. And now Shuleta gets caught by Slade's Gleipnir. Snapfire getting the work done. Finally cleaning up house. Level 18. Sebas also on the chase. Want to get the die back from the Undying. dying? Underlord.
Same concept, really. They're still chasing, not gonna find anything. Oh, I say that, but Wind Ranger's in trouble.
They're going for more. Sebas is unstoppable. Nothing can halt him. Maybe a shackle shot, but the cookie sends him even further. Now the Timber Saw gets thrown up in the air. The Gleipnir from the Hoodwink's not enough, and Sebas is going even deeper with the Solar Guardian, and that's gonna be the third to kill. To fall 14-3, trying to get Dynamo, Focus Fire, BKB, Wind Run, and he's gonna finally slay the Meg. All of the supports on the Dire side. Now Thorai trying to tank with the pipe. Ogre Seal Totem to back to safety, but Ecuador is just enjoying their time and their opponent's high ground.
Yeah, this is becoming a test of resilience. Back in again, yeah, kill him. If you can, no vision though. Oh, he's going in furthermore. Jesus, his damage is insane. This right-click Pango build. I mean, I know Echo Saber is very common, but the follow-up to that. Nah, he shouldn't have damage to killer, right?
I think he does. He does not.
He is super.
They had the damage, but does he have the escape? He's trying to juke around. Sebas trying to find something, and he will. No more buyback, no more HP for 4-3-3. They're still trying to get Reason. He's been so annoying with the ice paths, and now the Pit of Malice on top of Sebas. But what else is there to do? You just look at your teammates dying. Sebas is high-fiving, he's jumping, he's shield crashing in and out. As the Harpoon again, look at the right-click. Ryu has the Timber Chain outside of his own high ground, and now the CK is back to the party with the Phantasm. Ooh, good blink out.
Yeah, individually, Costa Rica isn't half bad, honestly.
No, they're very good.
Yeah, they seem very good individually, but the team cohesiveness just isn't quite there yet. And it's a big difference to the Radiant team.
But that is the luxury of playing in this America's A qualifier. There is a group stage that you have multiple opportunities to play. If you somehow get second place in group stage, then there's a second chance in the playoffs. So, unlike America's B, where you could very well be a one-and-done team, here, the more you play, the better you have time to become and improve.
Yeah, what do you think the cutoff point is? How many losses and wins?
I reckon a 0-2 loss. Probably if you lose 2 games 0-2, you're out. If you lose a game 0-2, a game 1-2, and you win a 2-0, you might be in for a tiebreaker second place.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, last Aegis has been claimed. I think it's go time, trying to finish the game. Shiri, what are you doing there, No Man's Land?
Oh man, Slade is... I've been talking about Hoodwink having some farm, but Slade is right now out farming every single hero on the Dire side as Shuleta claims yet another death for his troubles. He is now 1-17.
1-17, yeah.
I don't know what's worse, a 1-17 Veno or a 3-12 Underlord?
Equally as bad. They actually killed the Dawnbreaker again.
Yeah, Rio does a lot of damage. They kill ZPP again. It's an inverted score. He's 1-17 and Sebas is 17-1, but he's gonna get an extra one now as he's going for that godlike with his level 25 Pangolier. Last time they didn't give him the Aegis and he got punished. This time around there's nothing to punish him with. Chaos Ball to use Scepter to dodge Ryu. I don't think you have the tools to get out of their Timber Chain, but now the Orchid is gonna stop any other attempts. They have Veno actually coming in. Shuleta. Okay. I mean, hello?
Yes.
Dire's
It's
middle
not a whole lot
tower
they can do,
is under
unfortunately. Look at the snap
Hoodwink's-
rate too.
The
Suddenly,
Hoodwink's cutting the wave, by the way.
yeah, but they have a banner,
Dire's top tower
which
is
means
under attack.
invulnerable creeps, which
Dire's
means goodbye back.
tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen.
They have one more set in mid, but the creeps are there. The catapults up top. It's gonna be now or never. And what can you do to this Aegis CK? Gleipnir coming in, trying to separate the targets. Now Sebas. It doesn't even matter. He takes no damage from 433, who just melts completely to the damage from the Dawnbreaker of the Pangolier. Now Timbersaw will be the one and only standing between Ecuador and their Game 1 victory. But in the end, even he falls as Ecuador claims it with 36,000 gold lead, as Costa Rica will now be looking at a reverse sweep if they want to defeat Ecuador.
Yeah, didn't... Well, I guess the early game didn't really reflect the state of the game very fairly, since they had like a 4-1 trade. But yeah, at least they showed they have some fighting spirit in them. The draft was less than desirable, let's put it that way. I don't know how they ended up with that abomination of a draft. That was brutal.
It felt like they prioritized some of the heroes that shouldn't have necessarily been prioritized there. And I'm gonna say it, like, what did you think about my analysis? And the sense of course, Sebas on the Pangolier and Slade on the Snapfire in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Sebas is very legit. And now after looking at the nickname, I also recognize the Snapfire. Fantastic players, both of them. Yeah, with the two of them, they might be looking to really top the group.
I think it's safe to say that even if losing to the United States, this is a lineup that has the potential to qualify second in this Americas A region, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
But again, you know, let's not jinx them. We know how often players have an off day, an off game, an off moment, and if you have the off moment in an opportune moment, yeah, you could get punished with this format, of course. But Game 1 wasn't quite the case, as Costa Rica played very, very good Dota. Hopefully they can rethink their tactical approach when it comes to draft for Game 2 and come back in with something a bit more cohesive.
Yeah, they have a lot of drafting work to do. I actually, as I said, think the gameplay was fine. With what they had, they did relatively well. If the draft is more even, maybe they actually have a realistic chance. I mean, Sebas is pretty beast mode though, so you probably gotta counter him in the lane somehow. Oh, that's why they picked Veno, because he's level 30 on it. It's just like a Veno monster. How do you get level 30 on Veno, man? Like, how much do you hate yourself?
A lot. I reckon you gotta hate yourself a lot to get to that point, Black. It's a funny, good question though. There's nothing else you could do. It's Venomancer. I told you, he did what the hero does, which is go in and die. That's the nature of the hero. It's quite hard to see how it can bounce back, but at least it was a comfort pick that didn't feel really comfortable, did it?
Maybe he did. You know, maybe that's what happens every pub game. He's super used to it. He's like, I'm gonna go 118 again, run in, throw some noxious plagues, die. Oh, I'm back. You have a gale. Oh, I'm dead. You know,
casual stuff. Well, let's see how
stuff.
casual the rest of this best of 3 will be, as we're going to send it to a quick break, but we will return with the second and potential last game of the second series of the day. Welcome back to the Iesf Americas qualifiers for Dota 2. I'm Waxen, joined by Black in the second series of today. It's Costa Rica, it's Ecuador, and the players are very keen on getting back on the server to see which one of them will be able to claim the second game. And before we talk about this, Black, I'm gonna throw a bit of a random one for you. Do you think we are gonna get a Dota 2 patch before the end of the summer?
What kind of patch?
Gameplay patch.
So just pure update based, like nerfs, buffs, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would say so, probably. I hope so, at least, because the meta, in my opinion, at least, is getting to a point where it's very stale, and some change would be very much welcome, I think.
What would be like the top 3 changes you'd like to see?
You mean purely like any changes, or purely buffs and nerfs?
Whatever you want to see, let me know. Hit me up. Come on, Black.
Okay,
This is
so
your chance. This is your
definitely-
love letter to Ice Frog right now.
Yeah, I want the Dota economy to be changed. For sure.
Wow.
I feel there's too many creeps on the map, and there's too much money on the map. Support should. I think stacking is OP, really OP. I think support shouldn't get experience and gold, not as much at least. Like it's crazy how much they're getting from carries just clearing the stacks.
Okay.
There's overall, I think there's too much gold on the map. That's why everyone's just getting super rich all the time. And it's gotten to the point where I think it's actually too much. Cause if even supports are running around with 2,000 health at minute 15, something's wrong. You know? Like,
Okay.
I know
So
you're a support player, you're probably not very happy to hear this kind of stuff, but
You hate the supports. Is that what you're telling me, Black?
I truly think the supports have kind of lost their identity. Like, when you play support nowadays, do you feel like a support?
In the games I play, yeah, I do. But I understand where you're coming from. I think that there is an argument to be made for that. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that's wrong. But
But
I didn't think about that one.
we're at an age in Dota, you can't go back. Like, you cannot go back. You could never remove
course.
the backpack, you could never remove a TP slot, you can't remove talents. Like, these kind of things, you just can't backtrack from there, you know?
why not though? Why? I think some of them could do. Like we had, what was it? The fountain? Not the fountain. What was it called? The outpost that was healing you.
The outpost, yeah. But, I mean, that's not
It wasn't the
really like the same though, you know, it's not like a power creep kind of thing. Like, it feels nice, it's like a nice QOL, but like, imagine you remove the neutral item now. You have like minus 400 health, and everyone will be like, oh my god, I feel so much weaker now. I hate this, give me back my neutral item. I had, like, I'm a support, now I only have 1,000 health instead of 1,500. I hate this
5
game.
seconds remaining.
What
You know,
neutral
it's like-
items gives you 500 health, bro? Let me know. I should pick that neutral item a bit more.
Alright, maybe not 500, but you know the apple? It gives you a lot of health.
The apple?
Yeah, the pupil's gift.
Oh yeah. Well, what if you're a strength support?
That's pretty rare.
That is true. Well, though
It can happen.
I did
But if you're a strength support, there's other stats items too.
I did remember what my play was. It wasn't Pangolier. So I'm letting you in some real cheese strats, guys. Okay, it's Chaos Knight actually. Chaos Knight support with the irrationality facet. It's you got a 50% chance basically, right, of applying break, disarm, or nothing on a hero. Nothing means you don't do anything. But then if you get a break and you're playing versus the likes of PA, I've done it. Mwah! Chef's kiss. No? He's not a believer, guys. Sorry.
Wait. Reality Rift has an equal chance of applying break, disarm, or nothing for 50% of the base debuff duration and additional. So that is 3 seconds, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I actually don't even think it has to be a support necessarily.
Yeah, well, if you play CK core without Phantasmagoria, you're like kind of griefing, you know? Phantasmagoria is a bit strong.
What's the percentage on that?
On what?
5 seconds
The
remaining.
damage reduction.
70%, I think? Something like that.
It's kind of ridiculous then. Never mind. But that's also a pretty lame facet. They should remove that for sure.
Hey, I mean, it's in the game now. I can only do what it's in the game. And you know what Ecuador is doing, because something is in the game. They are stealing the Underlord Black.
Underlord Rubik is insane,
Radiant
though.
team pick.
And we'll see how they perform with it. Because obviously Underlord has certain problems. Every time I've seen it on stream, literally every time I've seen it on stream, it didn't do anything.
Dire team.
Okay, Gyrocopter.
I like this. I like this a lot from Costa Rica. Gyro clock sanking. This is not a bad start at all. Definitely changing things up, which I mean was definitely needed after that game
10
one.
seconds remain. Dire team.
That game one, and now Ecuador is gonna go back for the Jakiro. 5 games in a row, back to back. Jakiro every single game.
Yeah, so here you're not gonna ban, right? You don't want to waste a ban for Jakiro.
10
Screw that
seconds
two-headed
remaining.
dragon.
But it's not a great hero into the 3 on Costa Rica,
5
both
seconds
sanking
remaining.
and clock-like, killing it, and then you get a homing missile, like a few flak cannons, and then the Jakiro just dies. It's pretty good from Costa Rica way of dealing with him.
Team pick.
But the Dragon Knight, we've seen it banned 3 games in a row in the first series. Last time it was untouched. Now Ecuador are gonna take it. So look at the lane pushing from Ecuador. Fadeball, Firestorm, Jakiro with all his spells, the cleave from the Dragon Knight. On these creeps will stand no chance.
5
Well, I
seconds
do
remaining.
surely hope that it's a Rubik mid, personally. And we get another support, but it's probably
it's
gonna
not-
be last pick mid. So
It's not gonna be a Rubik mid. No, I can. I'm like fairly positive.
yeah, me too. But I want it to happen.
We've seen a Rubik Clockwork matchup earlier today, and the Rubik was doing great work with the stolen cogs. Of course, that is going to be available here yet again. So, interesting to see how Costa Rica will deal with that, or, you know, how good, I assume, Slade will be under this Rubik. We could be seeing a Dragon Knight mid. I am fairly confident Sebas played this before 736 quite a fair bit. I think he was one of these heroes that would just players that would play Pango DK mid, not every single game, but a lot of the games, right? So maybe that's something they're also considering. They could go DK and a different carry, right? That's not that uncommon
You're at your
either.
service.
As Costa Rica really seem to believe in their Wind Ranger for one reason or another. Was that a gyro support then?
That has to be carry with the offline sanking.
Oh, and
10
Wind Ranger mid.
seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Dire team ban.
I guess Wind Ranger could also go off lane.
Yeah.
Dire team ban.
There's a bit of overlap here with the Costa Rica's heroes. I mean, it was looking good until the Wind Ranger. Now I'm not so sure, especially into Dragon Knight. You pop Wind Run, you get Dragon Tailed, and then you're stunned forever until your Wind Run runs out.
10 seconds remaining.
And then you're dead.
Yeah.
5
I mean, it felt a bit of a
seconds
desperation pick for Costa Rica as they were running very low on reserve time, so they just picked anything. And now CKTA banned versus Timbersaw Invoker. Ecuador with the Timbersaw Respect ban. I think Timbersaw was really good for Costa Rica in game 1, and it would have a field day versus Underlord Dragon Knight, 2 very beefy cores.
10 seconds remaining.
What are they planning
seconds
to
remaining.
pick here on Costa Rica side to salvage the draft?
Necro?
2 seconds.
Beastmaster! There we go, baby!
Why did it take so long, man?
We've been here for 5 matches, 5 maps black, and Beastmaster is gonna be second to last pick. That's incredible. And
10
I would like to
seconds
ask
remaining.
how good of a Beastmaster game is, but the hero is S tier in this
5
patch, right?
seconds
So
remaining.
I assume pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Jakiro historically does really well against him in lane. But that's all, as I said, history. Without the cheap access and everything.
Choose your hero.
Okay, Ember Spirit for Sebas, probably. Yep, there we
Yeah.
go. Carry
Safe
DK.
laner.
It's a huge shield, damn.
I think. I'm gonna say this. I think Dragon Knight is quite a good counter to Beastmaster, actually.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
But then again, once you have the drums up, you also eat Dragon Knight.
And how do you feel about this Sanking Ember Spirit matchup in mid? Oh, it's a support Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Huh. It's not bad.
Wait, it's the mid Sanking, right?
Yeah. So it's
We've seen it
mid
before.
Sanking versus Ember. Sanking Ember.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We'll see if the Sanking does better this time or not.
Yeah, because we talked about the fact that it should do very, very well, but it just didn't. Okay.
Overall,
You know
though,
what,
I
Black-
drafted a lot better for Costa Rica.
I'm taking Costa Rica too. That's what I was about to say. I'm taking them. You know what? I'm going versus Slade and Sebas, although they're playing 2 of their comfort heroes in the DK, sorry, in the Ember and Rubik. ZPP didn't impress me that much on the Dawnbreaker. I don't think Underlord plays much different to Dawn either. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I hope we're getting a game 3.
And I'll be the realist and say we won't.
You just said you liked your draft. Come on, man.
I do, but I think Ecuador is just too good.
That is a good point. No, that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, I actually just think individually they're a little bit too good. Especially their star players.
Well,
But I might be wrong.
if you are here late at night in the European time, but quite early, I would say, well, afternoon for Americas, let us know in the chat if you think Costa Rica will be taking this game to take us to a game 3, or if it's going to be Ecuador continuing their impressive performance and taking it over the finish line.
That's a question to be answered within, well, hopefully not the next 10 minutes, but a bit longer than that.
That would be a very anticlimactic way of finishing this series. But who knows? Maybe Costa Rica can win in 10 minutes, right?
Oh, are they gonna get the first one again? No, not this time.
They're positioning themselves very well in the jungle as they could catch someone by surprise.
Easily, yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
It feels like they wanna, they wanna punish Ecuador for what? Sorry, I mean Ecuador doesn't want to get punished by the same thing they got caught with in game 1.
The battle begins.
No, you're very right.
Learning
Like,
from their
game 1 was a
mistakes.
disaster. They died before heroes.
So is this going to be a Wind Ranger position 4? Is that it? Yeah. Clock seems to be heading bottom. So then you'll have a range melee top and a range melee bottom.
So, how are we looking? Okay, gyrocopter. Okay, I think we both like the draft, right?
I'm 100%.
Yeah, so
Dire's
let's see if they have enough individual skill to match up to Ecuador or not.
I'm really wondering when it's going to be the moment when we're going to stop seeing this Jakiro. And as in, when our people are going to just ban it completely, because the hero has been doing such a great job today. He has won 3 of the 4 games he was played in. Oh, a bit of a disconnect. That's going to be very unfortunate. As actually hope Thorai, getting his hands on the Beastmaster, will actually manage to have a game, because last game on the Underlord he got punished time and time again.
Yeah, this time he has a pretty easy lane though. Like DK, Jakiro shouldn't be very scary at all, to be honest.
You would hope not. But DK is quite good, right? He has a... It's not... I'm just thinking, I think the cleave is kind of annoying to play against. And he is melee versus Jakiro, right? As soon as Jakiro is going to get Liquid Frost at level 2, is going to get bullied out of the lane. And I don't think a support Wind Ranger can do that much to actually help you there.
Cleave is transformed into splash damage, adding the bonus damage percentage while in Elder Dragon form. Does it mean you have 50% cleave or splash in dragon form, or 110%?
Both? You get both. So I
you
guess
have
110. I think so.
Because it says cleave is transformed into splash damage, and then adding the bonus. Okay.
No. It's just splash. It's just splash. So it's 50.
Are you sure?
Yeah. 50 is still incredible. I think that's more than Battle Fury anyway.
Yeah, but it says cleave is transformed into splash damage.
Yeah, so it's transformed. It's not added. Right, like all the cleave damage that he has, which is about 60%, instead of 60% cleave, you get 50% splash.
But then it says adding the bonus damage percentage.
Yes, but not the cleave. Does
Yeah,
that
but
make
the cleave
sense?
is transformed initially. So the cleave should be 60% splash, and then you add the bonus damage percentage while in dragon form too. I don't know. So I'm gonna disconnect, and I'm gonna demo it, because the game is paused.
Fair enough.
I'm a sneaky boy like that.
Also, interestingly, we went for the Beastmaster facet. It's the Inner Beast, not the Wild Hunt. I didn't want to go for the faster attack speed. Went for a self-attack speed and damage amplification boost, which most certainly confirms he will be going for the Drums of Slum.
Yeah, so it's additive. It's 110% max.
Oh, no wonder everybody's playing this hero then.
Alright, let me try it with the Black Dragon. Yeah, the second target takes more damage than the first.
Has there been an update that I'm unaware of? This is the second gyro we get today that doesn't go for the afterburner and goes for the secondary strikes at the cooldown. Do you have any idea why that might be, Black?
I mean, it's just better fights early game, right? That's pretty much your only explanation. I guess they value the early game a little bit more. The other one's just movement speed during Rocket Barrage, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's quite good as well.
Of course, it's really good. But we see some people not even skill Rocket Barrage and just go Rocket Flak.
Well, I think that's why, because you don't scale it if you don't get the other facet.
Yeah.
Does it burn like too much of your mana, or I'm not quite sure exactly what the thought process could be there, but hey, at least we have Thorai back on the server. That means we will be resuming the action in just a moment. as we have yet to see any first blood, still minute 1, very early into this map. Everybody gives us the G's, and we are underway already.
We're G'ing into the game.
That was a nice deny from Shiri onto the board, not allowing Reason to claim that last hit. He's my god, the breath fire of the DK is such a long range.
Hell yeah, brother. That's how it has to be. And dragons historically are insanely powerful, right?
Yeah, but he's a Dragon Knight.
Yeah, but he's a knight bathed in dragon blood. Or did he drink dragon blood? What's the story behind the DK?
Have you watched the Dota anime, Black?
No.
Go watch it and then you'll know your answer. Hashtag not sponsored.
You could also just tell me.
It's kind of complicated, but not really. I think it's a good watch. You like anime.
I do.
Yeah, and you don't hate Dota, so go watch it. It will take you like a couple of hours. It's like 2 seasons, 3 seasons of like 6 episodes, something. It's quick.
Okay, gotcha. Did the anime like finish?
Who do I look like? Do you think I work for Netflix?
Did it have a proper ending?
Yes, but no. I don't remember, bro. It was like 2 years ago. What do you mean?
Memory? Hello? It's okay, I don't judge.
It wasn't that memorable, okay?
Okay. I didn't say it.
But, and I know the community, if anybody actually like has watched this, will get on my back for this. I think the Dota anime was much better than the League of Legends anime, and that one apparently got critical acclaim and stuff. So I'm just saying.
Well, it also depends on the POV, right? Because I've heard the opposite from a lot of people.
What did you hear?
That League anime is better.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but not me. I'm just saying.
Oh, he's the cool guy.
Through and through. Hashtag Gaben call me.
Right now.
No, please, no. I'm in the middle of this very patient early game, by the way, from both sides. And I think if you're Costa Rica, that's kind of what you want to do. Because I feel like, in theory, you should have the upper hand throughout the mid to late game.
That's a good question. I really don't know how strong DK is like in the mega late game. Well, Jericho does not very strong if he's dead. And Shuletta might be falling soon. South? Nice.
And that's the reason you go for Afterburner, because you get Afterburner, especially as he's maxing out Rocket Barrage, and then it's way harder for anybody to get on top of you. Speaking of getting on top of you, Ryu just goes to meet his death at the hands of Sebas.
He got handled, I think is the right term. I mean, Sebas is a beast. Hard to go up against him.
Shiri could get the skill onto Reason if he had another power shot available, but I think it wasn't cooldown and the mana not quite there either. As Ecuador right now, I'm more than happy to get a couple of kills. It's going to be the third one as Slade claims it down bottom. And, well, it was a quiet start, but, oh, wow. That went over the cliff, not on the cliff. Slade, the Grand Magus powers are very strong on this one.
He's even more powerful than he knew himself. Yeah. I'm a little confused because Sand King skilled his, like, chose his Sandstorm faster, but he didn't skill any levels in Sandstorm.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I'm also confused because we don't get Afterburner in his maxing out Rocket Barrage down bottom.
That is indeed very interesting. Estebat makes his rotation top. Goodbye to the beast.
He's level 6. What?
Mm-hmm.
6.5 now. And I gotta say, before dying there, Ryu had the lead. I mean, looking at last hits, he still has the lead in last hits. But, of course, now it's a double creep wave under the tower. Sebas will quickly offset that differential, and he's gonna have the phase boots. Do you suspect he's gonna go for an Orb of Corrosion build or Mage Slayer, as we've seen previously today from someone else?
I think it will really depend on his own game. Like, Mage Slayer is much stronger when you have a great game, because you don't need the farming speed of the Maelstrom necessarily.
Okay.
So yeah, right now he looks to be having a really, really good game. So yeah, probably Mage Slayer is Sanky being top.
We get a bit of an action down bottom, but ZPP is not going to die anytime soon. Reason finally gets caught, but he almost got Thor Eye in exchange for his life. The Beastmaster will be fine. I wonder how the stacking is looking like. Speaking of the stacking, this Ember Spirit of Sebas is wrapping around the tier 1 tower, and he's going to steal the Wisdom Rune. That's going to be a massive victory for Ecuador and a huge loss for Costa Rica. No! Shackle shot from Shiri! He might end up dying here, but I think that's definitely worth it. Not even.
I think Sebas, just like myself, didn't think that Shackle would latch him to anything, to be honest. It looked a little bit off. Our Shackle shot is always like
it's a
weird.
fun spell.
Yeah, because like perspective based as well.
I'm gonna say, by the way, this Underlord's been a great counter to Clockwork. Every time we have the expanded armature, hit of Mali's Firestorm and the clock dies. And speaking of people dying, Shiri... Shackle? No, okay, it doesn't care. He would have fallen to the Flame Guard anyway, as Sebas has made this top part of the map his realm.
Yeah, he's playing...
Radiant's
Oh,
bottom tower
Amplified
is
Damage
under
as well. He's playing very well around the Remnant. Like, he's putting a Remnant mid, runs top, ganks, Remnant back mid. Oh, no. Not getting him.
He's back to base?
That's a far TP.
And also, who's even gonna get the stacks here, right? Because you got 3 stack killers, and fine, Beast should be the priority, but this Sand King has kind of been, well, lost in mid. And now, oh, nice, trying to turn around. He wants to get a trade kill onto Slade. Well, 2 more right clicks should to get the job done. Oh, it's only 1, actually, sufficient damage. But now, Sebas continues the pursuit. They're tanking the tower. There's no TPs to come and help him. Ryu will fall. Where is the rest of my team? Well, Gyro doesn't have the mana. Beast doesn't want to come. And Clock is level 2, 3? I don't even know.
Radiant's middle
Almost
tower
5.
is under attack.
Easy. 2 plus 3 equals 5. Easy.
Yeah, not bad. DK has Armor queued up, okay, makes sense. Underlord is having a much better game than the one in the last game did. And Sebas going for that mage that we spoke about. Makes perfect sense.
I'm just looking a little bit at this group's right, Black. And I'm wondering, because there's no lower bracket after you go past
Radiant's
playoffs,
bottom
by the way.
tower is under attack.
So if you get first place, let's say you are Ecuador here, right? And you get first place in your group, and United States somehow loses one too many maps or a series to someone, you could be unfortunate to face them. As unfortunate as Thorai and Schleta are bottom, tanking a lot of the Macropyre damage, but they're gonna get ZPP in exchange. The Rubik is also there. Slade trying to get on top of 4-3-3. Is the Gyro gonna win the duel here? He's not. As Slade gets the double kill, it's 2 for 2, but Slade wants to go for more. They're actually gonna deny themselves to the Roshan so that Slade doesn't get any more kills. That is phenomenal. Meanwhile, Sebas in mid is putting pressure onto Ryu, who will most likely fall yet again. Actually, Burrow Strike available. There's a Shackle shot on bottom. Slade gets the kill steal. Not
Oh, he's
steal.
going for the combo. Oh, nice cogs. Nice cogs.
You know what's not nice? The fact that Dynamo is a level 9 Dragonite stealing Beastmaster's stacks.
Yeah. Oh, he took the ancient stack too?
Yeah, that's the first he took. I don't think there was a stack at the actual camp, but the ancient one, yeah.
Oh no. Well, that's terrible news. Well, this is still a stack on the left side, Copium.
I was asking who's gonna take the stacks, the Gyro, the Sanking, or the Beastmaster. I didn't even think of the Dragon Knight. Shuleta dies again.
And Ryu is also dead. This game is looking even rougher than the first one.
It's fine, Black. It's gonna be a level 9. He's gonna get a point in Sandstorm. That's why he took the Facet. Come on.
Yeah, I'm really confused about this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's basically your best spell. And the Rubik has the same net buff as the Sand King.
Do you even, like, do you really need the Burrow Strike when you're... Because I think Sandstorm and Stinger are really good to punish the Ember in mid. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely don't need level 4 in it.
I guess he wanted to become active because his first couple of levels went really well, so he thought he might use it to go and gank side lanes, but after that death at the minute 4, it kind of all fell down for him. And look at Slade, man. This Rubik has 30 last hits, and just if we take a quick look at net worth, he's actually out farming the mid lane Sanking and is only 150 gold away of the Beastmaster.
Yeah, his net buff is insane. Oh, they finally got a kill back. Only the Dukiro.
And now Ember's here. And the Dragon Knight, and they're getting them all, and this is a statement from Ecuador.
Yeah, this game is looking pretty rough. It's not over yet, of course. There's always more Dota to be played, but...
It's not over yet. Oh, 4-3-3 gets called by Sebas. Shuleta can't do anything on the clockwork, and we often talk about national pride, right? I think Team Bulgaria were a hell of a testament to that in the European qualifiers, as they would never give up. They would never call it quits. Represent their country until the very, very end. And I hope Costa Rica has the same mentality, but it also must hurt in the sense of, I assume a lot of these young players are very confident in their skills, and when you get shut down in such a fashion, instead of continuing to take it, it's probably better for your mental to just call it and reset later today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. You definitely shouldn't play games that you think are lost.
Hopeless. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, in this game, there's probably still a chance for a comeback.
Black, look at the net worth. No, it's not.
But they don't know that. They don't know that.
Okay, no, that is true. That is true. What is Rubik? What's Rubik's items like? Let's see. Rubik has got a 4-staff.
Maybe if they look at the Rubik, they know that.
Yeah. And of course, it's been like a year now since you can click on your opponents even if you don't see them on the map anymore. By the way, what
change.
Do you?
Yeah.
So you think it's actually busted? You don't think it's a quality of life? Or quality of death, as we see a death for Torai again?
It's basically cheating, right? Like, it used to be an actual player skill that you needed to click on heroes while you're farming and doing things around the map. Now it's just, you do it whenever you want to.
My biggest problem I've noticed with this change is the fact that there are still so many players that are not aware of it. And I'm like, guys, just click and you'll find out.
Now, who's going to teach him?
Us, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a big problem in Dota, right? Like, you don't really learn unless you really put in a lot of time and effort. I don't know, 10k lead, we just spoke about it like half a minute ago.
18-5.
Look at the DK's farm, man.
This is one of the reasons we've seen him banned out completely by Argentina and Brazil in the first series of the day. Shuleta Hey, oh, that felt like a meat hook, not like a hook shot, because he turned into meat as soon as he shot
Radiant's
at
middle
the
tower
opponents.
is under attack.
Okay, I like that.
Dynamo doesn't want to waste any more time. He's done for.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of clarify what I meant before, why is it DK running around with 3000 HP having a 16?
No, it's because it's just Dragonite things.
Do you know how much that is? 3000? That's 50% more than 2000. Or they got to kill a solo kill.
Well,
We're
I
still
can give you a
chasing,
little
still
bit of. I can give you a bit of an update of what's happening off stream as Storai dies, sadly again. This time at the hands of Sebas, who is godlike second time, third time this series. I don't even know. It's only game 2, and he's an absolute menace. Oh, they're catching Ryu off guard again. Shira is coming close. So off stream, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of an update. We have Colombia defeated Panama in the same group as the two teams right now. So this is shaping up to be quite nicely, potentially black. And Ecuador, Colombia, top 2 in Group A. Of course, still plenty of games to still be played, but yeah, this is what's happening.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I haven't seen America yet. They are gonna be.
They're on Group B. They're in Group B.
Oh, Group B. Okay, gotcha.
So this is America's Pool A that has 2 different groups. So this is Group A of Pool A, if it makes any sense.
Right, yeah. I got it. Pretty much like the other one. Stun onto the DK. Shackles onto the DK.
Onto the DK?
Not even needed. Sorry, onto the gyro, of course.
Come on,
Everyone-
Mr. Reitmer.
Group train.
It's the party bus! And
What?
the hook shot coming in, landing onto 4 heroes in the end. Sadly, Shuleta is too underfarmed to do any damage there, but it looked cool.
You mean meat hook?
Yeah, of course. Shiri is getting soloed by Slade, who's level 14 with a stolen. What are we calling that? Hook? Again, a meat hook? Okay.
Well, dude, they're
It's
dying
funny-
everywhere.
There is an Aghanim Scepter completed on the gyro. Hey ho.
Yeah, this is probably where you call the game to prevent any further damage.
Slade has a higher level than ZPP on the Undying Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, this Rubik is massive.
Yeah, Slade's had 2 back-to-back great performances. Look at the scoreboard for a second. 10-1 and 9 on the Rubik, 10-0 and 8, perfect, flawless for Sebas, 5-0 and 3 for the Dragon Knight. This is
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
this is the Ecuador I was hoping to see in this tournament. Honestly, I told you, for me, they are probably one of the big contenders of this qualifier, actually. And we see probably the last hurrah attempt. We have a roar, and look at the wraparound from Dynamo. The shackle shot coming in. The epicenter does get popped, but the damage does not seem to be sufficient as they're all just falling. It's Shiri, last man standing. GG's get called, and Ecuador do it in 2, under 20 minutes for the second game, 32-6. They come in hot with a statement and a victory over Costa Rica.
Yeah, finally Wake after game 1. Although game 1 also started in a really scuffed way where they lost 4 heroes and 3 bounty runes. And this is a much better team. It has to be said, the draft is much better. Their skill is much higher. You're right, they're looking like they might be the best team in this whole qualifier.
Of course, it's still early days, like you mentioned. We have yet to see NA, but there's a lot of stuff for us until we can come to those conclusions. And who knows, even if they make it out of the groups today or tomorrow, the third day, if they sidestep and they lose that one single series in the playoffs, they could not make it. And I think that would be quite tragic, because when you have players such as Slade, such as Sebas, it would be great to have them on LAN later on in November.
Yeah, it would be very, very nice to have players of Sebastian's caliber, because obviously he's already, well, not super established, but he's like on the verge.
Yeah.
This tournament, like standard performance. But could be that little jumping ball that he needs to get like into the really top team.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, we are very, very close to the end of the season. I believe the World Esports Championships will be taking place at the beginning of next season, right, in November, after just a month or so after the new 2024-2025 season begins. So, right now, this might be his very last opportunity to play on the big stage and actually perform to impress some teams that might be looking for new additions come the end of the year.
Yeah, it's pretty much a perfect time frame. And if he plays like this, I mean, obviously the enemies will be a lot better too.
Of course.
Especially the European ones, the ones we always have up. China is scary. But it will be fun for him too. You know, he'll have a lot of really great enemies to play against, test himself, see how far he's come.
Looking at the scores again, man. He had a total, I believe, of 35 kills, I want to say, in these 2 games. 13 plus 21, okay, 34. 34, I'm not sure how many kills he had in game 1, but that's impressive from Sebas. And it's definitely going to be one of the players that I assume both Panama and Colombia will have to look towards and figure out what are we going to do to shut him down if we want to stand the chance of topping Group A. As right now, Ecuador is going to fall down with 0-1 in this Group A, Costa Rica, and there's still time for them. With 2 victories over Colombia and Panama, they could make it out of the groups in second place, and then, of course, face the first place from Group B. It's going to be quite interesting to see if they can make it happen, because like you mentioned, Game 2, maybe not so much. Maybe the mental was a bit down after that very, very back and forth Game 1. But they played well Game 1 with a questionable draft. Game 2, they came in with a draft, but they felt out of the server from the get-go.
Yeah, they got outplayed in pretty much every aspect. And when it happens in Dota, even if you just lose 2 lanes, the game becomes incredibly hard to play already. Losing all 3 makes it almost impossible.
19 minutes and 27 seconds. That is the fastest game we had today. Question, Black, do you how do you measure a Dota game? Do you think it ends the moment the Ancient falls, or is it the moment where someone calls GG, which is obviously 10 seconds early?
I think GG, because basically no one is playing anymore at that point, right?
Yeah. Well, hopefully not.
Well, there were times, but then obviously, you get DQ'd for doing this kind of shenanigans. You gotta be an honest sportsman. If you say
fair
GG,
play,
it's over. You know?
Yeah, you gotta be fair play. That's the way to go, right? Otherwise, you get treated as the way cheaters should be treated, which is, of course, you're being punished. You're being a naughty player. Did you ever call GG by mistake, Black? Like, you got ping as GG, like you throw it in pubs to tilt your opponents and you throw it out in a pro game?
No.
No.
In pro games, the only time I alt chat is to talk to like friends.
Okay.
But I wouldn't like I never did this like tipping thing or taunting thing or anything like that. Nah.
Nice man, Black. Nice man.
It's just annoying, Like I feel like it doesn't really get to people as much as others think it does. It's just annoying, you know. Which again,
oh, that makes sense.
I'm all about annoying people, you know me. But
that's what I'm asking.
In a professional setting, you want to be a little nicer, Like we're all there to compete. We're all there to try to play our best. We don't need these. These distraction mind games.
Makes
I want
sense.
to beat you at your best. I don't want to have you be beaten by your own mental state, if that makes sense.
Well, let's see if this is going to be the mentality that the final 2 teams of the day will have for us in about half an hour when we return with the third and final best of 3 of the day. It's the main event of today. It's going to be the United States of America versus Guatemala. I'll see you there. Welcome back to the Iesf Dota 2 America's Qualifiers. It's the final best of 3 of the first day of the qualifiers. I am Waxen, joined by Black, bringing you what is about to be the debut on stream of the United States of America versus the unknown quantity of Guatemala.
Should on paper be a pretty one-sided affair.
Surely.
But you never know. You know, Costa Rica, maybe not as much in the second game, but in the first one, they definitely showed some class. Guatemala, maybe gonna do the same.
A lot of stakes here today, of course, as even winning one map might get you closer to one of the desired top 2 places in the groups, and then, of course, playing for 1 or 2 to qualify to Riyadh. So Guatemala versus United States. United States with fielding quite a few experienced players. We will be looking at the draft. At the draft, the lineup. We'll be looking at the lineup in just about 2 hours. I'm just kidding. And just a couple of moments running through the teams. But on paper, Guatemala is, I want to say, the first time they're actually making their way on the international stage, Black.
Have they not been in any of the other qualifiers?
I don't think they have. I don't.
Yeah,
I genuinely don't think they
right.
have.
You might be right. Obviously, we have quite a couple of established names here on the United States side.
I'm just trying to find that out right now, but they've definitely not played Southern Corn. Maybe no, not last year for sure. That is the first. No, I'm wrong. Actually, they have played last year. As we take a look at the rosters, and it's a bit of a different one. And we're starting, of course, with the United States. As I was looking at the Guatemalan squad, it's going to be Double King, Monkeys Forever, Flea, Albino Zebra 1, and RCY. All 5 players that have had mixed experience in both, what should you say, tier 2, tier 3, maybe a little bit of an attempt at tier 1, especially of the likes of Monkeys Forever, who's been in the scene for a while, but maybe you can tell us more about their players.
Yeah, I mean, I actually met Monkeys a couple of times in real life when I was playing in Canada and America. He's a very nice guy. A great guy, but yeah, I don't know too much about the rest of the players. I only know Flea and Monkeys. As you said, they were well, not trying to go pro. They were pro for quite a while, never really got into the T1 scene, unfortunately. But yeah, they definitely got what it takes to be one of the favorites here, assuming that the other 3 players are on a similar caliber.
Yeah, I've covered Albino Zebra a few times, and I think he's a very, very, what would you describe it, I guess, complete player with a lot of potential for the future. So that's very exciting to see him actually representing a home nation of United States. So that's great. Now we're looking at Guatemala's roster, and I'm comparing them. These are all 5 new players. There's not a single one that actually played last year, I don't believe. We're looking at... Yeah, it's a fully new squad. Of course, last year they didn't do too hot. They went 0-2 in the group stage, and in the end, they didn't put up any performance. But you might find this interesting, Black. Last year, in the Southern Corn, we had Ecuador versus Costa Rica in the grand finals, and Ecuador obviously qualified then. So Costa Rica, the team that we saw today, obviously we read that they have some skills that we think might be good to put up a better fight than what we saw, especially in that game too. So maybe there's more to unpack there later for the rest of this week. But for now, yeah, Guatemala hoping to make a nice showing versus the United States, and as I would assume quite a few unexperienced players from Guatemala, having your first match on stream versus the United States must feel pretty rough.
Or maybe you're excited, you know, it always depends. There's 2 types of players. Well, I guess, three types of players. One is you don't get affected at all. Second is you play way worse. And third is you play way better. So depending on what type you are, potentially this could get the best out of you. You know? What do you reckon you are?
Okay, well, that's a very deep question, Black, for 1 a.m. here and whatever time it is for you there. Is it even sun? Is the sun there up already?
Yeah, it's literally behind me just now, 8 a.m. It's sunny in Philadelphia.
8:02, where Black finds himself. So, for me, it's late in the day. I don't even know what to answer to that question. I hope that Guatemala will put up a great showing on the international stage. As you know me, I always love myself an underdog, and I don't think it gets much. You don't become a bigger underdog than facing the United States in any discipline, but maybe even more so in this America's qualifiers, right? All the 5 players for the US squad have a Wikipedia page. Guatemala with 5 unknown quantities. I would say that them upsetting the United States here could be the beginning of one of the best Cinderella stories in history of Iesf.
Yeah, but as you said, Cinderella story, they don't happen too often. We'll see what they can do. Map 1 will be very telling. I think the draft already will be very telling. And once we got more information, we'll be able to have a much better assessment of the situation. As you said, right now, we know nothing. I don't honestly even know how good America is. I just know that 2 of the players are really good. And I don't know the rest of the players. So
yeah, I wonder if they've been playing together, like, to practice for this one, or is it just like, you know, the best 5 NA players that weren't caught with something else? Like, maybe did they play a little bit for some of the, you know, NA local leagues? I believe one of them is the one organized by PPD. He's quite good at organizing that one. I'm just trying to understand how did they come across this lineup? And I'm looking right now through their history. And, you know, Elite League? So Team Monkeys was one of these squads. And Double King, RCY, Monkeys himself, and Albino Zebra were on the roster. But Roseanne, their 4th position 4, is Canadian, so that's why I assume maybe they got Flea. And the results, they didn't look that hot. They won a series in that qualifier.
Out of how many?
Well, it was a double elimination bracket, so
remaining.
1.
So they won 1 and lost 2?
5 seconds remaining.
Basically.
Against who?
They lost versus a team of... no, sorry. The only team they defeated was a team from the open qualifier called Team Giga Cringe with 3 Ukrainians, which I would argue probably played on high ping, so they beat them 2-0 in quite dramatic, quite easy fashion. Then they got pretty much demolished by Green Esports, which is a Moose squad. Green's been looking very, very hot. And then they went to the lower bracket and they lost 2-1 versus the Hut. You might recognize the names of B-God and Old White, maybe? Otherwise, again, 3 unknown players. So not the most
Chinese, American Chinese squad.
Yeah, not the most promising, let's say, recent results for this squad. But this was over a month ago, right? It's been a month since I can find the most recent results. So a full month, a bit of a potential break or just practice might have done wonders for Monkey Squad.
Yeah. Well, the good news for them is that Monkeys is an excellent offlane player. Well, at least I hope he's still playing offlane. Mm-hmm. Which means all these Beastmasters and Darkseers, they're right up his alley. And we'll see if we actually see them or not.
Wow.
Because teams just refused to pick him until last pick.
And this is what Guatemala might be contemplating here. They realized, we might get ourselves into trouble as we banned Troll, very interestingly, in the first phase. So now Guatemala, I would argue, bans Beast and takes whatever they prioritize here. So let's see. Yes, we did have a Beastmaster on stream, ladies and gentlemen. The Beastmaster lost. But I would take that with a pinch of salt, right? It was a bit of a mismatch when it comes to player skill level.
A little bit.
Dire team pick.
Tiny bit. Night Stalker.
Night
Radiant
Stalker.
team pick.
And picking Abaddon. This is very far removed from the meta. Is that a safe assessment, Black?
I kind of feel like it's like an all-hero challenge where you start with the first hero on the list, you know?
10 seconds remaining.
Okay,
I have
yeah, no,
Abaddon.
thanks.
Then
Thanks,
we go,
Black.
Then we go Bane.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, okay.
Dire team ban.
I mean, why Abaddon first pick? Nobody would ever pick that.
I wouldn't.
I mean, it's a legit hero, obviously. Like, it can be very strong, but that's what I'm saying. You don't have to first pick it, because nobody's going to take it from you.
So,
10
in the
seconds
most
remaining.
recent series, Monkey's Forever squad played the Darkseer,
5
great
seconds
offlane,
remaining.
and the Wind Ranger Vengeful, which is something that we see a lot of teams do, especially in this qualifiers, as offlanes. And yeah, Darkseer twice, Vengeful twice. That's kind of their bread and butter. Interestingly enough, in one of their matches, they have run a Tinker.
Oh, wow.
And
The new
the Night
Tinker.
Stalker. Okay, they have played the Night Stalker about 4.5 weeks ago, and they lost with it. So maybe that's why.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you remember
Yes, okay.
when Venge had an attack range aura?
Yes. Yeah.
What went through the head of the devs when they created that? Like, what were they smoking?
I'm gonna actually surprise you with this one. I think that was slightly more balanced than the Venge we have currently.
You think so?
I think the Venge right now is such a strong hero.
Yeah,
And,
it is.
I
But
think
like, attack range for your whole team, like it was a free Dragonlance for everybody.
Dire team
Yeah, I
ban.
know, but it was fun. It was back in the day when you get like Venge Drow tactics, right? Like that was kind of cool.
What
I
do you
think.
mean was fun? No, draw at 1,000 attack range.
Radiant team ban.
Fine. Oh, by the way, can I just make a quick prediction? I know what Monkeys is gonna play here. He's gonna play Brewmaster. Oh, they banned it themselves. Okay, that's fine. I was about to say Brewmaster, because my man's been spamming the hero. He's got 28 matches in the last week
10
on
Yeah, he's
Brewmaster.
just playing it all the time, all the time.
That's crazy. Why would you ban it though?
5
if
seconds.
that's
I
all
don't
you
know.
play, like let make your opponents ban. 28 matches of Brewmaster. We were talking about who has fun playing Venomancer. Brew, here.
I mean, this brew, you have stuff to do, you know.
I guess. Yeah.
Like you're old, and you can micro a bit here and there, and you can throw out the Cinder Brew. But if you're Veno, dude, he didn't even skill wards. If you skill wards, there's like some fun to be had, you know. But yeah,
We're really gonna judge people like that, Black? Is that what we're doing now? We're judging people?
of course. That's
Yeah, of
our
course.
job to judge.
I agree. No, that's
Team pick.
10 out of 10.
Dire team pick.
Let's see. It's gonna be an inch making his way. I think United States burned through a bit of their reserve time because they're also quite in shock about this Abaddon opener from Guatemala, like most of us are.
Is it Abaddon or Abaddon?
10 seconds remaining.
I think I asked this question like to everybody.
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
calling it both, honestly.
Dire team pick.
I don't remember what the hero says. I think the hero says something like Abaddon.
Radiant
I think the hero says Abaddon, actually. Maybe with slightly less of an American accent. What are these heroes? Death Prophet? I mean, Spirit Breaker's great, don't get me wrong. And then you get a Photic Shield on a Spirit Breaker, that's kind of cool. It's not a bad interaction.
10
Death
seconds remaining.
Prophet?
I think that, I mean, it makes sense though. Like Abaddon plus
5
Death Prophet
seconds remaining.
has been a combo before. This doesn't have to be a core Abaddon anyway. It could be a support. And Spirit Breaker is a... I mean, the draft, you know, the heroes aren't conventional, but the draft makes sense.
I mean, if you're playing versus United States, you might as well try to cheese them, I guess, right?
Yeah. I mean, look at their bonus time. They have less than the enemy team. They already won.
Mentally, they're in their head.
Huh.
Are you a basketball person, Black?
Radiant team pick.
Ish. Not super,
Okay.
just a little bit. Why?
I wanted to ask you, maybe it's like United States, when they were preparing for the Olympics for basketball, they practiced versus South Sudan and they barely beat them by 1 point because South Sudan was playing first of all
10
very well.
seconds remaining.
And they were doing a bit of funky stuff, so maybe
Dire
Guatemala
team
got
pick.
inspired by a country in a different sport across the world with their draft. But United States says, you know what, you want to play whatever you want to play, we'll just get Razor, which annihilates every single one of the heroes you have.
Yeah, and then Rubik for good measure to defend also against Death Prophet.
10
Crypt Swarm,
seconds
one of the best
remaining.
spells to steal. Abandon spells, insanely good to steal.
5 seconds remaining.
Instant stun against Spirit Breaker. What's not to like? What is not to like? Very nice draft so far.
To like or not to like.
Now they have to do something about the Razor problem. Honestly, Terrorblade looks really good here.
For the Guatemala side?
Yeah.
Okay. Terrorblade into Razor Monkey. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one, Chief. I'm gonna be honest. I think that's a bit of a bait. Storm Spirit, I don't hate.
TTB is super good against Razor. Probably the best carry matchup. I guess Morphing is better, but top 2, top 3. It's very strong. Storm Spirit I also don't hate. It means Death Prophet is off lane. Storm mid. They
10
don't have
seconds
catch
remaining.
at all against the Storm, so it's a good pick.
Yeah, we're kind of in the meta now with the
5
Storm Spirit.
seconds remaining.
They seem to be turning it around, Guatemala.
Radiant team ban.
Well,
Banning
it's-
Phantom Assassin?
Radiant
It's
team
time to get
ban.
me into the team for some anti-mage.
That was pretty good voice acting. I don't know how good Anti-Mage would be here, but the voice acting was on point. I appreciate that, Black.
Thank you. I practiced way too much.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay.
Then,
What do you think of this PA ban?
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting.
Oh,
I don't know why they would want to pick PA with their draft, but Razor PA Monkey King would be kind of wild.
Dire team ban.
Links?
you want to play Kling? They're banning Klings.
Alright,
Links is quite good.
What's the next random ban? Phantom Lancer.
Oh my
10
god.
seconds remaining.
I don't even know, man.
5
This is
seconds
like
remaining.
some really out of pockets. The bad Anti-Mage.
Oh,
I mean,
I told
Anti-Mage
you, man.
versus Storm. That's fair. You gotta protect your Storm somehow, right? I think that's fine. What? Is it late in NA as well?
10
Like
seconds
RSA? I mean, what are these big Luna? What are we gonna see next? Huskar?
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Chaos, okay.
CK, that's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair.
So,
These are some weird supports, bro. Unless it's a CK support, which I guess it's funny, because I just call that a good strat. An Abaddon carry. It could be doable.
10 seconds
I mean, at
remaining.
this point, you might as well, right? Like, why the Death Prophet, though? It's like,
5
is it like
seconds remaining.
you have the Grandmaster of DP in your team?
You may now select your heroes.
I mean, it's a good hero.
No, it's not. Come on.
Yeah,
Black.
I feel like it's a good hero. Like, it's a very easy to play around hero. Like, it's an
Okay, that's
objective-based
fair.
hero.
Traditionally,
pop
but what
Exo.
about this meta currently?
It's still pretty similar, right? You pop Exo, you just protect him, and then the enemy team either fights you or they don't. And then if they kill DP, you lose. If DP survives, you win.
If we are witnessing a Guatemala upset with a Dead Prophet Abaddon happening in the first day of the Americas qualifiers, this might be the greatest thing to ever happen to this qualifier.
It would be very fun for sure. Well, I didn't know CK can have a mace like that.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if a Dead Prophet Abaddon lineup is fun, but I have to agree, the CK is a cool looking skin. Our viewers will get to see it in just a moment. But I'm taking the United States here. I want to be proven wrong, maybe, by this Abaddon DP. But otherwise, I think the safer draft has been chosen by the USA.
Yeah. And on paper, they're also the better player, so it's hard to vote against them. So I'm not going to.
Interesting. The team goes by United States, not United States of America. Thoughts on that?
They probably know better than me.
Yeah.
I don't know what like the ruling is or what, but let's see what we got. We got a safe lane razor, a mid monkey. Why isn't monkeys forever playing the Monkey King?
No, he just picked it for his team. I think that's fair, right?
He's not picking though.
He encouraged his teammates to pick it. Fine. Are you happy like that now?
What about the Null Talisman first on Rubik?
That's it. Is he mid?
No.
Is he off lane?
30 seconds.
Also no.
Sure. I guess who's gonna harass you? An Abaddon? Spirit Breaker support? I mean, that's fair enough. Maybe you don't need consumables that way, right?
Yeah. I can see it.
Kind of makes sense, I suppose.
The battle begins.
A very exciting rune split. 1-1. Mid lane matchup should be quite fun. So it's it's a Baden. A Baden CK. Wow.
Wilder things have happened. This is up there with those wild ones. As game one between Guatemala and United States is now underway, and let's see how's RCY. Monkey versus Storm. Quite a curious one. We don't see as often. Like I said, I personally prefer seeing Monkey versus played as an offering. But Black, you might find this information quite confusing. Oh, never mind. I'm just worried. You know that.
Roger that.
What do you think about this ultimate? We got to talk about the facets of the
Oh wow. I didn't actually know she had this. She basically is Kunkka buff.
Kind of, yeah.
Permanent. That's kind of sick for here, like Death Prophet. That's very reliant on not getting bursted. And then Witchcraft, more movement speed, and spell cooldown reduction. Oh, that is also sick. That innate ability is actually broken. What the hell?
The one spell that I'm not a big fan of, I'm going to change on this week, is the Mythic Shroud. It's the Aphotic Shield Abaddon. I know a lot of people think it's quite valuable. I think it's... Oh my god, there's a lot of bashes here on Double King. Neil actually punishing a bit this Razor. Yeah, do you like this Aphotic Shield change? Because I think it's a bit... meh.
I mean, it makes the shield stronger, so in this strategy it probably makes more sense. Okay. But yeah, as a core pattern, you wouldn't want that, because you can't farm with it.
Yeah.
But as support, it's probably okay. Ooh, this charge! That's pretty deep, man. You're hoping for a bash, but that's... You can't do that.
At least it's not a first blood, it's a split blood. And sadly, Yogi doesn't have enough burst to kill Double King. Double King kind of baited Neil in there with the full stick charges.
You can't do that, though. Like, if you play Spirit Breaker, you can never rely on a bash to kill, I think. That's like illegal.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, Courier dies. Okay. Flea will get the Healing Lotus, but at least, you know, his his friend will get killed as an exchange for that. It's a good trade. So far, so good for the United States, though, topping the last hit and deny charts on all three of their cores, including this mid lane, where the Monkey King, by goodness me, is destroying the Storm Spirit, doubling last hits, and the denies don't even get me started. He's dealing so much damage, even now with the Boundless Strike.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Dire's top tower is under
it seems like a little bit of a player mismatch.
I mean, there's nothing you can do as a Storm Spirit. Every time Naz just wants to get closer, RCY just comes up and whacks him once or twice. Oh, he's gonna have Jingle Mastery prop now, and it's a sad look, especially as we also get another kill onto the Spirit Breaker bottom.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Early game's already looking pretty rough. But that's what can happen sometimes in these qualifiers, right? Like,
Yeah.
you have powerhouses like America face up against lower tier players, and yeah, can get a bit tough.
But only by playing versus better players is how you improve. So I think Guatemala has a lot to learn, and the learning path might be quite painful for them, especially if this early game doesn't suddenly see a shift turn around. But yeah, I kind of want to just keep looking at one. 31 19 RCY. It's depressing to see. Like, we've all had fun with games and you go mid and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna hit level 6, I'll gank and whatever, and you just never end up hitting 6 because you get destroyed.
Well, the lane isn't supposed to be this one-sided, of course. Like, Monkey King's just outplaying him. And another stack. But yeah, the positioning, just the gameplay itself, it's very good. Now the mid rotation is coming through as well. There's no ward from the Dire.
There's a charge for a minute to 6 tower run, but it's just too late after that. He's just dying. It's for right. Oh, nice charge at the very end. Like, 40 cards. Why did he die? It doesn't seem to be the case, as now the healing's coming through. Albino Zebra is even gonna allow the deny at the haste room. No, Nail picks it up. That kill on the Monkey King, if it would have happened, would have been massive.
Yeah, it was never really gonna happen though, because they had like a 17 stick as well. And then of course, as the battle leaves top, they punish the CK. Ooh, they want to go again. Another charge coming through, or Monkey's
Round
dead.
number 2. RCY says goodbye to his life, and that's going to be a massive shift in that being gold, I assume. Yes, split among 3 heroes, but just the fact that you managed to kill him and hold his domination it's great. It's a great showing for Guatemala. Sadly for them, the other 2 lanes are going equally worse.
Radiant structures.
Yeah, 4 KD in 7 minutes is a little rough. At least they're on the board.
Yeah.
Unorthodox, but effective.
They're on the board. Start one. Guys, again, for 44 seconds, he's not going to be able to make his way back to lane, but I don't even think he would want to make his way back to lane. But tell us in the minute 7.5, and face down bottom for the DP, get a bit of a push going for herself.
I mean, you gotta force something, so forcing EXO out and just trying to get the tower is probably a pretty good idea, but Razor's already back here to defend.
Doesn't have level 6 yet.
Yeah, it would be tough regardless, because Razor's already back.
They're TPing mid, but like, you got a Spirit Breaker Abaddon support duo, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, well, that's why we don't see support Abaddon.
Dire's middle tower
Because we don't get that in period yet.
Supposed to be scared of some
I would saw him as a carry for quite a while until they got nerfed.
clouds for
I
fun.
mean, nowadays.
Yeah, fair enough. He's pretty slow in a meta that isn't slow. So it makes sense.
They have a rotation mid Yogis here trying to, I don't know, deny the tier 1 mid, I guess? No, they're not even denying it. Okay.
Yeah, not even trying to deny it.
Come on, sprites.
As they're building a bigger and bigger lead.
Oh, they're going up top. They're trying to get on top of Monkey forever. They have up from the first catch. The Storm Spirit here. The Electric Vortex is going to cancel the TP out attempt of this Underlord. And that's going to be a big, big one for Guatemala.
Is under attack.
Let's look at that bounty. 700, roughly 800 gold almost. For one kill. Yeah, it's pretty big.
Radiant's top tower.
And Monkeys is going for the Atos rather than the full aura build.
He wants Atos first because it's a great setup for the Razor and, of course, for the Monkey King Wukong's command. I think that's...
Yeah, and it gets a storm.
No, true. Double King TP's out of there to defend up top, and now they're gonna try to... Well, they're not gonna try to. They're just easily gonna suck all of the damage out of the DP, and now Luminous, his light will get turned down as we get a killing spree for the Double King.
Especially in a Razor. You can snowball so quickly. Nowadays with the Maelstrom build. Ooh. That's a very slow Spirit Breaker. Oh, nice cancel.
RCY is getting caught between both the Yogi and Naz. Luminous there as well. RCY might have definitely overstayed his welcome, and you lose the Spirit Breaker, but the Monkey King in exchange for that, and that is a mistake. And it's a mistake you can afford to maybe make it now, but can you afford to do the same when you're playing first with some of the European squads later on in the World Esports Championships? I don't know about that, Black.
Yeah, it's I mean, truth be told, the game is pretty easy for them right now, so maybe just having a good time, you know. I say pretty easy. Yeah, it's still pretty easy. Gonna cancel it. Nice cancel. One more kill. Yeah, the game is still pretty easy for them, so they're probably just feeling themselves a little bit, having a little more fun. I'd say out of any region, I would expect the American region to, you know, play the most with their food.
At the same time, Black, do they really have the tools necessary for it? Like NA in itself, right, represented by United States here, are probably in, well, they've not looked good in years, but this year probably worse than ever. And I think having a resurgence on this, at least in this tier 2, tier 3 scene, would be really necessary for them. So I don't know if if you have the luxury of playing with the food like this. If Fleet steals Ball Lightning and tries to get away, and I think he might just get back to safety. They're gonna get the Vortex from Monkeys forever, but the follow-up damage will not be there. All this time, your position 1 CK gets killed. And look at the net worth graph on the left side. My god, Flea is out farming all of them, and the Enchantress is not that far off either.
Well, it didn't reach critical mass yet, which would be 1,000 per minute at least.
It didn't? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Like, that's GG territory, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As soon as you reach over 1k advantage per minute, you're gonna GG out. That's the unspoken Dota rule. Of course, you don't know. But,
Yo, Black, a random question.
Uh-huh.
What patch are we playing on?
736?
Black, I've got some news for you.
Yeah, there was
I don't
a patch
think we
update
are.
just now. Yeah, there
don't-
was a patch just now.
I don't think we're playing on 736 anymore.
No. I downloaded a patch just now.
Wait a minute, did that prophet get a buff? Is that what we're seeing that prophet now?
Maybe. Well, I can check real quick.
Yeah,
You
it's just,
entertain the
yes.
people.
Yes, Black, she did. I'm just checking right now. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't see that one coming.
Oh, that's a huge patch actually.
Yeah, it's 737. Huh. That's quite funny, actually.
Well, I'm reading the patch. Good luck casting.
Yeah, how about we like to turn this into that? Because United States have definitely turned Guatemala into a non-factor in this team, number one. I think that they're trying to get another for coming in right away to the police gate, claiming the kill onto two of the dire side heroes at 10, 11k down. They're gonna get Luminous most likely as Monkey King is getting on top of him. Oh, right click proc does not pop the borrow time, but it was in cooldown. RCY could have actually killed the Abaddon there.
Yeah, you could have as well. Oh, Ironwood Tree is back.
What's that?
Iron Talon
No, is it?
Tower
and
is under
Ironwood
attack.
Tree. Oh wow. But it got buffed quite a bit, the Iron Talon. 80% health gone.
How much was it before? Like 60?
50, I think.
Okay. Another strike on bottom. They're trying to chain their spells together to try to get something going, but all this time Nask is just getting obliterated by the Monkey King, and now the Wukong's command. They will get out of the circle, but for what does it matter as RCY Double King on top of you all.
Dire's top tower is under
18 to
attack.
4.
8 to 4. Oh. I mean, what's there to say? I still not critical mass.
Yeah, there's definitely a comeback potential here. Yeah, I have to agree, Black. They've got a tier 2 standing. Oh my god, look at the damage. This Monkey King is just burning through all of them, and now they're trying to jump on RCY, but it's a deja vu with the Fiend's Gate coming in at the right moment. RCY is gonna be protected by his team and allowed to get another 2 kills. Double TP back to base, and they're going for more. They're going back to the triangle. They're trying to get on top of Luminous. A lot of his attack damage is being taken away, and he falls. As so is the DP. 4 for none. Static Link doing the work of gods for Double King's Razor.
Yeah, and it just reached critical mass, as we discussed previously. So now it's just a matter of time. It always
Check
happens.
Discord. Check Discord. There's a new ability in game, and I think it has a hilarious name, Black.
Dire's bottom
Echoes
tower
run.
is under attack.
Mm-hmm.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there isn't too much to talk about in this game. It's a pretty big slaughter.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A pretty damn massive
Dire's
slaughter.
middle tower is under attack.
You're gonna find this interesting. There's been no nerf to Darks here, Black. What?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a small one. Beastmaster's been slightly nerfed, but not severely. Also, another ATOS on the very edge of the Pit of Malice will be sufficient for Flea to get the kill with, I believe, a Dagon on the Rubik.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Dagon on the support Rubik, yeah.
Are you ready for this, Black? Disruptor buff. It's actually a glimpse buff.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love this. Thank you, Dota. Best game there is. Sadly,
Oh, wow.
for Guatemala, it doesn't feel like the best game there is today. as they are now 19,000 behind. Flea keeps on collecting their lives with this Dagon. And
Dire's top tower is under attack.
what's the name of the game here, USA? Come on. Go get Roche. Nice nether strike attempt. In the end, shut down by another Dagon.
More Dagon steal. Well, what do we say, my friend?
I think Visage just got a broken innate ability. There's no Visage on the server, I'm aware of that. But Yogi is here to play, and Monkeys Forever will be on the sideline for 45 after he falls. With both the DP and the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit who, despite that kill, was just still outfarmed by the opponent position 5 Enchantress. Oh, they still caught Yogi somehow. Do you think Yogi is like a fan of Yogi the Bear? Do you know Yogi the Bear?
Yogi Bear, yeah. Funny thing is, my chemistry teacher called me Yogi Bear when I was in 5th grade.
Nice. No, that's nice.
Oh, it wasn't a compliment at that time. Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I'm stunned. I'm watching. I think we haven't had such a dominating performance since the early days of the African qualifiers, Black. And to some extent, oh, Neil! That's some nice juking around the tree line and the charge as well, buying himself some time. I wanted to say this is on the overall a great look for Team USA. We've been talking for, well, a full 12 months now since their last showing at the World Esports Championships when they really under-delivered. And hopefully this newer roster, potentially hungrier for more than their last year's squad, might be putting up a better performance. As I say that, Monkeys Forever does get caught again. So Guatemala still fighting. They still have all of their high ground intact up currently.
Yeah, well, you know, this is one of those games where America is just having fun. They're not really itemizing to break base. Like,
Yeah.
if the Rubik, you know, had like a Guardian Grief or something instead of the Dagon, obviously that would help a lot. But yeah, the name of the game is having some fun, trying to get as many kills as possible.
Take a quick look as we get a potential final team fight right now. Jumping in, zip zap away, trying to stay out of there. Black, look at Monkeys Forever's new innate ability and let me know what your thoughts of this Underlord, because I think that's actually very cool.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Invading forests. Oh, it's the old one.
And it's not just that, Black. If you read it all the way until the very end, if an allied hero teleports not through the Fiend Gate, so any teleport you get the benefit, you double it up if you use the Fiend Gate. I think that's very interesting. And RCY is getting caught, catching them. I don't even know who's catching who, but I think he will be the one to fall. He might get a couple with him in the afterlife, but he does die, and he had a wicked 6 streak.
Right, so
That's
any
kinda cool.
any TP is
Yes.
damage reduction
Yeah.
at move speed. That's kind of.
And then it's a double if they go to the Fiend's Gate. I think that's quite a cool interaction.
Could be a little broken, perhaps even.
Yeah, well, we'll have some time will tell with a lot of the new changes that we currently, well, currently have just happened.
So the Death Prophet one is also new, right?
Is it? I don't know. I didn't check that. I just kind of skipped.
Skipper.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, there has been a tiny nerf, thank God.
Luckily.
And it's actually mostly been a toss nerf, which I think is very granted.
Your support CK has been buffed.
No! No! Tell me that you're kidding me.
Instead of 33% chance to do nothing, has a 33% chance to silence.
That is... Okay. I'm getting into top 3,000 this patch, Black. CK Spammer. Of course, I don't condone spamming support CK, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't ruin your pubs. That's just my job. As the first set of racks is finally getting claimed. Nice thrown in silence from this dead prophet with... Oh, they're trying to get on top of the Abaddon. They'll do it successfully. RCY with another Wukongs. Look at the Pit of Malice. That is a very cool interaction. Pit of Malice in the Wukongs to keep the targets in there. That's gonna allow them to get the kill. They're just fighting. They're just vibing. GG. Well played. Gets cold. And Guatemala will fold in this game number 1. It'll be just under 25 minutes as USA have... we could say they've won the first professional match in 7-3-7, Black.
They have, yeah. Congratulations to them. America's always first. We all know that.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, not the most exciting game. It happens. Sometimes it's just a big mismatch.
I'm wondering what's going to be next to now in this game number 2, because it is a best of 3, and that's quite sad for their opponents. It hasn't been the most promising showing in game number 1. I do hope that they'll have a bit of a better showing. The draft was confusing for me from the get-go with the Abaddon DP, but of course it's a new patch, so I appreciate them trying out some new stuff. In the end, they were in the receiving end of a hell of a beating, right? So,
yeah, pretty try-hard also from America. Obviously, the picks, they weren't playing around. I mean, they were playing around, but not for the draft. As soon as they realized they won the game, then of course things lightened up a little bit. But pretty clinical, I'd say, from start to finish. Well played. And, well, now we're gonna see if they can do it again. Or if they have something to say about that.
yeah, it's not necessarily about this upcoming map here, Black, but it's how they can perform throughout this entire qualifier, right? They are one of the 3 teams that have arguably the biggest chance of making it out of this region. And in theory, they should. And I think it would be, like I said, a great start for what has been a very region on a very much downward spiral. And of course, going on the international stage and playing other teams similar tier with you would be pretty good. And of course, I think Monkeys would like to go back to a LAN, because when is the last time he even went to an international LAN event?
Not sure on that one. But yeah, it's always fun to meet people on LANs again. Make new connections.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you know, we made new connections. You and I.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's the fun part about LANs. Getting to know all the people, exchanging cultures, exchanging just experiences. It's very fun.
Well, I can tell you for a fact, Guatemala didn't have that much fun in this game, but there is still plenty of time for them to bounce back. Of course, as I'm just looking at the group, right? Mexico, United States, and Venezuela. This is a rough group, bro. I would even go on a limb and say that they're probably 4th seed in this group.
You're probably right. But you know, at least they get a chance to play.
True.
You know, just have a good time. Probably come in without any sort of real expectations as well. So.
Well, let's take a quick look at the overall summary of map number 1. It was a very one-sided affair, and now we just have to wait and see if we're going to get another Rubik Dagon. By the way, Flea finished with the most kills on the server, 11, 0, and 13. Of course, a lot of those were kill secures with the Dagon, but he almost dealt most damage on the server. The only player with more damage than him, and not by a lot, was the Monkey King Black, which I think is quite funny. 19.3k damage from the Rubik, with the Monkey only dealing 20.8k damage.
Yeah, but arguably the most important piece of the puzzle for Team America this game. They rotated around with him a lot, and they rotated around him a lot.
Sure.
So definitely making the plays happen.
Well, we will be sending it to a short break, and when we return, we'll have to see if United States can replicate their domination in this match. And we are back to see if Guatemala can upset United States in what will be the Cinderella stories. Wax and joined by Black, and we are mere moments away from jumping into the action for the second game of this final best of 3 of Day 1 America's Qualifiers. During this time, the new patch dropped, ladies and gentlemen, for our lovely game, and me and Black were just discussing a little bit of the changes here. Have you spotted anything that you really like this far, Black, or something that you don't like at all, maybe?
I'm still skimming through. So far, nothing. Wait, let me think. No, I don't think I've seen anything that I really dislike. I mean, what I don't like, obviously, is the kind of dumped down anti-mage's Acceptor. Have you seen that?
What does it do? What does it do? Please enlighten our viewers, Black.
It reduces blink cooldown by 1 second, and every time you hit someone after a blink, you burn an additional 20% of their max mana. And their mana regeneration, or they can't regain mana during that time, or something like that.
That's kind of interesting, I guess. But like how Aghanim Scepter, you know, it was a time where people would build it quite regularly on Anti-Mage. That hasn't really happened a lot. I mean, Anti-Mage hasn't really been meta in a long time, has it?
No, I mean, not just not meta, it's just unpickable, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. Even his current patch, it just doesn't feel good. Just doesn't feel good. Yeah, that's what I mean with the power creep also, you know. AM used to be the fastest farmer in the entire game, bar Alchemist maybe. But now so many heroes outfarm him. You know, Sven, Terrorblade, Naga, Dragon Knight.
I mean, Dragon Knight, it's a new addition to the roster, but yes. DK
That's what I'm saying, but there's just so many heroes that do it. Like Luna, Medusa, even Morphling probably, you know, Gyrocopter. The list just goes on and on and on. So AM kind of lost his, you know, flair. Yeah. We'll see. I don't think these changes are necessarily going to help him get back into the game.
I'm looking at Medusa. She's had a hell of an update here. I'm looking. One of her facets got removed. Okay. Wait, does she only have a single facet now? Is that what it is? No, it's swapped out. I don't even know. Yeah, she has a new facet called Venomous Volley, which sounds like a cool name. I'm a volleyball player myself. Medusa applies a poison to every 5th attack, slowing enemies' movement speed by 35%, attack speed by 80%, and cast speed by 50% for 1.5 seconds. The poison attack counts as an attack modifier for the purpose of split shot. Huh.
Interesting.
That sounds kind of better than the other one. The other one is the Engorged. A Mystic Snake grants Medusa's attack damage. And she also has a new ability, by the way.
Have
which
you
has a cool
seen
name.
it like in one dude?
Wait. Let me finish this one. Can I read you the Medusa new ability?
Go ahead.
So, she fires a volley of arrows into the sky that land in 3 groups in a line, with each group larger than the previous. Enemies struck by the arrows take 150 damage and are rooted, can't turn, and take 100 physical damage per second. Doesn't that sound busted to you? It sounds like the type of spell that you usually get when you buy an Aghanim Scepter or like a hero. Okay, Lycan, let's see. New facet. Increases the max level of summon wolves by 2, but decreases the max level of Howl and Feral Impulse by 1. Huh.
Gorgon's Grasp.
That's kind of cool.
Have you played Heroes of New Earth?
No, I haven't. No.
It's basically Forsaken Archer.
I see.
Yeah, like you get rooted in place, you can't turn. I mean, it's pretty insane together with Stone Gaze, obviously.
I'm also quite confused about this Mirana buff, like slight stat buff. I think Mirana was not necessarily a good hero, but I could see it played every now and then. I think this might actually make it like not A+, but A tier.
Why did they remove 2
10
strength?
seconds remaining.
She's universal, I think.
Yeah,
5
but I
seconds
mean,
remaining.
that's 40 HP gone. 44 HP gone.
It's probably just because they want to like help kind of like balance with their scaling, I assume. I'm not sure.
Dire team back.
Interesting.
10 seconds.
There's no
remaining.
nerf to tree dance. I mean, there is a nerf, but not to the facet itself, which I think that's quite curious.
Now let's see what the teams are cooking up.
Dire team
Yeah, let's see. Have they read more of the patch than we have? They're banning Chen. Okay, Guatemala is like we don't know that hero. That hero had so many things written for him. Did he even change Chen at all? Let me see. Chen, no.
10 seconds remaining.
Strange. Batrider being banned out. They're banned out the DP. This is the teams are definitely cooking up something. I gotta be honest. They're first picking Shadow Fiend. First time we get an SF today, I believe. Black, is that correct? Yeah, it
it's
is.
been banned quite a bit though.
Yeah, they've been prioritizing taking it out of the game already. By the way, what are your thoughts on Torrent Storm being removed from Kanka?
I hated that ability. It was so
Same.
RNG, and once you get like a refresher, the screen is inaccessible basically.
Yo. Black.
10 seconds remaining.
Templar Assassin. Innate ability.
5
Templar
seconds
Assassin
remaining.
and her teammates can see Roshan's respawn timer.
What? Sorry?
Templar Assassin, innate ability. Her and her teammates can now see Roshan's respawn timer.
Dire team back.
Wow, that's OP. It's actually crazy good.
That's an innate ability, not even a facet. You just get it. If you get TA, you have it.
Yeah, it's kind of
10
crazy.
seconds remaining.
That is a hell of a change. Imagine you then pick
5
Oracle as
seconds
well.
remaining.
You get Oracle TA, you know everything around the map, every single power rune, you scale up very nicely with the Templar Assassin.
Oh. Dude, PL sounds busted too.
I haven't checked PL yet. What's happened to him?
Items that grant bonus damage
10
instead
seconds
grant base
remaining.
damage for 65% of the original bonus damage.
5 seconds remaining.
Whoa.
So that makes the illusions omega OP.
65% from your. So would you go for stuff like?
Let's just say you buy a rapier, all your illusions get 200 damage.
So you'd build like stuff like Daedalus Rapier and all these in PL? Okay.
You can, yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's an innate ability, so it's not even a facet. You're forced to
Yeah.
play like that.
Kind of interesting. I mean, I think PL. I hate the hero, but I think it was kind of due a bit of a change, right? You did it there.
Yeah, I agree.
During this time, Guatemala's got their hands on the Jakiro. Did we get a Jakiro last game? I don't think we had a Jakiro last game, did we?
No, but I'm not sure why, to be honest. It was
10
definitely not
seconds
banned.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
But does that mean we're gonna now get PL that builds Facebook's armlet Daedalus?
I don't know. We'll see what people cook up. It sounds
You tell me,
interesting,
bro.
though.
You're the carry. Come on.
Yeah, but the thing is, the hero doesn't really function without the Diffuser Blade anyway.
Yeah.
Just
no,
what do
yeah.
you get after Diffuser, you know? You still want to get stats, not raw damage,
Radiant
because
team pick.
of your illusions.
I speak for the
It's hard to change item builds either way.
Yo, Nature's Prophet. In Guatemala, I don't think they had read the patch. They got Tiny, which had about 8 nerfs to his toss. Deserving nerfs. Again, this
10
hero was
seconds
very annoying to
remaining.
play against and very hard toss.
5 seconds remaining.
Why the Nature's Prophet, though?
Radiant team pick.
Admiral Conker.
I mean, it's been a pretty annoying support for a super long time, right? And it just got buffed, so maybe that's why.
10
Makes
seconds
sense.
remaining.
Kanka. The first
5
hero I
seconds
actually
remaining.
felt interested by. I sent you his new ability, the Admiral's Rum, which is of course his innate passive ability now. This is a good time to cast a game of Dota. I mean, honestly, I would love to read the patch or play the game myself, but having some relatively skilled players play for our entertainment with some of these new heroes, and wow, that's new. That's new. Juggernaut.
10 seconds remaining.
Uh-huh.
Are we back into the patch of Troll versus Jug?
Lycan.
Ah,
Oh,
do you
Lycan's
like it?
still here. There he
Yeah,
is.
I was just gonna say, it's an interesting new concept. His spell can go up to level 6
10 seconds remaining.
on the wolves.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant
Dude.
team ban.
What's happening to Sniper, man?
Sniper? What's happening to him?
You got 60 bonus range again.
No, he did. No, stop.
Radiant team ban.
No, but that's scaling, right? It says 160 to 460.
Yeah,
Right.
but it already started at 160 before, so it's just a 60 range buff on max.
Yeah. But on max, come on. It's not level 160 plus range, because that would have been depressing.
10 seconds remaining.
Too much.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Puck banned out, Nyx, Rubik as well. I mean, after that performance from Flea, I wouldn't want to be facing his Rubik again. I understand. I definitely understand that one.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, I'm quite curious. Like the draft seems very strange from the United States. Kind of like a pub game where everybody wants to just
10
farm.
seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Oh, Shadow Shaman. Who'd let them cook, bruv?
Okay.
Shaman?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, you got Shaman
Choose your
Troll,
hero.
not the Shaman Jug. And it's going to be an offlane Kunkka. Now, I'm curious to see if Neil will be going for the tree bounce trick shot or for the scurry one, because it recently just received a couple of buffs to its range and attack range. And at the very beginning of 736, people were valuing the range on Hoodwink much more than the damage extra bounce of the trick shot. Now with the nerf to Acorn shot and the buffs to the other facet, it might be something to consider at least.
Yeah, I mean, generally heroes like her wanna be really safe from a distance. So any sort of range increase is always very valuable on heroes like her.
Yeah.
It means you can stay longer in the trees, deeper in the trees, which makes you much safer in turn.
This pair works for current boosts in step always the Cluster Clock for the Shadow Shaman. Alpha Wolves, of course. Monkeys Forever wants to test out the new kit. Insensitive for the Troll Warlord. The Ironwood Treant, which has received a hell of a change up for Albino Zebra, and of course the Shadowmire for RCY. Luminous sticking to the Liquid Frost. Nazg Crash Landing, despite the nerfs, still valuing it much more. Bladestorm for Suzu, and Yogi getting the High Tide facet. As it's going to be quite hard for us to make any predictions, ladies and gentlemen. We will abstain for them based on the fact that the USA has had an absolute dominating performance, but it's a new patch. It's a lot of unknown. There are a lot of unknowns, and we don't even have the answers. Not even me, not even the glorious and infamous smart black Reitmer. So we will be getting into the second game of this best of three between USA and Guatemala to see who will go up in this group B.
Yeah, let's see what kind of damage I can do this time around. Game 1 was obviously very one-sided. Hope we can put up a little bit of a better fight this time. A little smoke and smoke action, the classic.
And they're all heading for mid. Nazg smokes will get broken.
Yeah. Got the dancing greater treant. I think it's incredibly tanky. It takes half damage from heroes only.
Why is that treant so big?
30 seconds to battle.
It's a facet.
Ice Frog!
Looking good. You'll be forever there, alone.
Dude,
Have
it deals,
fun. Good luck.
If
Yes?
the tree deals 45 damage, it takes 50% less damage from heroes. So it has effectively 1200 health at level 1.
So you're saying that we've got a new
Look at
patch?
this. Look at how much
Wow.
damage it deals. And how little damage it takes.
Oh my god.
Can I hit somebody with it?
What's the cooldown like on it?
Same as before.
45. Okay. Does it scale up? Does it get more than one, or is it just one?
Well,
Very nice.
it just summons one, but I think you can have as many as you want.
Okay, he's sending it to harass. Oh my god.
Dude, look at that damage, dude. What is that? They
That-
can't lane here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It doesn't pull creep aggro either.
I think it probably doesn't scale well into the late game, but like, are you gonna make it to a late game when a hero that just does this? Look at him! He's not even tickling the treant.
I don't know what you can do about it. Because the tree itself is like 30 damage per hit.
Littering, bro.
And now you get a couple right clicks from Albino Zebra himself. And yeah, he does he even have a Blightstone? He does have a Blightstone, okay. Whirling Axe is ranged, Nail gets slowed down, even body blocked. Okay, thank god for his innate ability, just getting a bit of a one miss in the trees.
Already back up to 1 KD just like we were before.
What a
Lanes aren't going very well.
What a start already from USA. Do the trees die if you kill the Nature's Prophet? Because that would be a bit better, right? Oh my god, he's got 2 of them now.
The attributes are quite funny. You take
just
50%
list
less
it
damage
in-
from heroes.
So is the counter to Nature's Prophet right now just Ench? Is that it? Like Ench Chen? Maybe that's why USA banned Chen? Because they wanted to play the Nature's Prophet?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, it might have been Guatemala that banned it.
I think it was then a bandit, yeah.
Yeah. Nazg in mid, trying to hold his own versus the Shadow Queen, but it's not. The couple of shadow raises connect to him. Still no kill yet.
Yeah, but the lanes are getting harder and harder. Have you seen the Doom, by the way?
No. What does Doom like?
Every 6 minutes, 66, his Doom duration increases by 0.66 seconds.
Oh, that is funny. I think that's quite cool.
So,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
as we see the first blood here, by
Neil
Nature's
gets
Prophet
both.
actually.
Like what? Does it surprise you with his annoying treant?
Dude, I think it's actually so annoying.
I think it's actually, yeah. I mean,
You can't do anything. Like, you can't kill it. There's no way to kill it.
give us a couple of days to figure craft around this, but so far it feels like a truly broken spell. At least it's gonna allow Neil to refill the bottle of Nazg, who needed a bit of an assist here. And
Dire's structures are
oh wow,
fortified.
even Fortify coming in from RCY to deny the toss. And Nazg is not gonna get either of those two under the tower. 1-0, 2K gold lead at minute 4. My goodness. And please here, and the Shadow Shaman, Shackles, Shadow Raises, and Naz. Good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
One more right click.
Ooh, mistimed that a bit.
Goodbye.
Yeah. 20 souls already. It's a lot of damage. Now that's a lot of damage.
So correct. No, that was not my best Shadow King impersonation. I have to get the sword. I was holding that.
Okay. Yeah, next time we meet on LAN, you can do it. We can go through all of them.
Yeah. Okay, what's the best voice hero in Dota? You can't say Storm or Earthshaker.
The best voice.
Yeah, that would be really good. Yeah. You can't say Storm or Earthshaker.
I think Doom is pretty insane.
Oh, I like that. Like that is the itself. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, no, that's cool.
I kind of feel like whenever I hear Doom, it kind of gives me chills. You know? Like this voice. I feel voice acting in Dota in general is insane. Probably the
It's
best
10
voice
out of
acting
10.
out of any video game.
I have to agree. No, I mean, they went all the way out, but they still do really good voice.
Yeah, so that's definitely hands down. It's just insane how much effort they put into that. So no video game will ever beat that for quite a while. But I feel the voice actor of Doom really kind of, you know, captured it perfectly. Like when you get Doom and he screams at you like that, you know you're done.
Mm-hmm. Not launched here, but not enough mana for the boss now. Just need to take an R2. I don't even need to pop it. And, that's an easy kill.
Yeah. SF. Against melee heroes, nothing much changed, huh?
No, the status quo remains unchanged. Shuzu is
Radiant's
the
middle tower is under attack.
one taking grace for the Radiant side. He's doing pretty well himself. 28 last hit.
SF to be top.
told you with a double kill. Now the blue bottom I just think he was doing well. Well, he is lasting well, but 11. So keep Monkey forever away, and Sazu still alive, juking and driving with the help of the steel. Monkey forever says, you know what, I'm out.
Yeah, it's not the easiest kill against the Juggernaut, especially without the helmet of Dominator. Oh, it's a huge stack there. Oh, never mind, it's SF, there's no more stack.
Bit of a pause as we have a disconnect from Nil. This Hoodwink, by the way, a 2-1. Probably one of the most underfarmed Hoodwink positions fours we've seen in over half a year, honestly.
Yeah. But the entire lineup is pretty underfound at this point.
That is indeed true.
Yeah. Oh wow, the Treant's health also increases.
1500 health. Let me see it.
Well, more than that because it has damage reduction. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, the same. We have a raindrop on this poor Tiny, trying to, you know, become a bit more sustainable, but 5 kills down, 5k gold deficit at minute 8, and I'm just again, I have the funny one. The Dota Plus thinks it's an 82 win rate probability for US already.
82%. Well, it's not surprising with that gold lead that early on. And as I said, they're taking it quite seriously. Like they're going for serious items and yeah, I like it.
RCY is also okay. I don't think the raise would have been enough for the kill, but still would have been nice to connect it anyway. He's got a blink dagger now. A flea could be the first casualty as Nail is chasing him down around the trees, and the shackles are going to be there, but the cluster clock. Oh my god, the juke's not sufficient though, as the Acre shot does get the kill 1 for 1. And as I say, that's Sazu falls, so it's a 2 for 1. They might be going for the third, but oh, they can get the trolling exchange. Double King turns around, and the Requiem of Soul is here. So is the Battle Trance, and USA. I'm not even American, I don't know why I'm doing this, but they are on an absolute tear.
Yeah, as we said before, there's unfortunately quite a big mismatch in terms of player skill.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
But again, I'm sure they're just having some fun on stream, you know.
Of course.
Enjoy all the moments you have here.
I gotta say, I think it's also RCY, arguably the MVP of this series, both in game number 1 and now on the Shadow Fiend. Other than a couple funky raises here and there, he has been an absolute demon.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Oh, they're trying to catch monkeys
almost
here.
10k now. That could be good. Nice. That's a lot of gold.
Albino Zebra's just gonna TP out of there. Going top.
Uproot and after them.
I can't believe this thing has 50% damage reduction.
But he still only summons 1.
Yeah, he does.
"30 seconds, what's the duration like? 50. Okay, so he can have 2 for about 20 seconds.
That sounds about correct. Boing!
Nask dies to the Requiem of Soul. RCY went for the travel boots so he can actually split around the map even faster. And now USA with the Serpent wards gonna easily claim the tier 2 tower. I was hoping to see, at least in this matchup, Flea go for the massive Serpent ward, but my dreams will not come true just this time around.
A massive Serpent ward?
Yeah, the giant one, you know?
What is new ones?
No. So,
Or you mean the other facet?
yeah.
Ah, okay.
Which also got like 2 buffs just now. I don't think they're like great buffs, but
I mean, buff's a buff. Beggars can't be choosers.
I'm
Summons
gonna
a single massive ward with 10 times health. Oh. What? Okay. 10 times bounty value too?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
okay. Sazu dies again. This time to Monkeys Forever. We've seen a lot of Lycan today.
Yeah, almost every.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Almost
Yeah,
every
Lycan
game.
and Jakiro. Lycan and Jakiro.
Well, Jakiro we're through with. Oh, he's gonna make it out alive. Looks like it.
I mean, Luminous is surviving better on this Jakiro than he has on the Abaddon last game, so I guess that is a bit of a progress.
Yeah, but just looking at them. Oh, Flea. He has foul play still.
They're going for free. You can have with the bullshit Macroplier, Iesf trying to get the kill, and the major possible falls so well the Shadow Shaman. Only Jakiro lost on the Radiant side. Now Mask up close and personal with RCY, and it's gonna be the rotation coming in from the Troll Warlord. They're trying to get away. Naz is running, but the dog is chasing at the wall. Indeed, Oku tries to get out of the green double king. And no, that was a pretty good skirmish for Guatemala.
Yeah, any trade they can get at this point is just absolutely massive for them. If you're behind this far, like, even the support kill is probably 1,000 gold. So trade as much as you can, try to get some items up that way, and maybe you have a fighting chance later on.
Waiting for a minute for the Wisdom Rune. RCY and we my monkey clever gets another solo kill onto Sazu.
Radiant's middle
How many was that now? 4?
Well, we see back to back, but they're catching the Nature's Prophet again.
Oh,
At
finally.
least a consolation prize, you could say. But oh my god, Double King is here. It's gonna get those shit out. But Flea coming in up front. Hex Shackles allowing his carry to clean up the mess.
Wow, Battle Fury is already done as well. What's he going for? Dragon Hurricane Pike on Troll. Interesting.
That's kind of cool, actually.
Well, Juggernaut just appeared in there all by himself? Nice suicidal?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Ask is there, Shakiro's coming, they're throwing the Omni Slash, but there's so many units, and that's one of the reasons why Juggernaut's never good versus Lycan or Beastmaster, and we see it right now. All the units tanking the damage of the Omni Slash, and now Yogi, the bear, gets caught. Double perfect sprout coming in from Albino Zebra.
Knocking on the high ground with a big 3. Well, the tower does a ton of damage to it though.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, that's the last glyph. After this, nothing more to protect your Rex. Alright, continuing to push. Troll with the Dragon Lance actually completed. Monkey is the helm of the Overlord. I wonder if they just want to end the game now. I want to play it a bit more safe, get the Roche first. You know, the typical steps.
I reckon they want to win the game so they can go play some pubs with the new patch.
You're probably not far the truth here.
In all honesty, we know how Dota players are, right, Black? Sometimes they care more about their MMR than about the competitive games.
Sometimes. I would say a lot of times, in fact.
Really? Oh, that's kind of sad.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I mean, the Shadow Fiend's just waiting here. He wants to find any opportunity when there's the stuns are in cooldown and just go in for the massive Requiem.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's an axe yet? No. But Yashikaya for the increased spellcast speed as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Treants are taking this tier 3 top tower.
Radiant's
And Guatemala is like, we're gonna let them do that because we can't really burn to 5,000 of their HP combined. But oof, he gets caught, but Requiem is here, and look at it. Blade Mail or not, 2 of the cores are falling. And now Double King doubling up onto the range racks.
Well, top rack is also falling already. We still have control ult if needed. Ah, there we go.
Good jump in from Nazgûl, finally killing RCY. But the troll still standing strong.
Now. Well, that's a triple. That's 2 sets of Rex gone.
Minute 18.
That's pretty quick.
Yeah.
It could always be quicker, you know?
I mean, I believe in the previous qualifier in Europe, we broke some world record with like 5-minute game GG out. So yeah, it can always be quicker.
It's always very rare to start a game like Dota, right? Oh, nice jump in. That's a huge combo. Where's the damage though?
Trying to chain stun or chain use their abilities, and they're throwing some stuff in, but nobody is dying. Not even the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, they're kiting very nicely with that little HP they have available. Troll is back up to 10.
But this is Mega Creeps Black. Sole range rack standing between USA and achieving Mega Creeps in this game, and they're popping the shapeshift. They're going for it. They're trying to kill it. Oh, and they're gonna go for Nazgûl. Oh, nice ice path, catching 2, and the bushwhack is gonna come in time. But now the Macropyre doing some damage, trying to kill out the Shadow Shaman, but he doesn't even fall as their range does instead. Battle Trance does get forced though. Now they're playing into Mega Creeps.
Yeah, and at this point, Mega Creeps are usually a little too strong. Ooh, nice.
They're going for it. They got a troll, and the sharpshoot coming in, and the Omni Slash. This is a great usage, but no, the gods of RNG are not helping Sazu, whose slashes go into the creep wave. Monkeys Forever does get caught, and the Tidal Wave will pull him back, as it's gonna be the 2 big cores of USA losing their HP. But there's no more buildings, Black. There's nothing for you to actually defend now if you're Guatemala.
Yeah, the throne is the only thing left, and it's 4 towers.
Radiant are scanning.
Axe after completed their Sharon Shaman. Wow. Yeah, I think we are unfortunately just waiting for the inevitable.
Isn't that the story of life in general, Black?
It depends on your POV, I think.
Lol, the Double King just denied a Wisdom Rune. RCY is not going to be happy with that. He wanted to put it in his bottle. But... Theory... Oh, he's got the Iron Talon, by the way. going up top. We're catching 2 again. We will fall, and so will Monkeys Forever. It might just be too late. But hey, they're not gonna go out down on their shield. They're gonna just fight until the very, very end.
Nature's Prophet. Looking forward. Desolator? I guess they're just going all in building damage, huh? Roshan's still up 2. Surprisingly, nobody has tried to touch it yet. Or as I say that they're actually trying
They're
to do
gonna
it.
go now. Yeah.
Should be pretty easy peasy.
This is gonna be the end, most likely, as we have the Helm of the Overlord or the Lycan, and we have a Shadow Shaman with the Serpents. Yeah, they're just gonna go for it. Double King is kind of just teasing RCY at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's him and Troll basically putting in all the hard work. And here we go.
You were doing very well.
Smoke up.
I'm very proud of you.
10% pups, they say.
The last hurrah, Nature's Prophet outfarming every single body on the Guatemalan side as a support. They're walking up the high ground, they don't care. It's gonna be Double King with the Aegis showing his face as Nazg has to turn around with the Avalanche. Multiple player Avalanche into Bushwhack and to Micropire. The Omni Slash is actually coming in hot, but the Wolves are there to nullify some of that. And now Roots coming in, Sazu. No more escape for him. He falls to the shackles and the shadow rays for RCY. USA is really doing it here. Black Hideaway doesn't connect. Requiem of Soul turn around. Yukiro has fallen. Tiny will most likely join him in the afterlife. They're even digging the graves around them with the trusted shovels. A high five. GG from Sazu as USA come in on top. Very, very strong in this qualifier, and they win their first series in a 2-0 fashion.
2-0. Probably as one-sided as it could be. Like, in all honesty, these games were over after like 5 minutes, both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. What can we say? Well played.
Congratulations.
Probably expected. Yeah. I mean, I like the draft as well. Obviously, we have to check more drafts, more heroes in the future, but this draft in particular, quite nice.
Yeah, and it's good that they managed to win this first series despite the new patch coming through, because by tomorrow, when they'll be playing more of this Dota, potentially their next opponents will have time to find some more stuff that you might not. You know how it is. There's a new patch, and you can sometimes get caught by surprise. It's the risk that you gotta take when you're playing in the tournament with such a format. And tomorrow they're playing Mexico, right? Mexico is a team that is, I would argue, at a different caliber than Guatemala.
I'd agree. I'd agree with that. Now we just have to see like where the teams really rank, whether USA is really as untouchable as they looked like, or whether, you know, mortals can bleed. Yeah,
The highlights of this is like,
yeah, it's just a massacre.
yeah, it's USA with their biggest hits, honestly.
Yep.
But I'm really impressed with RCY. Like I said, other than a few funky shadow raises here and there, I think he played very good in both of the games, which is a true testament of a mid laner, of a really good mid laner, I would say.
Yeah, but again, not the strongest opposition, right? We'll have to wait and see.
True.
Because these games, basically easy mode for them. As we end,
at this.
the end of the replays here.
Final team fight here. It was the one with the digging holes and high-fivings all around, and still, despite that domination and obliteration of the Tiny mid, I feel like Tiny, with all the nerfs and how far behind he played for, was still doing quite a fair bit of damage. So maybe the hero is not going to be in the bin quite just yet. despite what did we say, 6 nerfs he just received.
Something like that. It's a lot of nerfs. I really hope that we get to see all sorts of new heroes now. But that's the thing that I always say. Unless we change the map, we change the economy. Like Dota doesn't change so much. You know, so probably the same heroes will still be picked, because fundamentally the game didn't really change much. But we have to wait and see. I think this Nature's Prophet is actually gonna be completely busted and it has to get tuned down. The level 1 treant is stupidly strong.
It feels unfair to play into.
Like it literally has roughly 800 HP. No, sorry, it has 800 HP, so it has 1200 HP. And it deals, what, like 40 damage? Why? Who came up with that?
I guess this is their way of forcing Nature's Prophet to be a support, not a core anymore, I guess.
But even as a core, it would be amazing, right? In the lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the treant is just too strong, and we'll have to get it tuned down. As we take a quick look at the stats here, 27 tower damage. Whoever did that deserves a medal. Somebody hit a tower somewhere.
I will say, does toss still do damage when it lands next to a tower?
Yeah, but it is more than 27, like 100.
Well, what if you did level 1?
Possible, unlikely
Like
though.
the creeps are body blocked. The high ground was on the Shadow Fiend. Used toss to secure the range creep and was in the range of the tower.
That's a scenario, yeah, for sure. In which
That is a
case,
scenario.
in which case, props to the Tiny for the instant tower damage.
It could be. I mean, I would like to check that, but I don't think we have time for that, Black, today, as this is going to be the end of our first broadcast of this 3 days for the Americas qualifiers. It was a pleasure to be here alongside you yet again. And for everybody at home, we will see you tomorrow at a similar time with day 2 at the Iesf Dota 2 qualifiers. Have a good day.